I've waited a long time to make this video. If you were asked which Nintendo franchises are at the top for Nintendo, what would you guess? You'd probably say Super Mario, The Legend of Zelda, Splatoon, Pokemon. In 2019, this is pretty accurate. There are some great games in these great franchises that stand as some of the best of all time. They've earned their places in the Nintendo Greats Hall of Fame. But you know, once upon a time, Nintendo had an up-and-coming star that stood toe-to-toe with these other great legacy characters. Because of unfortunate circumstances revolving around the studio developing the games, followed by a decade of mishandling the property, this Nintendo star fell from grace, and has sadly fallen almost completely dormant in the past decade. Two of his most recent outings have proved that there's still life to be had, and I'll be straightforward with you. I believe this year is the year he'll be making his grand return. Now, I'm sure you get the point by now, so of course, I'm talking about the one, the only, Donkey Kong. Story time! I grew up playing the Donkey Kong games, like all of them. Donkey Kong Country was my first video game ever, and the other two games in the series sit as the roots beneath my near lifelong gaming career. I've been with the Kong through the good and bad, so yes, I've also played and suffered through the terrors of Donkey Konga. Fortunately, much more good has come out of Donkey Kong than bad, and what's been good has been good. Like, really good. Like, genre-defining good, specifically when it comes to the Donkey Kong Country series, a tough-as-nails platformer.
Oh god, it's so good.
I think this series in particular has at least partially shaped my taste in gaming. When I play a platformer, I look for challenge. I crave it. I think that's why when a new easy-as-pie platformer comes out from Nintendo, it just doesn't stick the landing quite perfectly with me. But unlike many of Nintendo's other 2D platformers, especially in recent years, Donkey Kong hasn't tripped up on his 2D outings. This is some AAA, top-tier stuff. A lot of you watching this are probably wondering how Donkey Kong of all games could have been a top-tier Nintendo franchise, or why I think this year will be his year. Well, historically, the main Donkey Kong series has sold incredibly well. 3 of the top 10 best-selling Super Nintendo games are the Donkey Kong Country trilogy. On Nintendo 64, Diddy Kong Racing and DK64 are also in the top 10. Country Returns sold incredibly well on Wii, and despite the Wii U's floundering success, Tropical Freeze sold exceptionally well, sitting at 11th place on the sales chart. Not to mention the sales of the Switch port, which exceeded the Wii U's sales in no time. There's a lot of untapped potential here. Nintendo has a franchise that has historically sold very well, that's waiting for a chance to shine in the spotlight once more. I truly believe this year could be his year, but before we can examine why that is, we need to analyze what made Donkey Kong great to begin with. In the early 90s, Rareware founders Tim and Chris Stamper, aka the Stamper Brothers, invested in and programmed experiments with a Silicon Graphics challenge workstation with the intentions to make a boxing game. After seeing progress on a working demo, Nintendo decided that Rareware was a valuable asset, being quite impressed with their work thus far, and following talks, Nintendo acquired 49% of Rare. It was then that the Stamper Brothers expressed interest in developing a Donkey Kong game, to which Nintendo agreed. They gave DK a makeover, made him the protagonist, and have held on to his iconic design since then. Donkey Kong Country was one of the first games developed with Silicon Graphics hardware, and at the time of release, it looked revolutionary. Even today, I think the graphics hold up in a novel sort of way. While these graphics probably drove sales to a certain extent, you'd be sorely mistaken if you thought this was the only factor behind the series' success. Let me lay it out for you plain and simple. These are the 3 elements that I feel spawned success for DKC: level design, music, and personality. Let's start from the top. DKC's level design has always been something to behold. The difficulty has always ranged from slapping your wrists to breaking your legs. In other words, it's no Mario Party. These games get unapologetically hard fast. But with that said, it's never unfair. It provides you with obstacles that you need to overcome, and it's up to you to figure out the timing and precision necessary to achieve the success that you will be starved of. Take for instance, the notorious minecart stages. Each and every button press is a gamble. If you jump too early, you're going to fall to your death or crash into an obstacle. With enough practice though, the timing of these jumps becomes second nature, and the player can flow through them with the ease of a warm summer breeze in a freezer. Metaphors are really not my thing. The point I'm trying to make though is that mastery of the craft is a reward in itself. These levels are designed in a way that a skilled player could zip right through them, and that's what a well-designed, challenging game should be all about. Now, on top of the challenging design, each level is also very distinct from one another. The series uses lots and lots of themes to keep the levels new and interesting, but even the levels that reuse themes find new ways to present old mechanics and keep things unique. For example, the jungle aesthetic is used several times in the first game, but you won't ever get them confused. The first level in the game uses Rambi the Rhino, an animal buddy and series staple, while the next level takes place during a thunderstorm and you swing atop the trees to reach the goal. In another jungle level, you'll spend the duration shooting yourself out of barrel cannons, timing your shots to avoid a certain demise. And lastly, a level that takes place in the evening, the warm reds washing over the landscape, complete with orangutans throwing barrels at you and Espresso the ostrich taking you for a flight. It's a completely different take on a similar environment. This kind of design is consistent throughout all of Rareware's Donkey Kong games, and even more so with Retro Studios' DK duology. Partially excluding 3, but I won't go there today. Its ability to make each level feel unique and dynamic is what sets it apart from other games in the genre. I'm telling ya, you won't find this kind of design in games like New Super Mario Bros., where every Green Hill level looks and sounds exactly the same. Now then, without a doubt, my favorite part of the Donkey Kong Country games is the music. Levels in these games that may not have been very memorable on their own merits of design become enriched and ingrained in your mind thanks to the abundance of imaginative, ambient tracks that accompany them. Let me point my finger to one of the best examples of this, Coral Capers. It's a pretty standard underwater level in the first Donkey Kong Country, and if I'm being frank, none of the water levels were exactly the most interesting or creative. Passable physics, not overly detailed environments, but the one thing that everyone knows about these levels, and Coral Capers specifically, is aquatic ambience. This track invokes a sense of mystery and intrigue, like you're in the unexplored depths of the sea, unsure of what trials and creatures await you. It's such a relaxing song that really fits the style of gameplay, slow and methodical. You want to take your time and be wary of the underwater physics, because if you try to skim through them all reckless and bombastic, you'll shortly find yourself careening into some undersea threat. There's a reason that aquatic ambience is held in such high regard, and it's because of the perfect implementation of the track. Throughout the Country series, music is constantly incorporated in a similar fashion. It's about ambience and immersion, just making these worlds envelop you in the rich environments that the game has to offer. David Wise is the main composer you'll hear being thrown around when referring to this series, and his work is absolutely undeniably stellar. DKC3 is a slightly different case, because the music takes a bit of a different approach, but Evelyn Fisher still manages to bring a strong soundtrack to the table for the Kong's third outing. 3 took more of a cartoony approach to the soundtrack, but still had plenty of ambient tracks that give off a similar feel to the other entries. That's what really takes the cake for Country. Ambience. Not just in terms of music, but sound in general. Take this cave level for instance. There really isn't much in the way of music, just background ambience. What really brings the level into its own is the sound design. The pitter-patter of trembling feet slapping the ground as you traverse the platforms, or the chomps of Claptrap running amok. The focus on enemy placement is key here, and the music is intertwined to emphasize this, however intentional it actually was. Now, of course, there's a bit more nuance to the sound and music in these games that I'm describing, and perhaps some much better examples as well. Bramble Blast from DKC2 comes to mind, but if I went over every example in the game, we'd be here all day. Let's go over the final key element to the Donkey Kong Country games, the overflowing canister of personality. I'm specifically going to be referring to the original trilogy for this segment, because while the Retro Studios duology has personality, it definitely has its own style and flair, which obviously makes sense, different developers from different parts of the globe, and all that fun stuff. That and Rareware is the reason people fell in love with the characters and worlds of Donkey Kong in the first place. Gosh, where do I even begin? Well, let me just start off by saying that the worlds and music ooze personality of their own. Look at DKC2 for some of the best examples. Take the level Hornet Hole, where Diddy and Dixie Kong need to travel through a giant beehive with zingers and zinger larvae, lurking around every corner, and honey that sticks you to the walls and ground. Or the carnival-themed levels of Kremland, where you ride deadly roller coasters with some crazy carnival-sounding tunes to accompany you. The levels being front-loaded with personality are a given, so let's dive a little deeper and check out some of the characters. Many staple characters of the Kong lineup got their start in the Country series. Cranky is always hilariously bitter, reminiscing of the arcade days and how these newfangled console games just aren't any good. He'll take jabs at you, the player, or you, the Kong, and occasionally give you hints that help enhance your gameplay. Donkey Kong has always been a means of traversing the map in the original trilogy, and was the epitome of 90s surfer culture. He's a bodacious dude who can get you where you need to be, shaw. It's just hilarious. These games are loaded with side characters with their own unique personalities, and while these characters are certainly memorable in their own regard, nothing quite compares to the main baddies of the bunch. The Kremlings are the unsung heroes of Donkey Kong Country. Honestly, these guys are peak personality and do a lot for the world building of Donkey Kong. Hell, the second game takes place entirely in Kremling territory, picking up on the Gangplank Galleon, which served as the location of the final boss from the first game, and sees you travel through the Kremlings' homeland. The Kremlings are the Donkey Kong antagonists, and I feel they should be attributed just as much to the success of the series as the Big Ape himself. Let's start from the top. King K. Rool is a frickin' nutcase. The leader of the Kremling crew that has multiple personality disorder. You won't ever know what kind of schemes he'll be up to next. A military general leading his troops to steal the Kong's banana horde? Check. A pirate captain decking his crew out like scurvy dogs in a heist to capture Donkey Kong? Check. A mad scientist who uses crazy gadgets to capture and torture DK1 and DK2? That's there too. This kind of theming extends even into the last Rareware-made Donkey Kong game, DK64, where he takes up the persona of a boxer. The open-endedness to this guy is absurd and hilarious and has gone sorely underutilized in the Retro Studios games. Don't get it twisted though, his Kremling crew is just as iconic. They deck themselves out in gear to be in line with their leader, and have a real fascination with alliteration. Claptrap, Critter, Clump, Crusha, Cackle, Clobber, Cruncha, Clomp, Crook, and the list goes on and on. It's this sort of attention to detail in naming that really ties the whole group together, solidifying them as a crew. Or crew, rather. The non-Kremling enemies also get some clever names as well, and just re-emphasize the British wit that the games are drenched in. Alright, now then, we have a framework, some of the most iconic and important pieces to the Donkey Kong puzzle. With all of the pieces laid out like this, it's a wonder how they could ever trip up on the series. The ingredients for some of the best platformers were sitting in the palm of Nintendo's merciful hand, but as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. On September 24th, 2002, Rareware was purchased by Microsoft, and Donkey Kong just hasn't quite been the same since then. Nintendo experimented a lot with the franchise, from bongo peripherals for rhythm games, a mini-series on handheld that involved a lot of climbing, to a racing game on the Wii that hardcore pushed for motion controls. Yeah, it was a weird time for the Kong, but weirdest of all is how Nintendo treated the assets that Rare created for the series. They seemed almost ashamed of what Rareware had done for them, and appeared to do all that was within their power to etch Rare's legacy out of DK history. The Kremlings, King K. Rool, many of the beloved side Kongs, gone, like a Thanos snap. That is, until that fateful day in 2010.
Retro Studios in Texas has produced some great Metroid titles. But when they said they were ready for something new, we asked them to take one of the most treasured franchises in video game history and to make it magic again. If you listen, you can hear it coming.
Man, that clip still gives me chills. Retro Studios took up the mantle that Rareware left behind them, and made two of the honest-to-God best platformers ever. These guys are more than capable of handling the future of DK, although I'm not certain just how long they will make DK games. At the very least, I'm convinced that they have something in the works for the near future. I touched on this a little bit in my Retro Studios video, but Retro is now going to be working on Metroid Prime 4, and it's been 5 years since their last game, Tropical Freeze, released. I'm convinced something is coming from them very soon, and Nintendo has been dropping some not-so-subtle hints that Donkey Kong is about to be making his full-blown Switch debut. First and foremost, 2019 marks two specific anniversaries for the series: Donkey Kong Country's 25th anniversary and DK64's 20th. Game anniversaries with Nintendo aren't always celebrated, but when they are, generally there's nothing super exciting to take away from it, so I don't necessarily count this as possible evidence. If a game were to come out this year, I'd consider it more of a happy little coincidence than anything. That said, there are a couple of pieces of actual evidence that I have to go by. In March of 2018, Nintendo of Italy's Instagram shared a photo of DK with a caption that loosely translates to, "There's no 2 without 3. Do I really need to spell it out? If this isn't a hint for a third game, I don't know what is." Another piece of evidence comes to us from around the time Tropical Freeze released in an interview with President and CEO of Retro Studios, Michael Kelbaugh. In one quote, he states, "With every game we make, we get better." In that sense, yes, the experience we gained working on the Metroid Prime franchise was invaluable. Specifically answering your question about 3D to 2D, what you may not realize is that we constructed the levels in Donkey Kong Country Returns and Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze in very much the same manner as we did the levels in Metroid Prime. However, levels in Returns and Tropical Freeze are much larger and more detailed. And I'll share this with you. We used the Metroid Prime engine and tools to develop Returns, so technically, the lessons we learned on Metroid Prime were directly applied. Following this, the producer of Tropical Freeze, Kensuke Tanabe, mused the future potential for Donkey Kong to return to the 3D adventure roots that Rare made possible on the Nintendo 64. Maybe the Donkey Kong series over time will feature both 2D and 3D, like as in the Super Mario series. The style of the next Donkey Kong Country title would also depend on the game design. To top all of this off, Reggie name-dropped DK last year when referring to taking old series in new directions, as opposed to doing small sequential iterations. What all of this says to me is that Retro Studios still had some ideas for the Kong following Tropical Freeze, and I have no doubt that they probably put those ideas to good use. I really hope I don't have to eat my own words, but I'm fairly convinced that a new Donkey Kong game will be launching either sometime later this year or early next year. Question is, what kind of DK can we expect? Tanabe's quote in particular really has me wondering. 5 years is a long time to develop a game, especially the likes of a 2D game. Retro's Donkey Kong games are bursting with creativity and stuffed to the brim with detail, so maybe they've taken this time to really flesh out the world for a third country entry. Or perhaps they've decided to take DK in a new direction, bringing the Kong back to the 3D adventure space. Or, an even crazier theory, perhaps the third country game will be a sort of 2D 3D hybrid-like game. I don't know, I could see it happening. But anyway, I have some ideas of my own that I think would go a long way in bringing old DK back to relevance. Like, mainstream Nintendo relevance. There's a reason I haven't touched on DK64's ideas and design yet, and well, that's because I think the game kind of sucks. It's a slog to play through, but I do think there's a lot of good ideas tucked away in there. I think having an open world design closer to the likes of Banjo-Kazooie and Mario Odyssey would do wonders for a new DK game. But this ain't DK64. That game locked off big chunks of itself if you weren't playing as the right Kong, which led to a buttload of backtracking. I love the idea of playing as multiple Kong characters, but they should be more well integrated into the open world design. Allow us to switch between them at will rather than constantly backtracking to a swap barrel to get who we need. The collectibles were a big part of why backtracking was necessary, and while DK games do tend to have a lot of collectibles for you to discover, they went way overboard in 64, and worst of all, a lot of it was necessary to complete the game. I love having collectibles in my open world 3D platformers, but how about streamlining the collecting process to make it more enjoyable? Make it so every Kong can collect every collectible, but maybe make it so only certain Kongs can reach certain collectibles? Like there could be an item on a high ledge or something, and maybe Donkey Kong and the crew can't reach it by jumping, but Dixie Kong could reach it by getting to another high platform and twirling through the air to reach said ledge. Changes like this would make for a truly fun and engaging world. These guys are monkeys! What do monkeys do? Swing from vines and climb on trees. They did some of that in 64, but the game definitely played more like an early 3D platformer, which it was. It didn't emphasize the agility of monkeys. Retro has perfected movement in a 2D space with our Kong pals, and I've no doubt they could do the same for them in 3D. Make climbing a more integrated feature when it comes to the exploration, swinging from vines and jumping around on treetops. Just things apes do, you know? Take a bit of the weight and momentum that the 2D games have going for them, and we could be in for a real treat. This could apply to a new 2D or 3D game. The characters are a big part of what make up the DK universe. Bring back the animal buddies, not just Rambi. Unguard would have been awesome in Tropical Freeze's underwater levels, given how flowy and perfected the physics were. Bring back the Kremlings! These are the main DK antagonists. People have been dying for their return for ages. I can recall upon Tropical Freeze's release just how many people were disappointed that K. Rool wasn't back in action. Heck, K. Rool was one of, if not the most requested characters in Super Smash Bros. For years, and he finally made his debut. Let's be real, if he's in Smash, they're probably planning some sort of return for the Green Goon. And let's not forget the Forbidden Three, Chunky, Tiny, and Lanky. These three have been MIA for far too long. We need the whole DK crew. If you took all the fundamentals that I talked about that made the 2D games good and applied them to a 3D adventure space, I've no doubt that it would honestly be one of the best 3D platformers to ever exist. Of course, it couldn't be one-to-one. There's a lot of complexities that a 2D game is capable of that just aren't doable in 3D, but just the general design philosophies could transfer fairly well. Maybe they could try implementing some tight, fast-paced platforming sections like in Tropical Freeze, where you're on the run from some sort of looming threat, all while precisely timing jumps and escaping falling platforms. Of course, the style of gameplay comes with a few caveats. The physics need to be in order for the style of gameplay to work. The Kongs need to feel good to control, as in less tanky and stiff than they do in 64, and more graceful and momentum-based like in Returns and Tropical Freeze. I don't believe that this would be an extreme undertaking either, as we already established that Retro used a lot of design philosophies learned from Metroid Prime, a 3D game, for DK. So now just do the reverse. Use the core elements from the 2D DK games for a 3D one. All of this is equal to another huge important part of creating a captivating immersive 3D world. The music. Get David Wise involved and get this man to make some ear love. The gorgeous ambient tracks would go a long way to let you sink into these colorful creative worlds that Retro Studios would presumably make. Gosh man, I can just see, or in this case hear it now. This is something that I and many other fans need. Alright, okay, this video has probably gone on for long enough. We've gone over a lot today. Truth of it all is, I'm not the only one who feels this way about Donkey Kong. There is still a huge untapped market for those who are longtime fans of the Kong, as well as those that just recognize the name and will still buy the game because of that alone. He's still a big household name. To say that Donkey Kong is being neglected these days would be a huge overstatement, because in the last 10 years since Returns, we've seen a resurgence of the IP. We've seen the DK crew traverse frozen tundras and cross over into wacky worlds the likes of which you wouldn't normally expect. We've seen the return of our glorious Green King, and along with him a plethora of new Donkey Kong remixes, and other references stuffed into Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Smash Bros. Ultimate! The single biggest game to be represented in, and the love is still being spread and felt to this day. It's great to see Nintendo finally realizing what they have in the palm of their hands, man. DK is the 5th best-selling Nintendo franchise. Well, like, what? How did they ever screw up so bad? It's true that there was an off decade or so for the ape, but things are really starting to look up, and hopefully the future of the series will be upon us very soon. Nintendo hates Donkey Kong! These are the facts, I'm just here presenting them, don't shoot the messenger. Once upon a time, there was a golden era in Nintendo's history where this monkey fuck was the company's lead mascot. The good old rip-roaring mid to late 90s. It would have been nice to have been around for that, but I was a baby dongus. Can you believe this guy had his own Lunchables? You don't just get your own Lunchables, you gotta be a pretty cool hip-hop happening dude for that, I'm just saying. So it's Donkey Kong month, and I don't know if you noticed, this might come as a bit of a surprise to a lot of you, but I want to fuck. And I also like Donkey Kong. And as a horned-up ape of a man, I am required by law to bring the dong to you in the heat of what is known as Donkey Kong Month. So what the fuck happened since the 90s? The lead developer of Dongus was swallowed up by some asshole guys, and after that, Nintendo forgot how to make monkey games. This is what they looked like in the 2000s. Enter 2010! Nintendo decided to put the acid down and make Country Returns, and what a time to be a DK fan it was. And then, 2014 happened. It was another really good game. But then, there wasn't an and then. And 6 years later, me and the 5 other DK fans left in the world look like this. It has been nothing but doom and gloom and a smidge of sonic boom. That doesn't really make sense, but it kind of fit the flow of the sentence. But I do not believe Nintendo is going to ignore Monkey games forever, and here are some reasons why. There is a Nintendo park. Donkey Kong will be having a park too. Yeah, no, that theme park thing is really the best I got. Why would Nintendo invest mega millions into a Donkey Kong themed park if the glory days of that series have been gone since the 90s? Nintendo has released 2 games in the series in the past decade, neither of which have exactly broken any sales records or anything. I mean, there weren't any Tropical Dong Lunchables, I can tell you that. That's the mark of a real king right there. I just can't help but think that there's something a bit more in store for Monkey. Let's break it down a quick sec. Nintendo's 2D style games in the past decade have not exactly been system sellers. When you compare the sales of the 2D games to the 3D ones, there's a clearly defined favorite, and I really believe, with all of my deluded, mentally drained mind, Nintendo is working on a new 3D entry for Monkey. The last 2 games were developed by Retro Studios, and now their hands are full with another Metroid game. So a new 2D entry is very unlikely until next decade. I could see a new 3D entry being developed internally with a dedicated Donkey Kong team who can develop DK games for the foreseeable future, and just let me have this, please. There has been a single attempt to bring DK into the 3D space, so let's see what a new Monkey game could learn from Donkey Kong 64. Don't be Donkey Kong 64. There is nothing of value here. You ever play Beaver Bother? I did. I wanted to kill myself. This is padding the game. Well, at least we got Lunchables. Alright, the Kong switching mechanic was cool. I think having multiple Kongs playable is a fun mechanic throughout all of DK's games, so that can stay. And King K. Rool too. I just want a new Donkey Kong game, man. I don't even care what it is at this point. 6 years is long enough! I guess we're looking at least 7 years, though. Nintendo decided they don't need games in 2020 because they have Animal Crossing, the game where you pick weeds for fun. Next year is DK's 40th anniversary. That is my glimmer of hope. This video is pointless. You know what today is?
Valentine's Day!
No! Forget about that! I had really hoped that by this point in time, things would be different. Alas, this is where we are. Today marks the 7-year anniversary of Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, the last Donkey Kong game ever made. I believe this is now officially the biggest gap between games that we've seen so far for the Big 8. Every year I say, this is the year, and end up sorely let down like a sad little monkus. The Big 8 turns 40 this year, and for being one of the most beloved and cherished video game franchises in history, Nintendo sure has done a great job of not treating it the greatest for about the last 25 or so years of its existence. This is a series that saved Nintendo and revitalized the general public's interest and perception of video games in general. A series that is, after all these years, still in the top 5 performing Nintendo series sales-wise, and really is just one of the most recognizable video game icons of all time. That's no small feat, so it's pretty crazy to think that we're going on 7 years strong without a trace of DK. I'd say that's a little bit of a head scratcher. How could such a historically important video game series go so painfully underutilized like this? Well, I believe the years of patiently waiting are about to pay off. Not sure how much of a tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorist I'm going to appear to be in this video, but I do think there is some substantial evidence that Nintendo is looking to revitalize the DK brand, and I'd like to build up my case. I'm gonna break this video up a bit and talk about what we could be seeing for DK in the near future, as well as my own wishes for the big guy's 40th anniversary. Nintendo has straight up been neglectful toward the DK series since the Microsoft buyout of Rareware. I don't think anyone would deny that. But I also don't think it's because Nintendo has some sort of stigma towards Rareware's DK universe or anything like that. I think it mostly boils down to a lack of vision and proper direction for the series. The 2000s was littered with less than well-received Bongo peripheral spin-off titles. And hey, credit where credit is due, Nintendo saw how this was damaging the brand image for DK and put a stop to all that, finally landing the series in the lap of its current residents of Retro Studios. Retro has done a fantastic job with their own Donkey Kong Country games. They are easily two of the best platformers of all time. As great as it would be for them to spearhead a third entry in their line of country games, that probably won't be happening anytime soon, considering they are currently occupied with Metroid Prime 4. So that begs the question, who is left to work on Donkey Kong? Well, that's a question that is much easier asked than answered. I will say that based on some sources that I personally have, I am very confident that DK will be getting a new game soon, and since the start of the year, more insiders have been coming out of the woodwork to reassure us about this. When it comes down to the who is making it and the what it is, the details are a little less consistent. The big studio name being tossed around right now is EPD Tokyo, Nintendo's own internal studio responsible for many of the 3D Mario titles, including but not limited to Odyssey, 3D World, and Galaxy. If this is true, this wouldn't be their first go with the DK series. They also developed the often overlooked and underrated gem, Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, which was a great game aside from trying to erase every non-Donkey Kong character from the series canon. Yeah, that's a thing that they did. I'd love to do a video talking about this game someday. Maybe soon? I don't know. But the studio obviously has a lot of talent. They've created some of my favorite Mario games, and if they really are spearheading a new 3D Donkey Kong game, I think they have the expertise to really make it shine and reintroduce DK to a whole new generation of gamers. I'll get more into my own hopes and wants for the next DK game later on in the video, but as of right now, we don't have a whole lot of solid info regarding what type of game it's going to be. There were job listings at the end of 2019 for a new 2D action platformer at the Tokyo studio, which may or may not be for DK, but it does line up with what we've been hearing. They also had job listings for a new 3D platform. So maybe they've split this studio into two separate teams, one for this 2D game and one for this 3D game, and there's a solid chance that one of those two could be Donkey Kong. But who knows, maybe this Tokyo branch isn't the studio developing this rumored DK title. It's kind of in the air. But what is less pie in the sky is the fact that Nintendo is definitely interested in bringing DK back in a big way. I couldn't tell you exactly when talks began to try and rejuvenate the brand, but I think one of the earliest wake-up calls can be traced back to 2015, during which time Nintendo launched the Super Smash Bros. Fighter Ballot. If you haven't seen the signs since then, well, then you haven't been paying attention.
If you listen, you can hear it coming.
If there's one thing that I've learned about DK fans, it's that we absolutely love Rareware's Donkey Kong Country games, and more importantly, the characters they created. The biggest common complaint about modern DK is the lack of the Kremlings, DK's old adversaries that really added a lot of charm to those games. Just hear me out, all of this ties back into the Fighter Ballot. The leader of the Kremling Armada, King K. Rool, always had this hilarious, goofy charm to him, and it was always fun to see what kind of persona he would adopt for the next game. A king? A pirate? A scientist? A pirate scientist king in space! K. Rool and the Kremlings remain DK's rivals even after the Microsoft buyout of Rareware, so it always confuses me when people to this day still assume that the Kremlings are owned by Microsoft, but I digress. The private Japanese company Payon was brought in to take on DK duties following Rareware, and in the brief time that they worked on DK titles, they continued utilizing Rareware's characters. These characters were still integral to the DK brand until one day Nintendo just decided that they weren't. June 19th, 2008 was the last we would see of K. Rool and the Kremlings in the Mario spin-off title, Mario Super Sluggers. After this, we would see Returns reboot the Country franchise, and in doing this, the Kremlings were left in the dust for the mostly forgettable Tiki Tak Tribe, and more recently, the Snowmads. They were fine, but many DK fans like myself felt that leaving the Kremlings in the dust was an injustice that needed to be corrected. These new guys just didn't have the strong characterization and charm that the Kremlings did, which made their absence all the more noticeable. So that brings me back around to the Smash Bros. Fighter Ballot. DK fans far and wide seized the opportunity to make it known to Nintendo that we didn't just want K. Rool to join the Smash roster, but we wanted him back in Donkey Kong. The game's not in Donkey Kong. Anyway, results weren't immediate. We were given a Mii costume consolation prize, but a few years later, we were graced with the best Smash Bros. Character reveal of all time, King K. Rool. This is objective fact, don't try to argue it. This clocks in at just over 10 years of absence for the Green Goon, but because of the fans, he is now cemented in the Video Game Hall of Fame that is Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. It's because of this raw passion that I think Nintendo has had a bit of a reality check. I have no idea why they decided to ditch the Kremlings Kremlings for all these years, I get the feeling that whatever bigwig was calling the shots at the time had some sort of misconception that people just didn't care about them, or they are strictly curating what characters get to represent the brand, I don't know. But we made it abundantly clear. We really care about these guys, and Nintendo would be insane to continue ignoring them. I realize this whole Kremling portion of the video has been a little bit long-winded, but I really wanted to illustrate the power and influence that I believe this raw passion has had on Nintendo's treatment of DK. In the years since the ballot, even though DK has continued to appear in Mario spin-off titles, when it comes to merchandising, DK has been removed entirely from the Mario lineup. Now when you find DK-related merch, it's all specifically DK branded. This may not seem like a big deal to some, but you gotta understand, this is after years of DK being treated as a Mario side character rather than the star of his own series. If Nintendo weren't planning something bigger, why would they even bother to make the distinction? Wouldn't it be more lucrative to just keep DK under the Mario branded merch? If you think this is reaching, I wouldn't blame you. But even if we were to put merchandising aside, there's no denying the planned Donkey Kong expansion to the Universal theme parks. If you ask me, this is probably the biggest piece of supporting evidence to bringing DK back in a big way. A several $100 million park expansion is nothing to sneeze at, and for them to center it around DK, well, it speaks for itself. That's a big deal. Recently, the Nintendo World app was data mined, and lots of DK assets were found within, so it's only a matter of time before the park expansion goes into production. Hopefully. Alright, so if none of what I've said has convinced you so far, well, nothing else here probably will. But let's take a look at Nintendo's software lineup. After all, games are Nintendo's bread and butter, no matter how much they no longer want it to be. Topic for another day. In early 2018, we started to catch a glimpse of Nintendo ramping things up. Tropical Freeze released in May, followed by the Donkey Kong's Adventure expansion to Mario plus Rabbids in June. 2 months later, we would get the grand reveal of K. Rool and Smash Bros, which I can't hammer in enough how big of a deal this is and was for the fanbase. 2019 was a bit of a slow year for DK, but September saw the release of Mario Kart Tour, which brought Diddy Kong back as a playable character. At first glance, this is no big deal, but he was absent from Mario Kart for about 11 years, so this was kinda cool. In May 2020, it was announced that Dixie and Funky would become playable characters in Tour as well. This became Dixie's Mario Kart debut. July brought the announcement of Donkey Kong Country hitting the NSO service, September brought DKC2, and finally December with DKC3. Looking back at everything like this, there really has been a decent trickle of DK content on Switch and in general. Sure, it's all pretty minor in the scheme of things, but it's getting DK back into everyone's minds again, and that's all a part of the plan. All these little things are just the building blocks for something greater. What comes next is, in the air. The prospect of a new Donkey Kong game coming from the Odyssey development team is an exciting one, and yet I have some reservations about that too. I know, I just spent the whole video hyping up the idea, but hear me out. This team has the potential to make one of the very best Donkey Kong games we have ever seen, and really set this series on a new path. But, as we've seen over the years, Donkey Kong has not been able to find a stable home. Nintendo has certain teams dedicated to only making games for specific franchises, HAL Labs for Kirby, Aonuma's team for Zelda, and of course, the Tokyo team for the 3D Mario games. So that makes me wonder, are we really going to continue to receive new DK games at steady intervals? Or will DK just continue to float, maybe getting a new game every 7 years or so from a new studio? I'd like to think this won't be the case. I can't imagine all of this build-up will be for nothing. I will say that I have sources who claim that Nintendo has big plans for DK, and you'll just have to take my word on that one. I don't know if they want me to mention them here. I may have already said too much. So yeah, sources, trust me, bro. Well, regardless of what comes of the next few years, I'm feeling very confident that this truly is the year that a new DK game graces our Nintendo Switch consoles, and I am fully prepared to eat so much shit if I am wrong. Anyway, I'll briefly go over some of my own hopes and dreams for DK's 40th. I don't really have much, but I don't think that what I want is too far-fetched either. I'll get the most unlikely hope out of the way first. This is the 40th anniversary of one of the most influential arcade games of all time. What better way would there be to celebrate than for Nintendo to team up with the 1UP Arcade guys and release a Donkey Kong arcade cabinet? It could include all 3 of the original Donkey Kong arcade games and just... I want this in my life. The reason I say it's unlikely though is because, well, This is Nintendo we're talking about. They're super weird about the use of their properties by other companies and would likely just prefer to do something themselves rather than have these guys do it. But at the same time, you know, they teamed up with all sorts of companies for Mario merch, you know, for his 35th, so anything is possible. My next hope is for Nintendo to release some sort of NSO game similar to the likes of Mario 35, being DK40. This is peak creative thinking here, ladies and gentlemen. 40 players compete head-to-head to stay alive in the OG Donkey Kong arcade game. Yeah, that's it. Doesn't get much more simple than that. My final hope is pretty straightforward. If nothing else on my list becomes a reality, then this is all I truly want. I just spent the entire video talking about it. I just want a new Donkey Kong game. Specifically, I think a new 3D title would be the way to go to maximize the potential audience for a new DK game, but I'd be totally down for another 2D platformer too. Just bring back the Kremlings, and the choice is yours, Nintendo. Well, regardless of what happens, I'm always going to be waiting and speculating about the next DK thing. I love this series to bits, and as exciting as the prospect of a new Donkey Kong game coming out this year is, it's important to keep our expectations in check. We could very well get a new one, but we could also realistically get absolutely nothing at all. Zelda has an anniversary this year too, and you know damn well that it will be taking center stage with all kinds of merch and ports and lots of ports, and that's fine. At the end of the day, I don't need any kind of big, stupid celebration of DK. Some kind of acknowledgement of his 40th would be cool to see, even if it's just a game and there is absolutely no mention that it's the 40th anniversary of one of the most prolific video game icons of all time, but I digress! As always, time will tell. And don't you worry, if a new game does get announced, I will cover the heck out of it on this channel. Just you wait. I'll catch you guys next time. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first installment of Kong Watch here on Game Show Planet. Sure wish I had some neat little graphic to insert here, but I am no graphical engineer, so hey, ta-da! I'll be honest, I was kind of racking my brain trying to think of all kinds of different Donkey Kong things I could do on this channel, and when I realized I can just talk about new Donkey Kong related news and such, it was like I had a full-on out-of-body experience. And so, I thought this might be kind of fun to talk about. Let's do it. First, I'm gonna crack into this this Coke with coffee vanilla. Try to get my energy levels up a little bit. That's awful. So as I'm sure you are all plenty aware, the Super Nintendo World Universal Park is going to be opening soon in Japan. I think it actually opens sometime later this week. It might already be open by now. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't been paying too close attention to the opening dates, but certain guests were granted early access to the park, and many were quick to point out this Donkey Kong shaped doorway within the park. This is unmistakably Donkey Kong. I don't know what else it could be. I mean, it just oozes Donkey Kong, and it's blocked off, of course, right now by big wooden doors. Can't get through there. Might have to enlist the help of Chunky Kong. Bust through there. There's some shrubbery just above the doorway, and if you look even further, there's some jungly looking trees up there. I don't know if that's intended to be Donkey Kong or if that's just part of the overall Super Mario World kind of aesthetic going on there. I don't know, but I could totally see it, you know, representing the jungle beyond this doorway, so it's totally possible. This just lends further evidence to the fact that this Donkey Kong park probably exists, and it's probably going to happen. I actually didn't know this until recently, but the park itself actually hasn't been officially confirmed by Universal or Nintendo yet. So that makes this one of the worst kept secrets ever. You know, there were some leaked assets, of course, from the Super Nintendo World app that showed Donkey Kong icons, the concept models for the Donkey Kong parks that leaked, you know, like what, a couple of years ago, probably. Reports are circulating that this park is actually currently now in development. It's under construction. So I'm recording this after my initial recording session because there was Some more details that have kind of surfaced on the internet regarding this Donkey Kong Park. Yama on Twitter, I will leave their @ in the description below. I'll actually leave links to everything that, you know, all my sources in the description below, but they shared aerial screenshots of the Nintendo World Park, and you can totally see, you can see it all. They very clearly have land set aside for something. I wonder what that could be. You can kind of see like the entryway appears to more than likely connect over to what's going on over there. You can see the pyramids from the overhead view that you can kind of see in this screenshot here. So again, this just adds more fuel to the fire. This Donkey Kong expansion is more than likely happening, but I'm just impressed with the scale of it all more than anything. It's man, this thing is huge. It's gonna like double the size of the park. Now, if I had to guess, probably a significant portion of this side of the park is going to be dedicated to whatever Donkey Kong minecart ride there's gonna be. Like that seems to be like that seems to probably be what's gonna go in over here. So like overall, it's probably gonna feel a little smaller than the Mario side of the park, but like in terms of the land that it takes up, it's yeah, it's gonna suck up quite a bit of land. You know, if we look at the one concept model, the shape of the park is very similar. They bear a very similar resemblance there. You can kind of see like the shrubbery and stuff up along the side in the concept model, and you can also see that in the in this aerial view as well. So yeah, the park isn't officially confirmed, but it's definitely happening. It's happening. What you know, not that this is news or anything, but you know. Okay, back to you, past Al. Thanks, future Al. It's still future Al. Now it's past Al. No, it's not. Okay, so like I said, they obviously are not doing a great job of keeping this under wraps. But hey, that's fine for me. That's fine for you know, all of us DK fans. We want to know more. Based on the early concept models, we can kind of see that it looks like they are focusing on the Retro Studios Donkey Kong sort of aesthetic, which I'm not entirely opposed to. I just hope that they can drop some nods to old Rareware Donkey Kong Country in there as well. I just really want the Kremlings in there somehow, to be honest. That's what I'm really looking for. If you look at the one image and zoom in real close, you can see what appears to be Ellie the elephant from Donkey Kong Country 3, which is one of the, like, that's a neat little nod, assuming that's what it's supposed to be. I don't know if that's going to appear in the final park or not. That would be cool if it did. I want more stuff like that in there. I do find it kind of weird, though, that they decided to pull from Donkey Kong Country 3 of all the games, because it's kind of, it's in a way sort of the black sheep of the Donkey Kong Country games. It's not a bad game by any means, but it kind of came out at a point in time where the Super Nintendo was kind of at the dead end of its relevancy at that point. The N64 was coming out, so, you know, Donkey Kong Country 3 kind of gets the shaft when people, you know, tend to reminisce about it, or about those games, you know, which is unfairly so, I might add. It's a very good game, but I'm just glad to see that they referenced that here. Hopefully there's more stuff like that within the park. I was reading that apparently with your, like, the wristwatch things that you get, you're gonna be able to collect keys, which will grant you access to, like, virtual boss fights of some sort within the parks. I don't know how that's gonna work, but I would love for them to implement King K. Rool in some shape or form. That would be just fantastic. I want King K. Rool merchandise. I just want a bunch of King K. Rool merchandise. I would love to have a King K. Rool plushie and figure sitting over here on my desk. He's probably my favorite video game character. I just want him in this so bad. Have I made that clear yet? So yeah, you know, the entryway. It's an entryway. It's exciting to see, though, because it definitely seems like Nintendo and Universal are moving forward with this DK expansion, which is just freaking fantastic. Honestly, like, I want to go so bad. I want to go to both of these parks so bad. And you know, I've said it before, but this expansion, I mean, it's not going to be cheap. It's probably going to be a several $100 million park expansion, and that's a lot of money for Nintendo to invest into a property that they no longer really push that heavily. So to me, that lends some credence to the fact that they are probably looking to bring it back in a big way. And honestly, Donkey Kong deserves it. Donkey Kong is such a big part of Nintendo's history in the video game space. It just blows my mind that they don't treat it better than they do. Just hold out a little bit longer, my Kong brethren. I've got a pretty good feeling about later this year. Hopefully around E3 time, we'll start to pick up on some stuff, but I'll leave it at that for now. So, what do you think about this doorway? Let me know what you think about the Donkey Kong Land Park at Universal Studios in the comments below. I know I'm excited. I can't wait to ride a minecart ride in real time. My gosh, that'll be so much fun. I've got a more heavily scripted video coming your way this weekend, probably. So I look forward to seeing you all then. In the meantime, this is Uncle Al from Game Show Planet. Ladies and gentlemen, if you weren't aware, that is Monkey for welcome back to Kong Watch. That's right, Kong Watch here on the 6th day of April, which is a significant month for Donkey Kong, in that it is Donkey Kong month. Yes! Always nice to have some Donkey Kong related things to talk about in Donkey Kong month, of course. I won't beat around the bush too much. I'm sitting here with my coffee this morning. Actual coffee today, not that Coke coffee crap from the last time. Don't drink that stuff, it's not very good. So, today we now have official confirmation that E3 is happening. Okay, I mean, it was technically confirmed a couple of months ago, I think, but things were looking kinda iffy for E3's chances of success this year. It is going to be an all-digital showcase, because of course the world is not in a good place right now. And I think it was reported that companies would have to pay in like 6 figures to be able to participate in this digital event. And it's like, why? Why would any company do that? We live in the digital age. Anybody can make their own digital presentation and reveal a bunch of games and not have to pay that kind of lump sum to E3, you know, just to show off their games. But evidently they worked something out, because today it was confirmed that several companies are going to be participating, and Nintendo, surprisingly, is one of those companies. I say surprisingly because, you know, they kind of pioneered the digital showcase format. I remember years ago, the first year that Nintendo decided that they were going to do an all-digital presentation, and they were done with the stage show thing, and everybody was losing their minds, like, oh my god, oh, this is the end of Nintendo. They are losing their minds. Why are they doing this? And it ended up being one of the best things that they have ever done. Nintendo Directs are insanely popular. When a Nintendo Direct comes around, whether you're into Nintendo or not, you're gonna find out about it, because, well, we Nintendo fans are rather ravenous, aren't we? We like to get all hyped up for a Nintendo Direct and make sure everybody on Twitter and social media knows about it, only to be entirely disappointed and bitch about it on the internet anyway. You might be thinking, Al, what does that have to do with Donkey Kong at all? Well, I'm glad you asked, because Donkey Kong games tend to get their reveal at E3 and release in the fall then, in that coveted November slot. This has been the case for most of the Donkey Kong Country games, aside from Tropical Freeze, although that is an interesting exception to the rule, because Tropical Freeze was actually originally slated for November 2013 before it was pushed back to February 2014. So yeah, now I admit this is a bit speculative. I didn't really want to be doing these Kong Watch videos without some real, hard, tangible evidence to discuss. But you know, looking at the pattern of Donkey Kong game reveals at E3 from the past, I just thought it was worth discussing and shedding a little light on. But yeah, at the very least, this is the next set of dates that we should be looking toward for the potential Donkey Kong game reveals. Of course, I don't think I need to mention again that this year is the 40th anniversary of Donkey Kong. DK's actual anniversary date is in July, which is is shortly after E3, that would be like the perfect time to reveal the new Donkey Kong game. However, you know, DK is competing for space this year. Several other big Nintendo anniversaries are also happening. You know, that includes Zelda, Metroid, and Pokemon, and quite a few other names as well in the Nintendo space. But I think those are probably the big hitters that he would be competing with. I'd like to think that DK turning 40 is kind of a big deal, but this is Nintendo we're talking about. The obvious to us is not always obvious to them, so potentially sometime between June 12th and June 15th, we may get our coveted Donkey Kong game reveal. Take it with a grain of salt. I mean, this is very speculative. Like I said, I don't want to be the guy to hype everybody up just to have us let down. However, you know, I have been clued in to the very real possibility that a Donkey Kong game is on the way. I mentioned it in my DK 40th anniversary video, so it does seem like things are happening. This E3 time frame is really the first real tangible time frame that we can be looking at for when we can potentially expect this DK reveal. I don't know, man. I really hope it happens. I have another video planned, hopefully, for this month, for the Big Ape himself. So I hope you look forward to that. It'll be a little more of a Donkey Kong month type video than pure speculation like this one is. So I hope you look forward to that. I hope you tune in. What do you guys think? Do you think this is it? Or do you think I'm just blowing smoke up your ass? I don't know. I don't even know. We'll keep our fingers crossed. We'll look to the future. Here's hoping we get that DK game that Donkey Kong deserves. I'm Uncle Al, and I will see you guys next time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a drill. We have new Donkey Kong information to talk about on today's edition of Kong Watch. Before we get into it, I just want to thank you guys so much. We have passed 5,000 subscribers on this channel. There's actually 5,000 of you here to listen to me ramble about video games. I appreciate it so much. This is what I have been really craving and really wanting to do with YouTube ever since my very humble beginnings. Of course, my voiceover and voice impression videos took off much more quickly and rapidly than any kind of gaming content I ever made. Not that I don't enjoy doing the voiceover stuff, but man, it just feels good to be able to talk about games and have a little audience for it. So thank you guys so much. Anyway, let's get into this Donkey Kong stuff today. So I'm actually a couple of days late getting around to this. The weekend kind of just got away from me, and then that spilled into Monday. So we're talking about this here on a Tuesday morning. Probably gonna be more like Tuesday afternoon before this video comes out. But the Nintendo of Japan website updated their render for Diddy Kong that is displayed on the website. The render in question is based off of his Mario Party DS render. I believe that's the game that it was from. It's of course an older pose that it looks like they've basically just gone in and made him a little more furry. So yeah, a little more furry, little furry Diddy Kong. It's the exact same pose that we've seen before. There's been a lot of buzz on Twitter regarding this particular render. A lot of people seem to think it could be related to a new Donkey Kong game, or, you know, something just Mario related. If you ask me, this is likely just a new render for Diddy Kong, you know, possibly for an upcoming Mario title, but I think it's extremely unlikely that this is related to a new Donkey Kong game. Nintendo has a past of making new renders and things, and then them not really amounting to much. Looking at that Mario on the beach example, where everybody was going nuts and speculating that it could be for Mario Sunshine 2 or Mario Odyssey. I think this is just a case of them just wanting to update the render, especially because they already have a Donkey Kong render on the website that's, you know, kind of fuzzy and furry and Diddy Kong's old render, just, it looks slightly out of place when you put them side by side. So now he's furry, just like Donkey Kong, and now they look a little more like a pair, you know? But hey, you know, it's cool, I guess. It's neat to see them going back and updating a Diddy Kong render. It looks good. I'll say that. It's a good looking render. But I don't really think there's much to say here. There's not too much to get overly excited about. I think they just wanted to modernize that Diddy Kong render a little bit. Now, with that said, leaks continue to be rampant for Donkey Kong. I don't like covering leaks too much because a lot of the time, none of it's legit. Doesn't ever really amount to anything. However, I thought this particular leak seemed interesting because the leaker has gotten some things right in the past. So I figured I'd go ahead and cover it and give my thoughts a little bit. Let's just jump into it. I received a message from Skips on Discord. I will leave his Twitter handle in the description below. Go ahead and give him a follow. That dude is an insane King K. Rool player in Smash Bros. I'm also a King K. Rool main myself. I just wish I could play King K. Rool half as good as Skips can. Easily a top tier K. Rool player there. But anyway, the message that he sent me came from somebody named Masked for Alligator on Discord. They said, "We have a new leaker on our hands. Samus Hunter 2 on Twitter has been extremely correct on basically everything they have said. They have correctly guessed the majority of Nintendo's current lineup, even things such as 2 main presentations, Pokemon in the Direct in February, and details about the exact content in the Monster Hunter Rise trailers. They have made several predictions about the upcoming Nintendo lineup, including a 3D Donkey Kong game made by Nintendo EPD, 2D Metroid, 3 new Kirby games, Fire Emblem 4 Remake, and Zelda's 35th anniversary will apparently be bigger than Mario's. As always, take it with a grain of salt, however, this person has a very good track record of correctness." So I took a closer look at their Twitter profile, and yeah, they do have some things that they have predicted and shared information on that has come to pass. Things like teasing a new Splatoon game, information regarding Monster Hunter Rise, teasing the announcements of Mario Golf and Miitopia, Age of Calamity DLC. That's all fine, that's all good, and the information does check out. Now, I'm not saying not to trust this person, but I am a little bit wary myself. The list of games has already been shared and gone over by insiders who, you know, have claimed their existence in the past, you know, or they have already been confirmed by companies like HAL as far as the Kirby games go. We note that they are working on a new Kirby game that they kind of want to reshape the way that we look at Kirby or something like that. It's public knowledge is what I'm saying. So I'm just exploring the possibilities. I've seen cases like this with a Samus Hunter person in the past, where they will, gather information from other places and more credible people, and then they attempt to pass this information off as legitimate leaks. Now, I'm not trying to discredit this person or shit on them or anything like that. That's not my goal here, but I'm just saying that this kind of thing has been done in the past. They are also claiming that we are getting new Nintendo info this week, so that could either make or break their credibility, but even then, Nintendo news this week would also be a pretty easy thing to predict because we just had an Indie Direct last week, and Nintendo has a history of following those up with news of their own. Even just this morning, shortly before I started recording this, they revealed that there's a Lego Luigi on the way, so this leaker could easily be like, yep, that's the Nintendo news this week, and still make it seem like they're legit. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say that they aren't legit, I'm just saying I've seen this kind of thing before. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on them going forward. I just tend to take the skeptical, pessimistic approach when it comes to leaks, so then I get to be pleasantly surprised if I'm wrong. But back to DK, as far back as January, they were talking about this 3D Donkey Kong being in the works, featuring 3D environments, old returning characters. This was on January 4th, which is the exact time frame that other leakers and insiders were talking about this. There's a very prominent leaker named Zippo who was one of those people talking about Donkey Kong. They dropped that EPD Tokyo is working on a DK game. So again, people were talking about this before this Samus Hunter person. Not to say that Zippo is necessarily a super credible person either. I'm just saying that they're fairly prominent. A lot of people tend to cover this person when it comes to leaks and things. But the information was already out there. All it takes is a little bit of digging to find this stuff and then try to pass it off as your own. I attempted to reach out to Samus Hunter before recording, but unfortunately didn't hear back in time. If they happen to share any new information with me, I'll be sure to follow up. Now, whether or not this person is legit, there has been a lot of smoke surrounding Donkey Kong this year, and all the info that I'm continuing to hear corresponds with each other, so it's likely a matter of time before this DK game has its grand announcement. I'm pretty confident about its existence, so still just gotta hold out for a little bit longer. E3 is just under 2 months away, so that's really the date we need to look towards, ladies and gentlemen. Take all of these leaks with a grain of salt, but hey, like I said, where there's smoke, there's fire, and there's a lot of smoke. What do you guys think about all this? Do you think that Diddy Kong render has any relation to a new Donkey Kong game? Do you think any of these leaks are at all legitimate? Even though I'm a bit skeptical myself, I do think that there is some truth rooted in all of this somewhere. But as with all sorts of leaks and rumors, time will reveal the truth. So we just gotta sit and wait. Hope you enjoyed today's edition of Kong Watch. This isn't just going to become the Kong Watch channel, but it just so happened that I had some new Donkey Kong stuff to talk about this soon after the last Donkey Kong video. I really didn't think I was gonna have 3 of these out already. Hey, the more Donkey Kong stuff that I have to talk about, the merrier. That's perfect for me. I'm always happy to talk a little bit more about Donkey Kong. But hey, until next time, I'm Uncle Al with Game Show Planet, and I'll see y'all next time. Yeah. Ladies, gentlemen, I bring you a platter with hot steaming dong news today for a new edition of Kong Watch. That's right, brand new stuff to talk about. First of all, can I just say that I really picked the best time ever to start working on these Kong Watch videos, because Donkey Kong speculation and news and rumors have just been rampant this year. It has been insane. And, you know, like I've said in the past, where there's smoke, there's fire. It's just more fuel to the fire. There's something coming. We know it's happening. Well, and actually, I will tell you, it is happening. A new DK exists. This is factual. I can't tell you how I know. You'll just have to trust me on that, but it's happening. Today's news, however, I cannot confirm the legitimacy of. Because this actually comes from a leaker by the name of Zippo. I'm usually pretty skeptical when it comes to leaks of any sort. I don't trust leakers as far as I can throw them. But that said, I mean, this guy has gotten stuff correct in the past, and he is a fairly notable leaker. People tend to listen to him and what he has to say. So I thought, at the very least, it would be interesting to go over today's leak. Because if he happens to be legit, we may have our first, like, real super solid, tangible bit of evidence as to what we can expect for this new Donkey Kong game. I will say, though, before we really get into it, just take it with a grain of salt, just like any leak. You don't get too invested in it, but I am going to go over it, dissect it a bit, and kind of give you my thoughts and feelings on the whole shebang. So let's take a dive. In typical Kong Watch fashion, I'll be sitting here drinking my ocean spray, grapefruit juice, I guess that's what this is. It seems like I'm always drinking something whenever I'm doing these Kong Watch videos, so I just figured I would share. No real relation to anything else in this video, just... yeah. So Zippo claims to have a bunch of new information regarding a bunch of Nintendo projects and games coming out this year, and well, let me just say, at face value, it all looks very promising. I'm not gonna lie. Whether or not it's legit, and you know, that remains to be seen. E3 is right around the corner, so we're definitely gonna find out. But yeah, he goes into detail about this new Donkey Kong game that's supposedly coming up too. So let's take a look. I'm just gonna go ahead and read over everything that he has to say regarding Donkey Kong. It's not much, but it does give us some valuable insight. potentially, into what's coming up. So he says, it's the Big Ape's 40th anniversary, and while I'm not sure how Nintendo is celebrating the occasion, there is a new 2D DK game that is being developed by EPD Tokyo. Retro is obviously busy with other things, so Nintendo has taken it upon themselves to bring DK back as an internal series. Don't expect the country moniker to return, as EPD Tokyo are not interested in making a sequel to games they didn't make. Diddy, Cranky, and the Kremlin crew should all be returning in this installment. It sounds like this game is launching before the end of the year. An E3 announcement seems very likely. So, that's a lot to take in. I guess we'll just start from the top. He claims that it is going to be a new 2D game from EPD Tokyo. EPD Tokyo developing this game is something that has been speculated and rumored for a while now. It seems very likely that they are the team behind this Donkey Kong game. A new 2D game would line up with the job listings that showed up a couple of years ago, I think, on their website. They were hiring for a new 2D action game and a new 3D game, so it was kind of a toss-up as to, you know, which one it could be. It technically still is a toss-up. Donkey Kong still could potentially show up in 3D, but Zippo's claiming it's 2D, so yeah. Personally, if you ask me, I don't think a new 2D game would put DK back on the map in a huge way. It's being rumored heavily that Nintendo wants to bring Donkey Kong back and make him as big as he was during the Super Nintendo era, where, you know, he was basically the face of Nintendo at that point. Gotta be real, I'm sure, look, I have faith. I have a lot of faith in this team. I'm sure that if they are making a new 2D Donkey Kong game, it's probably going to be very good. It would probably be a super solid game. I don't have any doubts about that. But whether or not it can stand up among the crowd and, you know, really go above and beyond and, you know, put DK back on the map the way they're talking about, I'm just not so sure. I just don't know about that one. There are already a lot of 2D platformers on the Switch. Like, not just Nintendo, but non-Nintendo 2D platformers as well. It's a fairly common game type, especially for like indie developers, to make 2D games. But again, I mean, Nintendo themselves already have a bunch of 2D games on the Switch. You look at, you know, they got Kirby, they got Yoshi, they got Mario. Donkey Kong is already on the Switch as Tropical Freeze. And that kind of raises another point that I just don't know that it makes a ton of sense to start a new 2D DK series, you know, unless Retro Studios Country series is done for. Just having multiple 2D Donkey Kong games, you know, going side by side, it just doesn't make a ton of sense to me. But I think, especially if they're going for that wow factor, putting the team who is behind, you know, some of the most cherished Mario games of all time, these big 3D Mario games between Odyssey, Galaxy, and, you know, it just go on and it just goes on and on, you know, I can sit here all day naming them. Having that team work on a new 3D Donkey Kong game and really just polishing the heck out of it, making it as good as it can be, I feel like that would do a lot more to put DK on the map than another 2D game. Again, I do want to make it known, like, I'm sure that if they are making a new 2D game, it's going to be fantastic, but I don't know that just doing another 2D game is gonna do enough to make it stand out. But who knows? Who knows what they're doing with it? It's really hard to say at this point. You know, even with the details that we have from this leak, it's still kind of vague. So we don't, who knows? Who knows what it's gonna ultimately turn out to be. But anyway, let's move on a little bit. He mentions the return of the Kremlings, which is, you know, it's basically a given, but it's very exciting. King K. Rool's return in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate was huge. Not only for DK fans, but just Smash fans and, you know, Donkey Kong fans, Nintendo fans, you know? Everybody likes King K. Rool. He's such a fun, goofy character. Like, why wouldn't you want this guy back in Donkey Kong? Why did they take him out in the first place? Doesn't make any sense, but I digress. I would love to see the Kremlings have some sort of theme like they did in the SNES games between the pirates and you know, the kind of army getup and the, you know, the whatever they did for the third one. But, you know, I think it would also probably make a lot of sense to just reintroduce them as is, you know, and have King K. Rool appearing just in his king attire, because it's been so long since he has appeared in a Donkey Kong game. It's been well over 10 years at this point, which is kind of insane. But especially, you know, if they're going to reintroduce him, it makes sense to just, you know, go for the general Kremling aesthetic, which is totally fine. I'm just happy that they're probably coming back. I love the Kremlings. I'm excited to see them again. He specifically only mentions Diddy and Cranky as far as the Kongs go, which has me feeling a little bit iffy. You know, I would love to see the larger Kong cast return in a big way, not just Diddy and Cranky, you know, kind of like they did with Donkey Kong Country Returns. Like, if it's just Donkey, Diddy, Cranky, and the Kremlings, like, I feel like we're kind of retreading, you know, the old, you know, the Returns ground there. You know, keep Dixie around, bring Kiddy Kong into it. Why the heck not? Chunky, lanky, tiny, you know, we want to see these characters. Maybe it's too soon. Maybe it's too soon to get all of them back at once. I would personally love to have them back again. But I guess we'll see. Maybe the Kremlings, maybe the Kremlings is it for now, which, okay, fine. You know, I'll bite the bullet on that. At least we get the Kremlings. I love King K. Rool so much. He also claims that it seems like this game will be launching before the end of the year, and an E3 announcement seems likely, which is kind of what I've been guessing at for a while now. It just seems like the timing is lining up. I have heard rumblings that this game has been in development for a couple of years now, like possibly in upwards of 4 years, which, you know, that's a long time for a game to be in development, especially if it turns out to be another 2D game. So the timing definitely checks out. I think that E3 is probably very likely to be the destination for DK. Hang on, my dang cat swiping toys under the door. Scrappy. Oh! Sorry about that, my little kitty. He being naughty. A November release, I think, would fall perfectly in line with most of the 2D Donkey Kong games that have come before it. Like, it just makes a lot of sense for them to try to release this one at around that time. I guess we'll see. But yeah, I mean, it would fall in line with that pattern, which, you know, yeah, and be a perfect holiday release. Man, I would love to have a DK for the holidays. Oh, can't believe I'm sitting here talking about the holidays. I am not ready for the holidays yet. We're barely getting summer started. Summer, stick around a little bit. That's about it as far as Donkey Kong stuff goes in this leak. However, Zippo also mentioned a couple of other titles that are currently in the works that may have possibly retroactively given us answers regarding that Diddy Kong render from a couple weeks ago. He mentioned about the existence of Super Mario Party 2, and it seems very likely to me that this render could be used there, assuming that the game exists. You know, it's hard to say. Waluigi also got a new render recently, and I don't know, it just seems like, you know, a couple of these characters are getting new renders, and, you know, that might be used here. Who knows? He also mentioned about the existence of a new Mario Kart, you know, and that's also another possibility for where this Diddy Kong render could be used. And let me just say, a new Mario Kart would be a breath of fresh air, honestly. It is another sequel. It'll be another Mario Kart. We kind of know the basic gist of what to expect, but, you know, we get Mario Karts once, you know, maybe every console generation, and they're always so much fun, so I'm just looking forward to that. Hopefully hopefully it's real. But yeah, you know, like, the other possibility for that Diddy Kong render is that maybe they were just getting him, you know, to look a little more modern, you know, giving him a take that is similar to what we can expect to see in the new Donkey Kong game. Who knows? Very hard to say. Very hard to say for sure. Anyway, I guess that's about it. As I said at the beginning of the video, take it all with a grain of salt. We don't know. We don't know what's going to be happening here. Personally, and I've said it already, I really think a new 3D game would go so much farther at putting DK back out there in a big way than a new 2D game would. But at this point in time, it's hard to say for certain. what is going to happen. Lots of rumors suggesting a 2D or 3D game. You know, it's been one or the other. Zippo seems a little more definitive in saying that it is a 2D game. Who knows though? Guys, I have a lot that I want to try and talk about before E3. I have my own hopes and wants for a new Donkey Kong game that I'd love to do a video on, talking about that a little bit. There are also some really strong theories and speculation regarding some of the things that we can expect to see in the next Donkey Kong game, whether it's 2D or 3D. I have a friend who is a super sleuth, I would say. He's the DK detective, and he has made a lot of interesting points to me that I think there's not really anybody out there talking about. So maybe we'll go ahead and put some of that information together and make a video of our own, and discuss it a little bit. Hopefully before E3, because E3's looking pretty good, guys. E3's looking pretty good. Just wait a little bit longer. Anyway, what do you guys think of all this? Do you think this leak is, do you think it's anything to be trusted? Do you think it's total bull? Total hogwash? Total Kong wash? I'll say it again, at the risk of getting my ass beat if it never pans out, there is a DK game coming. It's happening. This isn't me giving you false hope. This is me giving you real hope. You heard it here first. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe you heard it from somewhere else, but I'm telling you it's real. Anyway, let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. This has been Uncle Al with Game Show Planet and Kong Watch. And I will see you guys next time. Wow, man. Donkey Kong was the talk of the town for a few days there on the interwebs. Rumors are flying about this new Donkey Kong game that's in the works. So you'd think a DK fan such as myself would be thrilled to bits about this fabled DK title, right? Ha ha ha! Wrong! Okay, well, it's actually a bit more complicated than that. Of course I'm excited for a new Donkey Kong game. It's coming, just you wait. But there has been a lot of public debate. You see, there have been several leakers and insiders proclaiming that this game is in the hands of Nintendo EPD, the studio behind such classics as Mario Odyssey, Galaxy, 3D World, and Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. And that sounds fantastic! So many exciting possibilities, and I have personally been hearing similar rumblings for quite a while now myself. But here's the thing. These leakers and insiders can't seem to come to an agreement on what style of game it is going to be. Some are claiming this will be a new 2D game, and others are saying this will be a new 3D game. Now, why does this make me terrified for the grand unveiling? Well, I want to take you back about 8 years to E3 2013. It had been a few years since Retro Studios released their critically acclaimed Donkey Kong Country Returns game, and the internet was clamoring to find out what Metroid Prime 4 was going to look like. Yeah, see, a lot of people had gotten it into their heads that Retro had in fact been developing a new Metroid Prime title ever since they wrapped up production on Returns. Where these rumors and thoughts came from, I couldn't tell you, but rest assured, the internet knew what it wanted, and it wasn't Donkey Kong. Tropical Freeze was revealed to a collective groan from the internet. Journalists were firing off. I'll never forget that one article title, "Retro Studios is making another damn Donkey Kong game." The decision was so controversial that Nintendo made a response video to it.
So I've been looking at all of the social media, and one of the big questions is, why did Retro decide to do another story of Donkey Kong Country?
The hate that Tropical Freeze received was not well justified and unfortunately really hurt its reputation early on. It's such a shame. Tropical Freeze is literally one of the very best platformers that there is. My Donkey Kong bias aside, it's just a masterfully crafted 2D platformer. Beautiful levels, awe-inspiring music, tight, precision platforming goodness. It is a nearly perfect masterpiece, and it's sold like doo-doo. So that brings us back around to modern day. Rumors were rampant, but not really publicly widespread just yet. The Lonely Goomba casually tweeted about hearing of a 3D DK possibly being in the works, and that kind of let the cat out of the bag. It's funny. It's funny that it happened this way. It seemed like a pretty casual acknowledgement of the rumors circulating. But Nintendo journalists and ambassadors jumped all over this, and word began to spread around fast. It was around this time that I began to notice something bubbling under the surface. Something that I would later realize may be to this new DK's detriment. My fears were fully realized upon listening to Arlo's take on these rumors. I'm gonna go ahead and play the small snippet for you.
If it's a 2D game and they say we could have been working on Odyssey 2 this entire time, but instead we've been working on another 2D DK, that's not gonna feel as good. That's definitely not gonna feel as good to me. That's gonna feel an awful lot like the Tropical Freeze announcement, where like I ended up liking Tropical Freeze, but there was still a thing where it's like, we used to make Metroid Prime games, but now we spent 5 years on a 2D DK game. And it's just like, really? Really?
So there's a lot to unpack here. Let me start off by saying, I love Arlo. He's quite literally my favorite YouTuber right now. Despite being a Nintendo ambassador of sorts, he's not afraid to tell it like it is, even if it lands him in some hot water with the Nintendo fanbase. I don't miss a single video of his, and I greatly respect his opinion on the 2D versus 3D situation. I'm a bit afraid, however, that his take isn't all that uncommon. I have seen many individuals since these rumors have begun to pick up steam sharing similar thoughts on the matter. If it's 2D, I won't like it. I'm gonna skip. Look, I'm not going to tell you not to have a preference. I'll be completely upfront with you right now. I personally want a new 3D Donkey Kong game as well. It's something that I have been very open about as far back as 2019, and I may even indulge in a side of disappointment myself if it's revealed to be another 2D Donkey Kong game. However, I don't think it would be fair to hold this against the game itself. The types of responses that I'm seeing are giving me flashbacks to E3 2013, man. As a Donkey Kong fan, it would be insanely disappointing to see the second Donkey Kong game in a row be panned because it's not exactly what people were hyping it up to be in their heads. Like, don't get me wrong, I get it. We all want to see Nintendo try something new and different. But you know, before these leaks, Donkey Kong wasn't even on anyone's radar. No one, except for Donkey Kong fans like myself, were even talking about DK. But now that these rumors have blown up with the public, all of a sudden everyone has these bold expectations for what it needs to be. It's a case of rumors and hype building unrealistic expectations that may inevitably backfire. I don't think anybody would be expecting a strictly 3D game if it weren't for these rumors. It's a very double-edged sword for me. On one hand, it's thrilling to see everyone getting excited for Donkey Kong again after such a long time, but I really don't want to go through another should-have been Metroid situation, except this time it'll be should have been 3D, or should have been Odyssey 2. So I don't have the longest reach within the Nintendo community, or even the DK community for that matter, but I know I still have quite a few DK super fans following me here, and I figured it was important for me to try to get this out there. Not to try and hype up one style of game or the other, but rather to try and convince you to temper your expectations. I have been very careful in my Kong Watch videos to try and avoid hyping up 2D or 3D because it's unclear as to which one it's going to be. Although I have a preference, I'm also just going to be happy to have a new DK game after 7 long years of waiting, regardless of what it is. This is a very weird subject to tackle, because I don't want to make it seem like you shouldn't be disappointed if it's not a 3D game, or that you shouldn't voice your opinions and concerns if it's 2D. I just think it would be disappointing to see this game get trashed and discarded only for that reason. If 2D Donkey Kong comes out and is hot garbage, if it's the new Super Mario Brothers of Donkey Kong games, Donkey Kong's New Country, then sure, fire away. I'll be joining you if it turns out to be doo-doo. There are series that I think need to move forward, like Kirby, but you don't see me criticizing Star Allies because it wasn't a 3D Kirby game. I criticize it because it's not a very good game. At least to anybody who isn't a die-hard Kirby fan. And I think that a new 2D DK would be deserving of the same liberties. It deserves to be judged for what it is, and not what it isn't. Uh-oh! Hypocrite alert! Ow! You judge Nintendo games for what they aren't all the time! You never shut up about those unfinished games and what they could be! Victory achieved. Whoa, 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 hold your horses there, John Travolta. These are distinct arguments here. Those half-baked games usually come in the form of sequels, where you have direct comparisons for the lack of content. Most of them aren't even comparable gameplay-wise to what's come before. And games like ARMS are just really lacking in substantial content all around. But nice try there, buckaroo. Sorry. I just had a feeling that this is something I would have to address later. So yeah. Point being, Nintendo EPD is a very talented studio. I'm sure that if they are doing a 2D Donkey Kong, it'll probably still be a good time. It would just be a shame to see another great Donkey Kong game get unfairly shunned if it's not 3D. Let's just wait and see. Now let me tell you why it would be in Nintendo's best interest to make a 3D Donkey Kong game instead. See, I told you this would be a very weird video to make. I'm very biased for what I want as well, I can't deny that. I just want to make sure I cover all my bases and give both versions a fair shake. It's no longer a secret that Nintendo wants to bring Donkey Kong back in a huge way. There are rumblings from the inside that they want to make Donkey Kong one of their pillar franchises again, just like during the Super Nintendo days. With the Donkey Kong Universal Park well on its way into construction, it seems very clear that Nintendo is inching closer to unveiling these master plans. And the game is obviously the biggest part of this plan. But you see, that's where I start to feel very conflicted about the idea of a new 2D game. Not to say that a 2D game couldn't be ambitious, but a new 3D game is just going to inherently be more ambitious. Probably. Open environments, more complex level structure, and for a game about monkeys, I could just imagine all the fun ways that you could traverse these environments. Monkeys are supposed to be acrobatic, so there's a lot that could be done with this. However, this is all hypothetical. I don't want to get too into the possibilities for a 3D game, so let's take a look at some stats. 3D Nintendo games sell better. This is simply a fact. Compare the sales of Mario Odyssey, Breath of the Wild, Splatoon, Animal Crossing, Luigi's Mansion to stuff like Yoshi, Kirby, Tropical Freeze, and there is a very clear winner in the sales department. All those 3D games, huge! People love them! Even the bad ones! Each of them brought those series to the next level in terms of popularity, there's no denying it. There are outliers in the 2D space, Mario in particular always sells well, but you know, it's Mario, of course it sells well. Donkey Kong getting that 3D facelift could be exactly what Nintendo needs to push that series to the next level. Not that another 2D game couldn't break the curse, but it would be a very risky move to try and make it your headlining game for a huge DK movement. And you know, Nintendo could just use more 3D games in general. Donkey Kong has only had a single chance to shine in 3D over 20 years ago. Donkey Kong 64 is a solid game with some design choices that are very much 20-year-old design choices. Nintendo has had decades to experiment with and perfect the 3D formula, and now is the perfect time to unleash what they've learned onto Donkey Kong. It's really obvious why people are jumping the gun and assuming DK is going 3D. With EPD's involvement, it's easy to look at their vast catalog of impressive 3D Mario titles and assume that's what they're doing with DK. Totally understand where that's coming from. However, it's important to note that although this may be internally developed by that studio, the actual team behind it is rumored to be made up of entirely newer, younger talent that grew up with Rare's Donkey Kong games. So I don't think it should be a huge surprise if it's not exactly the 3D leap that many of us want. Here I go countering that point again. It's like I'm fucking Two-Face up in here. I gotta admit, with Tropical Freeze already existing on Switch, it does seem a little redundant to focus their efforts on yet another 2D styled release that will probably get lost in the shuffle. And especially if Retro Studios plans to revisit their own Donkey Kong series someday, that would mean we have two separate 2D series running concurrently, and it just doesn't make a lot of sense. I find myself thinking back to an interview with the producer of Tropical Freeze, Kensuke Tanabe, where he states, maybe the Donkey Kong series over time will also feature both 2D and 3D, like as in the Super Mario series. I think this is the right mindset. Featuring Donkey Kong in an epic 3D adventure would likely rake in the sales and thus, in turn, make millions of new fans. It just makes sense. Then those new fans might be more willing to check out a new 2D Donkey Kong game later down the line. A stable 3D home for Donkey Kong and the occasional 2D game from another studio is the perfect match. Hopefully that would mean not having to wait 7 years between games then. Okay, I think I've gone on for long enough now. I don't really know that I have one specific message to take away from this video because, admittedly, I'm a bit on the fence myself, if I hadn't made that clear. I'm excited for Donkey Kong either way. Ultimately, I will play and enjoy whatever kind of game it is. Yet, I'm terrified for the general public's reaction, not gonna lie. I just really don't want a repeat of 2013. Nintendo doesn't churn out banger after banger like they used to once upon a time, so the last thing I want is for an actually really good Nintendo game to get the piss knocked out of it for stupid reasons. I'm not gonna try and police you or your opinions on this inevitable game, but if there's one thing that you should take away from this, it's temper your expectations. Trying to go into E3, or whenever it's revealed, it may not be E3, with an open mind, because you may just find that diamond in the rough. Wow, would you look at the time? It's the stroke of a brand new Kong watch. That's right, I've got some brand new juicy Donkey Kong details to share with all of you today. Some new developments on our Donkey Kong situation in the lead up to the brand new Donkey Kong game. May has essentially been the sequel to Donkey Kong Month, which was supposed to be in April. I guess this technically is my Donkey Kong month now, but it just so happens that there's a lot to talk about, and there's a lot of things that I want to cover before E3, so yeah, anyway, I'm drinking Ocean Spray Cran Apple today. So, new concept art for the Nintendo Universal Park has leaked, and within it we actually got a glimpse of some new little details for the Donkey Kong Park that's going to be attached to the Mario Park eventually. It's in the works. We know that much at least. If we do a little zoom in, we catch our first glimpse of the official name for the Donkey Kong Universal Park expansion, very fittingly titled Donkey Kong Country. How perfect is that? Wouldn't have it any other way. The logo takes very clear inspiration from Donkey Kong Country Returns. If we take a look above and, we look past the whole Yoshi train here, we catch a glimpse of like that monkey temple or something like that. You get some palm trees. Typical, your Donkey Kong Country Returns staples. So yeah, the park is definitely going to be themed around Retro's Donkey Kong. But then again, this is concept art. We don't know how far in advance that this was created. It's possible that they might have made some changes and adjustments since all of this happened. But we can probably infer that it's probably going to be very retro DK centric. Let's just face it. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Donkey Kong Country, man. I'm excited. I really want to go, but I don't know when I'm gonna be able to. Anyway, moving on. There's new merchandise. Yes, that's right. 2 brand new shirts have been revealed from the UK retailer Game. Love the designs, especially the red shirt with the bananas and the DK boob pocket. Could always use me some new boob pocket shirts that have Donkey Kong on the nipple. No complaints from me there. It's interesting that so much new DK merch has been emerging over the last year. It's no coincidence that it's happening like this. If you remember back to 2019, Banjo-Kazooie had all sorts of merchandise coming out before their eventual E3 Smash debut. And oh wow, hey, would you look at the release date on these new shirts? June 11th. The literal day before E3. What do you freaking know? I don't want to say that this puts a definite lock on Donkey Kong making an appearance at E3 this year, but it is looking pretty darn good. The only reason I hesitate to go all in on this assumption is DK's official 40th anniversary isn't actually until July. So if Nintendo wanted to save the announcement to go alongside the Universal Park announcement and do like a Donkey Kong Direct or something, it's very possible that they could hold off. Especially since they want to bring Donkey Kong back in a big way, it's possible they might wait until July to give this game its own separate announcement and avoid being overshadowed by all the E3 announcements. This is very speculative. There's no real evidence to prove that this might be the case. I'm just saying, keep it in mind. E3 is still looking pretty good though, I must say. So anyway, yep, that's all the Donkey Kong stuff that I have to cover today. Not a very long Kong watch, but I thought it was worth going over. This is all This is all great stuff. I still have another big special Donkey Kong video coming out before E3. I swear, I'll eventually make non-DK related stuff again someday. I just want to make sure I get to tackle all the things that I want to tackle before the inevitable game reveal. So stay tuned. I swear I'll do another review like Wario World again someday too. It'll happen. I would like to do more of those kinds of videos in general, so just hang in there. I appreciate you guys. I'm so glad that you are all as into Donkey Kong as I am. Anyway, what do you think of all of this new stuff today? All of these new developments on Donkey Kong? Let me know in the comments below, and I'll see you guys next time. Emergency! Emergency! Everybody out of the water! It's time for an urgent Kong Watch news update! So I'm pretty sure I've made it clear in just about every Kong Watch video that I've made where I'm talking about leaks and rumors that I don't trust leakers or rumors as far as I can throw them. And, well, my suspicions have been justified today. A little bit. Recently, I, as well as many others, reported on, leaks, I'll put those in quotes, from a user on Reset Era named Zippo. He has a shoddy history when it comes to, reporting on leaks and things. And it looks like it has finally come to bite him in the buttocks today. But real quick, basically, you know, Zippo essentially was reporting that the new Donkey Kong game coming up was going to be 2D. It was 2D, strictly 2D. That was what he had heard, that's what he was reporting on. There were no ands, ifs, or buts about it, but today, looks like last night, around 8:13, Zippo was officially banned from Reset Era. The post cites that he was banned for repeatedly claiming to have insider information, despite often being wrong and refusing to cooperate with verification. Now, this was brought to my attention by some fellow Kong enthusiasts. It was believed that, you know, he might have been banned because of his information regarding the Sonic collection, which was announced today, because he specifically said that Sonic 3 would not be making an appearance in this collection. Sure enough, that information was incorrect. It actually was in the collection today, but he was banned last night before this announcement happened today, so... but, I mean, either way, he was wrong about that information. So, basically what I'm saying is, 3D Donkey Kong is back on the table. Not that it was ever off the table to begin with. Like I said, I don't believe in leakers, and especially with how weird of a history this guy has with, you know, leaks and rumors to begin with. Sometimes he gets things right, but other times he's not quite on the money there. So yeah, you know, this being a very Donkey Kong centric channel, and this segment of my channel focusing so much on DK, I felt like I needed to get that information out to you guys, because I did report on Zippo, you know, a week or two ago or something like that, only to have this happen. So I don't know what this says for the credibility of the new Donkey Kong game being strictly 2D, but this definitely doesn't bode well for Zippo's overall credibility when it comes to leaks and things. So E3's right around the corner. We just gotta wait a little bit longer, and you know, that might be Destination DK. But I guess we're gonna find out. So yeah, that's about it. Just wanted to update you guys quick on that. You'll probably hear from me either later today or sometime tomorrow. It looks like it might be about time for the Switch Pro to make its grand debut. I know, here I am denouncing leakers and rumors and stuff like that, and also hyping up, you know, these Nintendo Switch Pro leaks and rumors. It's very ass backwards. Anyway, I'm just gonna stop before I dig myself a deeper hole. I will see you guys in the next one. Warning, the following video contains highly speculative information. This discussion is purely for entertainment purposes only, and none of what is presented should be taken as fact. Just try and sue me. It'll get ugly. Viewer discretion is advised. The stage has been set for Donkey Kong's debut on the Nintendo Switch after a hearty 7-year absence in the gaming space. It's happening, sooner or later. I will die on this hill. Rumors of its existence are widespread, and although it's fairly common knowledge to Nintendo fans today, there is still an ocean of unknown information that has yet to be uncovered. I don't have that information to present to you today. However, we may potentially be able to infer some details on the direction of DK Switch based on existing Donkey Kong content. My friend Skips, who I have dubbed the DK Detective, has brought some very eye-opening details to my attention that I have not seen anyone discussing anywhere else. Details that may be incredibly valuable in discovering what DK Switch might have in store. So today, I've invited Skips to share and discuss his findings with me and all of you. Join us and share in the excitement for the Big Ape's next adventure in this deep dive expedition into DK speculation. All right, here we go. Welcome, Skips. Welcome to this little speculation video thing that we're doing. It's gonna be totally off the cuff. It's gonna be pretty chill. I know I did like a whole little elaborate intro, but
yeah, I was really surprised because like viewers don't know that I actually saw the intro before all of this, like a few hours before we started recording, and I did not expect it to be like my icon, or like that was like an old icon I had a while back, and like it just had Skips, the DK detective, and it has just me with like the pipe and like the little detective. I don't know what they call those specifically, but it was like, wow, it's like he's putting he's really hyping me up, and then when the viewers are gonna see this, they're like, wow, okay, this guy just sounds like an average guy, like he's just like talking.
Yeah, well, you know, you ran some really interesting information by me, you know, just based on a lot of Donkey Kong stuff that's already out there, and I really found it interesting, and I think it can provide some valuable insight into you know, maybe the sort of direction that Donkey Kong might be heading in moving forward. Now again, it's all very speculative. We're you know, don't take anything that we're saying too seriously right now,
yeah.
But
yeah, because like if we say like, oh, Kiddy Kong has potential to be in this, like I don't want you guys to like lose sleep over that tonight, so don't worry. It's like let's take this up as you will. This is like the tinfoil hat that has like extended to like a 10-gallon hat of tinfoil. So like you gotta like understand, we are not responsible for like exceeding your expectations for something that we don't know much about. So
yeah, exactly. You know, if anything, I'm probably gonna hype myself up by doing this whole thing, and then like the new game's gonna come out, and it's gonna look like, I don't know, Bubsy 3D or something.
We're already watching E3 2021. It's like, oh, Nintendo EPD, they were working on that new Chibi Robo environmental 3D game. They got it confused. Donkey Kong's just a stand-in when he has like a poster in the background. That's where we go.
All right, well, yeah, I guess we'll just kind of, I don't know, we'll just kick it off from the top. We've got some notes here to kind of guide us along. There's some very interesting stuff, so I hope if we haven't scared you off already, that you stick around for all this, all this goodness.
Yeah, we're not like the other like Nintendo channels, was like, oh, this Nintendo EPD, they're just doing Donkey Kong. All right, that's the next topic. All right, Zelda, gotta talk more about that. You know,
exactly. Yeah,
we're giving you the meat.
Bunch of
Donkey Kong.
Yeah, bunch of Donkey Kong nutcases over here.
Yeah.
But all right, so I guess we'll just kind of kick it off from the top. You know, you kind of came to me about like some of the Universal promotional art that was going around, and you know, you made it a point of telling me how you know, Bowser Jr. has his paintbrush back again in one of the Super Nintendo World promotional art pieces, and you know, that's interesting because for one thing, that hasn't been around since like the GameCube era, right? Like I don't think it outlived the GameCube.
Yeah, I think the funny thing is that I think it was before Bowser's Fury like came out, is that like Nintendo World, they were teasing a bunch of Nintendo World stuff like I think the month before like it was like officially open to the public, and I recall seeing like Bowser Jr. with the paintbrush again, like, and saying, oh, why does he have this? Does he just have this for this theme park? But then once the stuff for Bowser's Fury came out and you saw him with the paintbrush, it's like, are they probably using like stuff that has already been planned or stuff like that, like for projects already, like, you know, they're using the paintbrush again. It's like, oh, okay, well, that's a very interesting way of teasing it, or like before it came out.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and you know, and then you know, like you said, it showed up in 3D World plus Bowser's Fury then, and yeah, that was very interesting. It kind of makes me wonder if maybe that's going to be kind of like a constant, you know, part of his character portrayal moving forward. That'll be kind of interesting to see, but
I really hope so, because it's better than like him just being like stuck to the clown car like all the time.
Yeah, definitely. And so, you know, like, the Bowser Jr. thing, I'm sure a lot of people are like, you know, what the heck are they talking about? This isn't Donkey Kong. It kind of ties into DK because, you know,
Mario gone to Ilo for this one.
You know, there were some leaked Donkey Kong assets from the Nintendo World app, you know, and it contained DK, and I think it was DK and Diddy, right, in the minecart?
Yeah.
And the design of the minecart actually does not fully resemble Retro Studios' minecart design. The design actually more closely resembles Rareware's minecart designs, most notably from like DK64.
Yeah, it has like that shape. Yeah, it has like that.
Yeah, and you know, it's almost like the more I look at it, it's almost kind of more like a blend of the two designs, because like the DK64 minecart's a little taller, and like the Retro Studios one's a little shorter, but like, you know, it's only got that one headlight on the front of it, which is, you know, more of like the DK64's, you know, the minecart look. So
Yeah. And it's very interesting because, like, as soon as I saw that, it's like, wait a minute, like, that's why, like, those whole set of images I gave you, like, that's why I, like, dubbed it minecart theory, like, in terms, like, because then it just started, like, a whole wildfire of me, like, scanning through, like, recent, like, stuff that had Donkey Kong stuff in it to kind of, like, put the pieces of the puzzle to, like, figure out, like, what type of game, like, what kind of stuff are we going to expect to see from this new Donkey Kong by EPD,
right,
stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting because based on like all the leaks and things, it looks like the Universal Park for DK it's going to be pretty heavily themed around Retro Studios Donkey Kong. But you know, then we have have this minecart, which is, you know, kind of looking closer to you know, something out of Rareware's book.
That's true, but you have to, I think, like, you have to understand too, maybe because like the Retro Studios assets for the DK theme park, that was like a work in progress, because like who knows how much has changed in terms of like the designs and stuff after like everything that's been happening with like the Smash ballot with K. Rool's Resurgence, and like Nintendo finally opening their eyes saying, people like the Rareware creations that were given to us back in the 90s. Well, gotta reconstruct everything now.
Right, yeah, that's true. And you know, that's kind of what makes me wonder, like, you know, maybe you know, like maybe this isn't just, you know, like a coincidence. You know, like maybe this is going to be, you know, kind of like the minecart design moving forward, you know, sort of blending the two designs, which we're going to see a lot of throughout this discussion, a lot of blending of designs. That's something that yeah, well, and we'll definitely get more into that as we come across it, but you know, based on like the rumors and leaks that have been making the rounds, you know, it's a pretty safe bet that Nintendo EPD is probably developing this new Donkey Kong game. I don't want to say anything definitive, but you know.
Yeah, because like as soon as like you have those clickbait articles saying, "Oh, the Mario Odyssey, they are doing Donkey Kong," it's like, well, that's not that true of the statement. I don't you don't want to like mislead people,
right?
Because every video that now has talked about this game, like now they're saying, oh, it's strictly the Mario Odyssey team, but they don't understand that Nintendo EPD has multiple types of teams at their disposal to like make games like in-house for Nintendo.
Right, exactly. I know, like, yeah, there's, yeah, again, multiple teams. I think there's like multiple factions of like EPD, you know, studios too. Like, this one specifically, I think, is like EPD Studio 7 or something like that. Like, there's, you know, there's like a bunch of different Nintendo EPD divisions. So, you know, to say that, you know, it's the Odyssey team, it's kind of, it's a little bit disingenuous because, it may not be that specific team developing this
Yeah.
game, just a team within, you know, the EPD division. So
I think it's just because like most people just assume that don't follow that much in terms of like the insides of Nintendo. Just assume, oh, Nintendo EPD is just that one team that does like the Mario 3D games, like nothing else. But no, they do like a lot. They've done like they do Splatoon. They do what else have they done? They have done have they done ARMS? Has EPD done?
I
ARMS?
think so.
Did they do-
Yeah. Yep. And they've helped out with like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and stuff like that too. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. They help out the Mario Kart team.
Yeah, so I mean, like, you know, they make it around. It's not like they just make Mario and that's it. So, you know, it's unfortunately some kind of misinformation that goes around, which I think is setting expectations on the wrong course for this new
Yeah,
game. But
people are expecting, it's funny because now people before like all of this stuff, like all these rumors like got sent out to all these like casual and like all these like big YouTubers and stuff that weren't even like fathoming the idea of like talking about Donkey Kong, and now people are saying, oh, DK has to now be this. It's like saying if you were just given a gift and then like you strictly like tell the person what they should improve on with it, like, you know, you should just give me this, like it should have like this on it, like, you know, it's like you guys weren't talking about it before, like why are you guys like now expecting DK to be this now, like what are you even talking about, like, crying?
yeah, exactly. I know, like that's something that has I guess I don't want to say like got on my nerves, but I guess it kind of did. That you know, like we have all these people all of a sudden, you know, throwing their opinions into the ring about like what this game needs to be, even though that like nobody aside from Donkey Kong fans have even been concerned with Donkey Kong up until this point. But like now all of a sudden it's public information, or, you know, public knowledge that, okay, there might be a Donkey Kong on the way, and everybody's got to throw their hat into the ring. And, you know, oh, if it's not this one specific way, then I don't want it. I don't want to play it.
There's no Kiddy Kong. Can't even even bothered. I've been waiting since '96 for that guy to return. Hasn't even showed up. I mean, there was that Game Boy port, and that was like the second video game I bought throughout my whole life living on this earth. But like, what's the point? Like, why should I invest in this Donkey Kong?
We definitely need more Kiddy Kong. We definitely need more Kiddy Kong in the wild.
Our next big topic, the character or the thing that sparked this whole resurgence of Donkey Kong, like starting to become like a big IP once again. So I don't know if you know, Al, but apparently back in 2015, us, the Smash fans, were given like the opportunity to vote a character into Super Smash Brothers. And wouldn't you know it, that Bayonetta won the whole ballot, and it was pretty amazing. But you know, I think they were lying when that happened. Because you know who I think won the ballot? I think it was Wolf. I think Wolf definitely won the ballot that time. But to be honest, the Smash ballot definitely was like an eye-opener, not just like in terms of like getting King K. Rool into Smash, but like more or less like an eye-opener for Nintendo to like, we have all these characters that Rareware made for us, like back then. It's like, apparently people still love these characters. I thought they disliked these characters, like from back then. So now Nintendo, ever since like King K. Rool has like made this big impact on the Smash ballot, like back in like 2015 to I think, like, yeah, it was only for like 2015. They didn't go into like early 2016, because in 2015 they gave that the deadline for the Smash ballot. But like Nintendo was so surprised by such like this popularity for this character that they assumed they didn't realize how much of a fan base he had, considered like they weren't made by him, they were made by Rare. So it's assumed like, because way back in the 2000s, Nintendo was just going on and off with like Donkey Kong characters and stuff, like, because you had them in the spin-offs like Donkey Kong, you had like the Rare characters like in the Pion games, and then you just had Jungle Beat, a Donkey Kong game, which was also made by EPD, by the way, had all these new original characters and stuff, and people just assume like, oh, maybe they don't want to see the Rare characters, they'd rather see something new made by us. So that's why they didn't even bother like putting them in the setting of Jungle Beat, like I said, like, and stuff like that.
Yeah, and you know, and Nintendo has like very strict like guidelines as far as like what kinds of characters they can implement nowadays to like Mario centric type games. Like I say that, but you know, like Donkey Kong is its own separate thing, but at the same time, you know, like it's close enough, I guess, that they still have those strict guidelines. And you know, like the Kremlings, believe I had heard that, you know, Nintendo was kind of against putting them in some of the more modern games. They wanted to, like, essentially, I don't know if I want to say reboot Donkey Kong in terms of its, like, image and stuff like that, but, well, at the very least, like, the Kremlings were not allowed to come out and play for
I guess,
while.
like, it was like kind of like a reimagining, because that's what DKC 1 kind of was, like a reimagining of the first one, but not really.
Right.
It's kind of like it was its own thing, but like a reimagining to reintroduce, like, the idea, the concept of Donkey Kong Country to, like, a new group of gamers. And it definitely did work, because that's how I became a fan to this day, because DKC Returns is like how I got into the series, actually.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, so like now with King K. Rool and his grand reappearance in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, you know, we can kind of see that his look and his design has combined sort of like the best elements of his like old school Rareware design and his like newer Payon, or however it's pronounced.
Yeah, he has the proportions
redesign.
he has the proportions of the Payon design and like a reconstructed face, because if you look at the base Payon K. Rool design, he kind of doesn't look, he kind of looks more like a frog instead of like a crocodile. That's why luckily like the Smash team was able to like touch up his face, which is hopefully that touched up face will like remain. It will blend into his modern design in terms of like how he looked back then. I'm sure like you'll put up a picture like comparing the two. Like look into my left. Like it's obviously it's not here, but like in the video maybe I'll put it. Like you'll see left Payon K. Rool and the right you'll see the Smash Ultimate K. Rool. Like you definitely tell like there is a bit of changes compared to the two, which I hope stays when they finalize like a modern design for K. Rool if he shows up in this new Donkey Kong game.
Yeah, I think so too. And you know, like, I think I've mentioned this before. Maybe I haven't, not in this discussion anyway. But Smash is the kingmaker, you know. And we have King K. Rool back in Smash, back in video games after a decade-long absence. Like this is like the standard. This is probably the basis for King K. Rool's modern depiction from here on out. Like his Donkey Kong design may not be one-to-one with his Smash design. I would almost put money down that it won't be, but I think that at the very least they're going to take elements of you know, his Smash design and implement that into his like main DK series design moving forward, you know. So like we'll probably see that golden belly stick around. It's you know, one of the most iconic parts of his repertoire in Smash beside his crown, if you ask me.
You know, something funny the other day I thought of how it's going to be 4 years like since Ultimate has come out, and it's funny, around that time span back when Brawl came out is when we got Kid Icarus Uprising, and that's when Pit came back first in Brawl, and then like 4 years later he was in a new game with like the new modern design and stuff like that. Yeah, it's very interesting to think about. I also want to go back to like I wanted to talk about with the Clown Car game of Bowser Jr. So now after Smash, it seemed to notice, and this happens with a bunch of other franchises too, especially with Kirby. I hope you don't notice that Meta Knight actually, ever since Smash 4, he's had gauntlets on his hands in newer Kirby games now. And in terms of the design he had in Smash 4, it has now lead into the Kirby games. And stuff like Diddy, after being put into Brawl, Diddy has always been locked to like peanut pop guns or like his jetpack when it comes to being in a new Donkey Kong game. As you saw with Country Returns and Tropical Freeze, he was mapped to like the jetpack with the backpack, and then we had like the pop gun. And also with Bowser Jr. with the Clown Car, you see Jr. a lot more often in his Clown Car in terms of some of the Mario spin-offs. Like Tennis Ace is a good example too. And I hope a cool little detail actually, in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, the Clown Car actually opens up, like, you know how like you go through the anti-gravity sections and stuff like that in Mario Kart? So the Clown Car, it actually has like, it basically functions like the Smash version of the Clown Car, where like it has like different like the tool, you know how like in Smash it summons the drills and stuff like from the Clown Car, like when he does like the, it's kind of like that in Mario Kart 8, but it summons like the propellers like when you're on water, like when you're in anti-gravity, like it's stuff like that. Like they take cues from Smash Brothers. All these franchises take stuff that have come from Smash, or they're like Smash is taken from like stuff that has been in development or stuff like that. Yeah, definitely. And I definitely think that we could see you know, something like that moving forward too, with some of the various things that we have seen within you know, Smash in terms of like the Donkey Kong stuff.
And especially with K. Rool and his design, like I mentioned, I'm sure we'll probably see more of that moving forward. I could see them doing something similar with the Kremlings then too, kind of like you had mentioned to me prior to this. Like maybe implementing like the shoulder pads or something on the Kremlings just to
but really like the Critter, especially for Critter who used to have like shoulder pads like in his rare design, but now, as you saw like recently, Critter like in the Pion design, it feels like a mix between like it's like a new design, but it takes cues from like DKC1 and like Donkey Kong 64, like the skull belt, like that was on DK64 Kremlings, like into like its own thing. Like they give him a pair of like beige pants. It's like they call it a day. Like put him in pants with the belt.
yeah, exactly. So I guess I guess we can kind of jump into the next sort of portion here. Still very Smash centric, but it almost feels like there might be a little bit of a retcon going on here with like some of Retro's stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely like it's funny because after like replaying or like re-looking at the Retro games, they're great games. I love Tropical Freeze a lot. Don't get me wrong. Retro Returns, Tropical Freeze are fantastic games, but they don't really feel like Donkey Kong Country in a way.
Exactly. I was just having this conversation recently with somebody else as well, where like they are fantastic games and I love them, but like they don't really capture the same kind of like tone and essence that like those old school Donkey Kong Country games did.
Yeah, it's like a good example of that. I think a good example, it's like if they made Mario like a new 2D Mario platform is like it felt like Mario Sunshine, where like there was a bunch of new stuff in it, like not even like old stuff like referenced in it. Like they just did like they made a new Mario 2D platform, but like no like old characters show up. Maybe you'll have like Luigi, Peach, and maybe like Toad show up, but like everything else was like newish and stuff, like a new tone and stuff like that. Like, and no Bowser either. Like no Bowser.
Yeah, exactly. You
had Biff the Blobfish like taking over Mushroom Kingdom or something.
Yeah, I know, and like that's I almost feel like it was kind of a missed opportunity. This is getting a little bit off the rails, but I feel like it was a missed opportunity for them to almost like give it like its own unique series name or something like that. Like it didn't necessarily need to have the country moniker.
Yeah, you could call that something. You could call like Donkey Kong's like trip to the supermarket, and like it still would have been like the game still would have felt really good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, kind of like getting back to my point about like the retro retcon. Like if we look at K. Rool's Final Smash, he's got the Blast-O-Matic from DK64, and like the design for the most part is it's very faithful to its original appearance. However, like when you compare it to its N64 counterpart, you'll notice that like the head has a little bit of a redesign, and we don't believe that change was just made out of thin air, like you had mentioned.
Yeah,
about, like,
I thought about this like way back, like I think back in like 2019, like late 2018. I realized looking at this, it's like I feel like I've seen, like looking at the Blast-O-Matic, it's like I feel like I've seen that design before somewhere, like it looking like that, and then I'd like search through like the old like any type of DK games. Then I bought the DK King of Swing, and I noticed like, oh, his spaceship at the last end of the game like has like a similar design. Like the head of it has a similar design or color scheme that of the Blast-O-Matic as we see in Smash Ultimate.
Yeah, exactly. Like the what was it called? Like
the cruise, which the thing in the King of Swing that was called like the Cruiser.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It almost looks like they took some elements of that and sort of incorporated it into, the Blast-O-Matic thing. Kind of kept that golden head and like the red eyes and stuff like that, but it still like retains elements of the original Blast-O-Matic. Like the crown, it's pretty much unchanged. Still got like the top part of his mouth kind of like hanging out over and all that. So, like once again, we have a clash of sort of like old and new designs, and that seems it's gonna be, again, like it's gonna be kind of like a running theme throughout this. Now, I'm going to immediately counteract that point by saying, we have DK Island in the Final Smash, which is not a blend of designs. Retro's design for the DK Island was very much just an island.
Yeah.
It doesn't really exude, oh, this is Donkey Kong Island, DK Island in Rare's games was just straight up DK's head. And, we have that here as well.
Yeah, but going back to the island in Returns, the island in Returns Tropical Freeze was unfortunately like it felt like generic like island stigma because like the DK, I don't know why there was like this stigma of like not reusing that much of like Rare's ideas when it came to like building the retro studio games because like the Donkey Kong head gave it like a bit more personality, like even though like it wasn't like that much, but like you could tell there was like some personality like going on with like the original design. But they were probably just like, oh, Rare did it, so I just made an island, nothing else.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It was almost like they tried to like sidestep, all of Rare stuff. But like I think they're kind of realizing now that like, yeah, that is the identity for Donkey Kong though for a lot of people, those Rare Donkey Kong games, and they're kind of bringing that back. And again, like Smash is the Kingmaker. It almost feels like this stuff might be like the standard moving forward. That DK head design for that island, that might just be what we get moving forward,
And I would be very ecstatic to have that because I love like the old design like a lot.
Yeah, me too, exactly. And yeah, they've even got kind of like the old school treehouse there as well too. It's definitely not based off of Retro's Donkey Kong.
Yeah, that tree. It's funny going back to the Smash design of the DK Island. It's like, what is that treehouse on the right side? Like it feels like it's supposed to be maybe like I feel like they saw where Angry Aztec was placed on DK64. I think it was on like on the left side of the island, like where you go, that's how you activate Angry Aztec or that certain type of like access point to get there. But it's weird, it's like a treehouse of some sort on like the left side instead. It's not a full on like it's not the Angry Aztec thing, which is funny because on the Blastomatic they still retain like the doors or entry points to get into Frantic Factory and like Gloomy Galleon in DK64. They retain those doors and stuff, so it's like very interesting to see that they didn't just redesign, they just didn't like copy and paste like the Angry Aztec thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, kind of like you mentioned, like, yeah, that Blastomatic is pretty much 1-to-1, so it's interesting they kind of changed that up a bit, but that makes me wonder, like, was there a reason for that? Was that just creative liberties, or maybe they had some kind of reference material for something coming up? I don't know.
And I think it's a good way to segue there too, in terms of like stuff they had like in the planning or like references that that back in 2018, the same direct that gave us obviously K. Rool's Return, we also got Simon Belmont and Richter confirmed, and in their trailer Luigi starred in the trailer for a bit, and you notice that Luigi was actually using the Luigi's Mansion 3 Poltergeist with the plunger, and at this time we had no idea Luigi's Mansion 3 was even a thing. Like that was like a few months later they announced it in that September direct.
Yeah, exactly. Smash kind of seems to have like a little bit of a history of almost like hinting and teasing and throwing stuff out there from like games that might maybe either haven't been announced yet or are coming later down the line. Smash 4 did something similar like that with Yoshi's Woolly World. It got a stage, and like, man, Yoshi's Woolly World didn't come out till like, man, it was like what, a year or something?
And it's kind of sad because that stage was supposed to be a Kirby's Epic Yarn stage, but then they were like, oh, we gotta advertise Woolly. Yeah, that's true.
Wow.
Yeah. So they were like, oh, gotta advertise the product.
Yeah.
Get out of there. Modern Kirby, can't have that in Smash. Brush it aside.
Oh man. Yeah, I wasn't even aware of that, but yeah, like then of course, we had Pit's redesign from Brawl, which ended up carrying over to Uprising, although, like that may have just been a little bit of carryover from Sakurai's, involvement in both of those titles. He directed both of them, but even still, it's Smash showing things that eventually came to life later on down the line.
I guess also Mega Man's modern design, like when you see, I think in the recent Mega Man game, like his design is actually kind of based on the Smash iteration of Mega Man as well.
Yeah, so, Smash is the Kingmaker, man. It's
pretty much. So, let's go to, I guess we could like transition to our next topic, which obviously is a pretty big, pretty like very hint-worthy, like we're gonna talk about like the Mario Odyssey references that were placed in New Donk City. So I'm sure everyone was like excited to see New Donk City the first time, but then people noticed as like the press got more footage of the game of like Mario Odyssey, they noticed like, oh, there's a bunch of DK references around this whole city. And interesting enough, there's these signposts that had all these names of these characters that were from Rare's Donkey Kong. Like we had Dixie Street, like Diddy Avenue, like stuff like that. We had even like Animal Buddies reference, like Espresso, and like even like Radley and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah, it's all very interesting, especially because, you know, when you consider a lot of the characters and things that they referenced in New Donk City are things that hadn't even appeared in Donkey Kong games for like the decade prior to Mario Odyssey. So it's kind of funny that like all these characters are finally being referenced again, but it's in a Mario game.
And it's funny with that too, because K. Rool Street was also a street name as well. And it's really funny how there was a Mario Odyssey commercial before the game came out that had like Mario dancing in New Donk City with a bunch of people. And you know what signposts they actually use in the commercial? They put K. Rool Street in the commercial actually, in some sort of tease, because this was like a month before K was announced for Ultimate, because Odyssey came out like in like October 2017. So this is like a while before like K. Rool was like revived. But this was like I felt like it was like some sort of like tease, like overall for like Donkey Kong stuff, and like that was like a tease for like he was coming back towards the Smash, and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm with you there too. And like, you know, by this point they would have known like, you know, the popularity of K. Rool and all that from the Smash ballots. So I think they knew what they were doing there. They're aware of you know, how much people love the old school Donkey Kong Country stuff. And you know, like it's interesting too, because you know, I was kind of looking over all the street names and stuff like that, and like all of the Animal Buddies referenced on like the street signs and stuff like that are from Donkey Kong Country 2, or Donkey Kong Country 1, I mean. Ugh, wow, fumbling words. I think they're all mentioned except for Winky.
Yeah, for some reason they opted to go for Radley as a reference to the Winky.
Yeah, exactly, which is kind of like, that's a little strange. And you know, like the way that, you know, like Radley pretty much replaced Winky in Donkey Kong Country 2. You know, so like that kind of makes me wonder, like, you know, are these characters being referenced? Are they planning to bring these characters back in a way? Maybe they're choosing to bring Ratley back over Winky. I don't know, but like,
I feel like if they wanted to bring back both, they would have to like redesign Radley in a way, because like Winky is the original like jumping high like Animal Buddy. So if they wanted to like have both of them coexist with one another, they would have to like make Radley more of like, I don't know how they could design to make him like distinct than Winky, but I'm sure like they could find like a way to get it to work.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, also on the topic of Ratley, he it's interesting to note that he had a spelling change to his name, just a slight tweak. They added an E at the you know, just before the Y at the end of his name. You know, it's kind of like, why would they change that? what would be the point in changing that, unless maybe they're planning to do something with him moving forward? I don't know.
Yeah, it's also like a very interesting detail in terms of like the references. Yeah, but obviously EPD definitely showing their love for Donkey Kong in some way. It could have been like tease, or maybe it's potential hints of like what's gonna happen like in a few days at the time of this recording, like right here.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you never know.
So this next one, I actually never thought about this until like I looked back into like this game for like potential hints, because once I was like noticing like some stuff with the references, like, oh my god, maybe this has like keys, like this has like hints. Like the tinfoil hat is now extended. Like, you ever see Doug Dimmadome? That is how high the tinfoil hat is right now for this. So the game that we're gonna be talking about now for this topic is Mario plus Rabbids, the Donkey Kong expansion that was made for that game. So during the development of this DLC expansion, I remember there was one interview when talking about the expansion that that Ubisoft themselves reached out to Nintendo's quote-unquote Donkey Kong team for references to make this very, very expansive DLC, as you could see. But it's very interesting that they had to like state that it was a dedicated Donkey Kong team instead of just like, oh, it's just like we worked with more of the Mario team. No, but they mentioned Donkey Kong specifically in this interview. And it's very interesting to like note.
Yeah, exactly, because, you know, like Nintendo hasn't really had like a specific like Donkey Kong dedicated team for a long time. You know, Donkey Kong has kind of been floating for a while. Like, yeah, he kind of landed at Retro for a little bit, but it obviously hasn't been a very stable home there.
Yeah, it's like Nintendo developers, when it came to like Donkey Kong, it was like a babysitter. It's like, all right, Retro Studios, you gotta watch Donkey Kong. It's like, oh man, all right, I'll watch him for a bit, and then it's like, oh, get him over. That's what it feels like. That's what it felt like in the 2000s with DK. It's like, oh, you gotta watch him now.
Yeah.
Namco, let him play with some bongos for a bit. Let's see how he enjoys that.
Exactly, and you know, so yeah, it's an interesting detail that, you know, like they specifically were in touch with a dedicated Donkey Kong team, and you know, it's even more interesting that what we ended up getting were tons of rare Donkey Kong Country references and nods in this Donkey Kong adventure. You know, we have all these different weapons that are very clearly based off of Donkey Kong Country 1 Animal Buddies. You know, 3 out of the 5 of them haven't even been represented in Donkey Kong games for like a long time.
Yeah, and it's very funny too, because initially they were trying to get DK to use the coconut gun from DK64, but then Miyamoto opted for them to use the banana weapon that he has now in the game. So to show that it was like an idea in their heads shows it's like, okay, they definitely had that game. They definitely have Rare's DK on the mind.
And again, you know, that makes me wonder, well, you know, who is this dedicated Donkey Kong team that they're referring to? All the rumors going around about EPD, you know, being in charge of development for this new Donkey Kong game. It makes me wonder if they so happen to be in talks with this specific team, and they're getting all this rareware Donkey Kong stuff. Like, you know, are they using Rare's stuff for this new game? I don't know. It seems likely.
That doesn't also like help that Grant Kirkhope himself composed the main game, and now he was brought back to compose another track for this expansion pack, which was actually a remix of Donkey Kong Isles Hub World from DK64 as well. So,
you know, kind of, I guess going back to like the Animal Buddy weapons, you know, it's interesting that like the 3 Animal Buddies, being On Guard, Espresso, and Winky, who haven't appeared in Donkey Kong games in forever, had some slight like design differences between their weapons and like the actual character models.
Yeah, because if you notice On Guard, usually when you see On Guard, like in at least DKC 1 or 2 renders, like you notice how On Guard has like a yellowish underbelly, which has been consistent like ever since, like even during the Pion days. Like he's been like brighter blue, but like he's still kept that underbelly. But if you look on the weapon depicted in the DK Adventure expansion pack, you notice he has like a whitish underbelly compared to like his previous incarnation. So it's very interesting to see if this was just simply a color choice by the devs, or were they strictly told to like make his stomach look like that?
Yeah, exactly. You know, yeah, and like in all of the depicted media, you know, that has On Guard, he's got that like yellowish underbelly, and yeah, it's an interesting design difference. It makes me wonder, like, you know, is he going to be getting some kind of design for this upcoming game? Maybe that's what's going on there. Maybe
this is what it's come to for Donkey Kong Speculation. First, we're talking about mechanical, like hardware, like mine carts, to what's it called? Like, what else have we talked about? Theme parks, and now we're discussing the type of posture of marine life. Like,
the color of a weapon's underbelly, which may not even have anything to do with the actual character.
It's like, listen, man, if Sonic fans could dissect like a 5-minute or 5-second teaser trailer, then Donkey Kong fans could have like anything that like can have like a whole field day dedicated to like a Diddy Kong render that just appeared out of nowhere. Because like, come on, you gotta give it to us, guys.
Yeah, it's true, you know.
Also, going a small bit with that Diddy Kong render, I think when K. Rool's like reintroduced, he's gonna have that one jungle climber render, like of him jumping. But it's gonna be modernized to like match his like current like design he has.
Oh,
like
yeah.
I'm calling that right now.
I could definitely see that. I could see them doing that.
It's so funny how much of that pose is a thing, because it's actually when K. Rool jumps in Smash, he actually does that pose.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you might be onto something there.
Yeah, I think it was like Espresso, not just On Guard, Espresso, looking on it, he has like more of a pinker beak than his Rare design. And along with Winky, because compared to like his rare design and even like the Smash trophy that was given to him back in Smash Wii U. His body, like the face doesn't kind of like match like the bug-eyed, like the bulging eye coming out of his body. Like he has more like eyelidish type stuff going on with the weapon design. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. You know, because like, yeah, I was surprised to find that like his Smash 4 trophy and like the pattern that he had was consistent with like his old school, you know, kind of renders and stuff. You know, that's something that could easily just be like, you know, here's like a random splotchy pattern or whatever to throw on the frog, but no, it's actually pretty consistent. So like seeing that it's a little more inconsistent with this weapon, again, it kind of plays in hand with like possible design changes to these characters. And you know, maybe this was all based off of reference material that they got from whatever Donkey Kong team that they were in talks with. We might be seeing something similar here to like when Rambi re-debuted in Donkey Kong Country Returns after being absent for a while, because he also saw some design tweaks and changes.
Yeah, and it's funny because Rambi, like the initial pitch for like how he looked in DKC Returns, it looked radically different than how like his compared to the rare design. Like, let me check my concept art. You could unlock this in DKC Returns itself. It does like his design looked vastly different than like it was supposed to in Returns. Like he had like 2 horns and he was like bigger. It's like it was crazy how like radically different he was gonna look. Yeah, we could definitely see like these returning animal buddies have like slight changes to them. How Rambi had slight changes back when he was returned in the Return series. So we'll have to see what happens there. But anyway, on the same topic of reintroducing, in the Rabbids DLC, yeah, we're still on this, by the way, guys. Just keep track. We're still talking about rabbits. I know. Like we've been talking about marine life underbellies, like minecarts, but here's where like things get interesting. At least we think it's interesting. But so, in the Rabbids game or like in the DLC pack, you get Rabbit Peach, but you also get Rabbit Cranky. Now, Rabbit Cranky's design is heavily based around Cranky Kong's rare design, as you can see by like his vest closely resembles earlier renders of Cranky Kong. And he's also depicted with eyebrows, which hasn't been a thing for Cranky Kong ever since like the rare days of DK. Because now when you see Cranky Kong, he doesn't really have that much of the detail you saw like when it came to like Rare's depiction of DK. You just see him with like just a casual like vest, like no textures whatsoever, and like instead of a cane, it's a stake. It's like the wooden thing, or whatever. So, yeah, that's all. Yeah, he also, I mean, he did have the glasses too. He kind of had the glasses like in the rare. Yeah, like those small like glasses as well. I think like even in the rare days he did as well.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you mentioned kind of like the vest textures. Like that's very much like a Rareware Donkey Kong sort of thing. And
yeah, it looks a lot like DKC. I think DKC2's vest. I think.
Yeah, sort of, kind of. Like I think he.
I'm about to look at the render right now. Yeah, because I think it literally is the DKC2 Cranky Kong vest. Yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah. Let me put it in our nice little like direct message, and like I'll post the picture and then the Rabbit Cranky. So we'll see. You'll hear our reactions full time, come to the realization that yes, he has the same fashion sense as Cranky Kong, as you can see right here.
Yep, that's pretty much it. And
it's very curious to think like maybe, just maybe, if they plan on like if hypothetically if this new DK game does borrow cues from like older designs, could we potentially maybe see when Dixie Kong returns, she would have the nail polish back on her fingers and toenails, and like even the knee pad she used to have. And maybe give her like a new pin to replace the rare pin or something like that. Maybe like an EPD pin or something like that to reference it.
I would love that so much. I was always a bigger fan of, her kind of
honestly,
more old school design.
She should have had the Retro Studios pin on her.
Yeah.
Like during the Tropical Freeze. It would have been a nice callback.
Yeah, for real. That would have been awesome. I guess kind of like the final little touch point that we have here for the Mario Plus Rabbids thing is that they brought back the Hellavines, which were from Donkey Kong 64. It was kind of their workaround for being able to kind of swing around the environments, I guess. And surprisingly, they kind of made a reappearance in DK Adventure 19 years after Donkey Kong 64. So
yeah, there's like a whole lot of like, especially like it's very curious that they're referencing a lot of DKC1 and also DK64 elements in terms of like this DLC pack. I feel like this might have been like the basis for like the community or like the public would like react to like the idea of like Donkey Kong like going back into the third dimension again, or like kind of like a test waters type thing. So that's why they probably picked Donkey Kong to represent this expansion DLC, because they literally could have just done like Yoshi Island expansion DLC, have Yoshi and all the baby characters. They could have done something like that, but they chose specifically Donkey Kong despite all that, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's all very interesting. It kind of makes me wonder if the DK's adventure was sort of it kind of acted as a bit of a stopgap, for between Tropical Freeze and this new game, just to give us some kind of Donkey Kong stuff until this new one is finally ready to go.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's pretty much all the main points that we wanted to tackle here. Yeah, up to this point, again, we're seeing a lot of references specifically to Donkey Kong Country 1. I feel like this information is I think it's useful when kind of peering into where they could possibly be skewing the direction for this new game. It almost feels like maybe they're really hearkening back to that original game, which is probably the most iconic of the Donkey Kong Country games. A lot, people consider 2 to be the best, but like 1 is the one that kind of kicked it all off.
Yeah, everyone knows it. Like when someone thinks of Donkey Kong Country, they always think of like either Super Nintendo or like even like Returns itself, because people, especially people who have grown up like during the GameCube era, like say when they think of Donkey Kong, oh, it's like Donkey Kong Country Returns, or like even DKC1 or even like DK64 people like recall back when they think of Donkey Kong.
I think that's very telling, and like I hope that I hope that doesn't mean that like they're only like they're basically just making Donkey Kong's New Country, just loading it up with only references to that first game, because I mean Returns kind of already did something sort of similar.
I feel like it's gonna be like, I guess like it's gonna be like DK in terms of like the presentation. It's gonna be more like, because it wants to be like, it's gonna be another reintroduction to Donkey Kong for a new like generation of gamers. So they want to like keep that like type of presentation they had back when they first released DKC1 back in 1994, with all like, they want to have it like more of like a familiar type aesthetic when it comes to like the presentation. So that's why having like a bunch of assets and like characters from DKC1 would really fit the tone of like this reintroduction.
Yeah, I think so too. And I could totally see like even just taking a lot of these ideas and then just applying new ideas and concepts to, like all of this familiar stuff, I think would go a long way in sort of reintroducing all of this, as opposed to just kind of, only rehashing what worked before and playing it safe. Like, I think, doing something new with it would be the way to go.
Yeah, so overall, hopefully if you're still there, you haven't clicked on like, I guess like Arlo's new video. So anyway, if there's one thing we could get out of all this is that Nintendo seems to have like had a full-on eye-opener ever since like the K. Rool's like performance in the Smash ballot. Like they really want to start utilizing these rare Donkey Kong characters as they should have been doing like ever since like the buyout, but they never felt like people really wanted these characters back. They truly like had like a fan base, or like they had love beforehand. But now after the big smackaroonie that was the Smash ballot, they definitely are rethinking some stuff, or like reconstructing how they should present Donkey Kong from this point forward.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And like, we're seeing a lot of these things already coming to life through, the various media and games and content and things that that Donkey Kong has been included in over the past couple of years between DK Adventure and Smash. We're seeing the rare heyday reemerging here in the modern times.
which is very exciting. Like, it's crazy how Donkey Kong has had such like an interesting eras of some sort. Like the 90s was like the golden age, and then 2000s was like a parental Donkey Kong issues in like from 2000s to 2010s. And then 2010s was like the kind of like a saving grace of like, it was kind of like if you were like reaching out from air, like after being submerged in something, for being submerged in water for so long, like gasping for air, like, okay, you got some stuff, you got DKC Return Shuffle Freeze, there you go. You know, it should have been Metroid right here. You guys, get your game. Let's go get it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I don't know. I guess, do you have any other kind of closing thoughts here? I think we pretty much hit everything.
I will say to people who are watching, try to keep, we're obviously, this whole video is just like speculating and stuff. So try not to like over expect, like keep your expectations in check. Cause I don't want like Jimmy 5-4, like saying like, oh, well, Uncle Alan, this idiot said this was gonna be in here. I feel cheated. This is 1.5, not 2. This is not 3D. This is 1.5. Like, what are you doing? Like, why would you guys do this? Why would you lie on the internet? Like, who does that?
Yeah, exactly. You know, we definitely don't want to be setting expectations up in any kind of way, because we don't even know what to expect, really. This is all just very speculative, but it does definitely feel like there might be a strong base to at least, you know, some of the things that we've talked about here today. You know, I think that I could definitely see them hearkening back somewhat to kind of Donkey Kong's heyday, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I guess that will have to be something that we just have to wait and see.
So definitely these next few days are going to be very interesting until Judgment Day. I'm already thinking of 2 possible outcomes, either like, oh, it should have been 3D, or like, oh, not Mario Odyssey 2. Man, where's my Mario game? Mario's been trying, like, 3D World, I already beat that in 5 days. Where's my new Mario game? Like, Odyssey 2? Galaxy 2 had to be a thing. It has to be Odyssey 2. See, that's the thing I don't get when people expect, like, Odyssey 2 should be a thing. I feel like if it wasn't for Galaxy 2, there wouldn't be that much, like, pressure to, like, have sequels for like these mainline Mario games, because I think Galaxy 2 was planned to be like this expansion for Galaxy, but obviously Nintendo's hardware wasn't really packing the heat for DLC around that time, so they decided, oh, let's just make it a full-on new game instead of just like add-on content, because we obviously are a decade behind in terms of that technology. So let's just make Galaxy 2.
Yeah, you know, Odyssey was great, but you know, a sequel would kind of be more of the you know, the same kind of stuff. You know, we've kind of already been there a little bit, and I'm sure that they would implement plenty of new ideas. Yeah, but
I feel like a 3-day DK would do so good for the brand, especially for like bringing new people, and like obviously the diehard Donkey Kong fans will be like very excited to see such like Donkey Kong at the front point again as he was back in the 90s. It really gives like a sense of like excitement, but it also gives like a sense of like, but what if this happens? Like, what if like it has people like, you know, the 3D Donkey Kong, you know, I want another 3D Mario, you know? It's like stuff like that. It's
right, like, yeah. And, you know, that's always, that's kind of been how I've sort of been looking at it, too. Like, sure, a new 2D game would be great. And, like, I don't think that people necessarily are being malicious or anything like that when they say, like, you know, oh, 2D, oh, I don't want another 2D game. It's more just, like, it's craving something new and exciting, whereas, like, a 2D game we've had plenty of, you know, over the years. Not just from DK, but, you know, from plenty of other Nintendo series as well, so.
I was about to make a Kirby joke right there, saying that Kirby fans seeing, like, first time? But also, I don't hate Kirby, guys, don't worry. Like, literally my icon is Rick the Hamster, so obviously if I had such a vendetta against Kirby, he wouldn't be there, so it's okay.
So yeah, I guess we'll kind of close it out here. You know, thanks for joining me, Skips. I hope I can edit this down and make it feel a little more concise than I.
Yeah, feel a bit consistent.
Yeah.
The hiccup there. Kitty Kong drama, you know, you have to iron out the pieces, like find out where we need to talk about on Guard's stomach, you know, those are the important details we had to iron out to ensure that you guys got the best amount of content for this speculation, you know.
That's right. I guess we'll see how that goes in post. But yeah, if you guys, have any details that maybe we didn't go over that you've noticed yourself, feel free to leave them in the comments below. I'm looking forward to hearing all sorts of Donkey Kong thoughts and theories and speculation from all of you. But I guess, we got, less than 2 weeks now until E3, so I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see if...
And hey, who knows, maybe when everything is said and done, people will come back to this video and say, man, these guys are completely wrong about
Man, these guys were so far off the mark.
Yeah. There's clearly that 3D Chibi Robo. Yeah, that's what they were teasing the whole time. That Donkey Kong stuff we heard. A Chibi Robo wears Donkey Kong's head if you scan the amiibo that you have to pay $15 for the expansion for the new Chibi Donkey mode.
Donkey Kong Jr. Math 2. What the heck? How did we get
with
here?
Algebra, see? They're gonna announce Donkey Kong Jr. for... Yeah, and it's not even like a new model. It's just like the pixelated thing they had for like Mario Kart Tour. It's not even like new DK Jr.
For real. All right, well, we'll go ahead and cap it off here. Thanks for watching, everybody. I guess until next time, bye-bye. Hello. I did not sleep at all last night. I am tired. I have to work.
How could you pass on something like this? Don't wanna go when it's all that you wish for.
Let's just get the obvious out of the way. You know it's coming. Let's just knock it out. Donkey Kong. This is a prediction and a want. I think it's pretty darn likely that DK is ready to take center stage. It's his 40th anniversary, rumors are rampant, it just feels like if it's going to get revealed this year, E3 is probably the place that it's going to happen. DK has a history of E3 reveals, and not that it necessarily needs to remain that way, but especially if this game is supposed to put DK back on the map as one of Nintendo's big guys, E3 is a great place to make it happen. Lots of eyes will be on Nintendo, and if they're playing their cards right, it could be a big thing. With that said, guys, I know I've been talking a lot about DK and probably getting us DK fans excited. Don't be discouraged if DK doesn't show up here for some reason. I trust the DK guys that I talk to. I don't believe that they're just blowing smoke up my ass. DK is coming. I want it at E3 as much as the next guy, but don't let it get you down if it doesn't happen. That is my PSA for DK. That said, I've got my disappointment folder ready to go. And please God, if it's a 2D game, please don't let the internet tear this thing apart. I will literally go apeshit on the internet and my cancellation will be swift but very painful. Yeah, I think that just about covers my Donkey Kong hopes and predictions for this year. I don't really think any of it was too over the top, except for maybe me. I'm telling you, man, no sleep and coffee. It does a lot to a man. Let me know what you guys' hopes and predictions are in the comments below. I'll probably stream the Nintendo Direct, probably. So that way if DK gets revealed, you can watch me sob in real time. Or not get revealed and sob in real time. Two sides of the same reaction. Anyway, I'll catch you guys on Tuesday. This will probably be my last video until E3, unless there's some new DK stuff to cover. See you guys then. Welcome, ladies and germs, to this pre-E3 Kong Watch video. Guys, I really didn't think I was gonna be doing one of these before E3. I really thought that my my E3 hopes and predictions video would be it. But a lot of you have been asking me to cover this rumor, this quote rumor or leak, whatever you want to call it. I don't know how to label these things. I never know how to label them. And I'll be honest, like I really didn't want to cover this. It was something that I was just gonna leave to the wayside after I covered Zippo, and then he got banned from Reset Era, you know, for having non-legitimate info. Like I just got kind of turned off by like talking about leaks and rumors and stuff like that for you know, Kong Watch. But again, so many of you asked me to cover this that I figured, hey, what the heck, you know, it'll make for a fun discussion, if nothing else. I'm just gonna be upfront with you right now. I tend not to put a whole lot of stock into leaks and rumors and things, unless there is a reason to believe otherwise, which most of the time there isn't. But this is just my big disclaimer. Take it with a grain of salt. We have a couple of days left until E3, so we will likely know for sure the legitimacy of this leak by then. But who knows? Okay, so let's just jump right into it. Why not? I'm drinking coffee. So there was a leak on Reddit that has picked up a little bit of traction over the past couple of days. People have been talking about it a little bit, especially in the Donkey Kong fandom. I saw it a couple days ago, and I'll be completely honest with you. If it's real, I think it would be kind of cool. But let's just go into it. Let me go ahead and read it out for you. The new Donkey Kong is Nintendo's next crossover title. Following the success of Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle and Cadence of Hyrule, Nintendo has been looking to other IP to cross over with. The next one is Donkey Kong X Taiko no Tatsujin Jungle Jams. My info comes from a source at Bandai Namco's marketing team who left the company late last year, throwaway of course. He recalls that as long as things went according to plan, it would get an E3 reveal. The game is essentially a spiritual sequel to Donkey Kong Jungle Beat that has platforming segments and random encounters and boss battles that play like the games in Taiko no Tatsujin Rhythmic Adventure Pack. Motion controls will be advertised preferred way to play, but will accommodate standard controls as well. 2 new amiibo will launch alongside the game. One is of DK with the bongos, and the other is of Don Wada and Katsu Wada together. Both amiibo will do the same thing and unlock a new mode when scanned. My source said it would be a time attack. So right off the bat, this is really interesting. I barely knew anything about Taiko no Tatsujin. I had a feeling it was that game with like the sushi drum or whatever. He looks like a sushi to me. I guess he's probably a drum, but he looks like a sushi roll. And I was right. That's exactly what it was. And I guess I'll address this right off the bat. There are a lot of concerns that this is the new Donkey Kong game that has been rumored. People are just concerned. People are concerned that it's just going to be this weird little experimental crossover title, and that's it. I'll be honest with you guys right now. If this game exists, which I've expressed already, I'm kind of leaning towards it's probably not. But if it is for some reason, I don't believe that this is the Donkey Kong game. There is too much evidence that Nintendo EPD is currently developing a Donkey Kong game. So this would actually probably just be a spin-off title launching sometime, maybe not alongside the new EPD game, but like, you know, it's just another game in development, a new Donkey Kong game aside from the main one in development, which is exciting to think about that, wow, we're actually getting another Donkey Kong spin-off game to go alongside a new mainline game. Like, that's exciting to me. Although I don't necessarily believe this is real, I kind of hope it is, and it's just weird enough. It just seems like such a Nintendo thing to do, you know? Like, I don't know, yeah, I don't know. I like it. I like the sounds of this. I had to look up a little bit about the Taiko no Tatsujin Rhythmic Adventure Pack, just because like I know nothing about these games. And you know, looking at gameplay, I was immediately reminded of Donkey Konga, you know, from the GameCube era, which was also ironically developed by Namco. So if this does exist, there's no better team to work on it, really. So if we have this weird combination of Donkey Kong Jungle Beat meets Donkey Konga, like, I don't know, there's something kind of interesting about that. It's kind of nostalgic in a way. It's a fun little throwback to that era of Donkey Kong. And, yeah, I don't know. I think that it sounds fun. I like the idea of it. Whether or not it's real, that's it. That's a completely different story. It does say that assuming it's real, it'll be getting an E3 reveal. My big concern about that is, you know, if this game is real, you know, this game getting revealed and the main game not getting revealed. And I think in that case, there's going to be some unhappy individuals because a lot of people are going to take that to mean, you know, this is the Donkey Kong game. This is the game that we've been waiting on. I think if they want to be tactical about this, if this game does get revealed at E3, then the main game also has to be revealed to soften the blow of this in a way. Again, like I said, I'm kind of excited by like just the thought of a new Donkey Kong spin-off game coming, but it can't be the one that gets revealed first. That would just, it would not be a good look for Donkey Kong, I don't think. It says it will accommodate motion controls and a standard control scheme. I don't know. Yeah, that sounds like fun. You know, again, very getting very Donkey Konga / DK Jungle Beat vibes, and I guess like technically that's kind of what they're going for here. You know, they also mentioned Amiibo launching alongside the game that will lock an entire mode behind them. That's such a Nintendo thing to do that I almost believe it. I'd totally buy this. I don't buy it, but I also buy it, you know? It's like, it's just Nintendo enough that it's plausible, but at the same time, I'm kind of iffy. I know I'm kind of all over the place between believing and not believing it. I think that it's such a strange enough rumor that like I could believe that it's real. I could see it happening, but you know, just the way I am, I tend not to fully buy into these things until we know that they're legit. And this is just some random fucking post on Reddit. You know, anybody can pull this kind of stuff out of their ass. But as I already said, yeah, I mean, just the idea of Donkey Kong getting spin-off games again, that's exciting to me. I kind of miss getting Donkey Kong spin-offs. We've had 2 Donkey Kong games in the last decade. I will take spin-off games too, as long as we're still getting, you know, the big mainline title. I thought I should make note that Bandai Namco and Nintendo have E3 presentations the same day, one after the other. Nintendo's at like 9 a.m. Pacific time, and then I think Bandai Namco's is at like 2 or 3 in the afternoon or something like that. So you know, I don't know if Bandai Namco would announce the game themselves as a part of their presentation, kind of like Ubisoft did with Mario plus Rabbids a couple years ago, and like they're rumored to do again this Saturday, tomorrow. But you know, like, I mean, that could be a way to do it. You know, Nintendo announced the big mainline game at their presentation, and then Bandai Namco announced the spin-off at theirs, or you know, they could both be in Nintendo's presentation, or maybe none of the games will be at E3 at all. Maybe Nintendo will do a Donkey Kong focused direct later down the line and announce both of these games and more. Who knows? Who knows? But it's fun to think that there's a chance we could be having multiple DK games going on at once. So I guess, you know, that pretty much just about covers it. We only have a couple more days to go, guys. E3 is right around the corner. Here's hoping that it's a big Donkey Kong explosion at E3. That would be awesome. What do you guys think of this leak? I'm intrigued. I want to reiterate that just take it with a grain of salt. Just take it with a big fat spoonful of salt. If it happens to be real and they don't announce the new Donkey Kong game alongside it, don't let it discourage you, because that game is still coming. I would put money down on that. But I guess we'll see. Yeah, I guess we'll see. A couple days. Here we go. Thanks guys for tuning in. This is potentially the last Kong watch before the new game. Here's hoping. See you guys at E3. Welcome, ladies and germs, to this post E3 Kong watch. I went back and forth about whether or not I should do this video, but ultimately I decided to go ahead and go through with it, because I've seen a lot of disappointment and confusion and worry about the state of Donkey Kong post E3. And I thought it would just be a good idea to go ahead and discuss some things related to the Big Ape, because, you know, there's a lot that we can glean from Nintendo's E3 presentation regarding Donkey Kong that I think it's worth going over. I actually don't have anything to drink today. Oh, I had some coffee in my Donkey Kong mug, but I did away with that a couple hours ago. So, hang on, I'm going to grab some juice. I need something. I want some juice. Alright, I got some Tropicana Watermelon Breeze. Not bad. Might have preferred it to be a little bit sweeter, but not bad. Anyway, let's kick it off with the most obvious piece of news that I'd like to go over today. There was no Donkey Kong at E3. If you even halfway paid attention to the Nintendo Direct, you probably already know this. And yeah, it was a bummer. Honestly, like, I was kind of disappointed that Donkey Kong wasn't there. I always knew there was a possibility that Donkey Kong might not be at E3. That's something I've been very open and honest about in previous Kong Watch videos and my E3 expectations video and stuff. But I also thought that there was a pretty solid chance that this might be it. The rumors were ramping up. There's a lot of fire surrounding this whole thing right now. And again, it's the 40th anniversary of Donkey Kong this year. It seemed like there was a solid chance that something might be there, but unfortunately that was not the case this year. But you know, as the dust has settled, I've come to terms with it. It's not the end of the world, and to be honest with you, I think this bodes well for DK moving forward, to be completely honest with you. But I'll get into that in a bit. So probably the biggest thing that we can infer from no DK at E3 this year is that there's probably not going to be a new Donkey Kong game before the end of the year. This Direct was focused on stuff releasing before the end of the year, and Nintendo basically has a game coming out once a month now up through the end of the year. Their schedule is pretty jam-packed. There's not a whole lot of room for Donkey Kong now, which it's a shame. This is his 40th anniversary year, but you know, we've been waiting for 7 years since Tropical Freeze. We can wait a little bit longer. It's not the end of the world. July is DK's official 40th anniversary, you know, the anniversary of the arcade game. If July comes and goes without any mention of DK, it's safe to say that there probably won't be anything major this year. If anything at all related to Donkey Kong. I guess there is the possibility of a fall reveal 2022 release, but I wouldn't hold your breath. I think it's very possible that the game will release next year, but I'm not so sure about a fall reveal, like in a Nintendo Direct in the fall or something like that. It's entirely possible, right? Like, who knows? Sometimes they have like these big surprises at these fall directs that catch us off guard. It's like, man, this fall direct's better than your E3 presentation. What the heck is this about? Sometimes it happens that way. I don't know if that's going to be the case here, but you never know. We'll just have to wait and see. But moving on, during the Zelda portion of the Direct, Aonuma basically said that beyond the Game & Watch, there wouldn't be much celebration going on for Zelda's 35th anniversary, which is kind of surprising when you think about it. I don't know if this was just me, but he didn't seem overly confident that Breath of the Wild 2 would be releasing next year. The way he kind of phrased it, that, you know, they made it sound like they're aiming for 2022. That's what they're hoping for, but he didn't sound like, yes, it's happening in 2022. He just kind of was like, you know, it might happen next year, but, you know, if it comes down to it and we gotta take some more time on it, then that's what's gonna happen. And, you know, that's why I think they're holding off on doing a whole lot else for Zelda's 35th anniversary. You know, people were speculating that, like, Wind Waker and Twilight Princess would be announced for Switch and probably come out to help, you know, celebrate Zelda's 35th before the end of the year, but, you know, I think that's why they avoided announcing those games. They're probably coming eventually. But if Breath of the Wild 2 doesn't make it out next year, those games are definitely going to fill the void next year, mark my words. But it would be their way of still having something Zelda related next year to kind of fill that void before Breath of the Wild 2 in 2023 then, if it comes to that. But anyway, how does this tie into Donkey Kong? Well, you know, Zelda is Nintendo's second highest priority behind Mario. It's just a fact. If they aren't doing much else to celebrate Zelda, then there's a pretty solid chance that Donkey Kong isn't going to get any kind of acknowledgement for his 40th anniversary. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. I would have loved to get an NSO like Donkey Kong game or something like that, you know, DK40, kind of like the Mario 35 game, or even a 1-up arcade cabinet. I would have loved to see Nintendo team up with those guys and release a kind of like an anniversary Donkey Kong arcade cabinet thing, you know. I would have loved something like that. I want one. I want it very bad. dead. They might drop some kind of tweet or something on Twitter like, yes, today, 40 years ago, Donkey Kong was released to the world in the arcades and yada yada, and you know, it's kind of a bummer, but you know, it's likely meant to give the new game the best possible impact it can have when it's finally revealed. Which, touching on that subject a little bit, I know a lot of you are kind of torn on whether or not to believe that this new game exists. You can choose to believe whatever you want to believe, but I'm just telling you right now that the game does exist. It's coming. It's going to happen eventually. Obviously now is just not the right time. It's kind of been something of an open secret in the Donkey Kong community for a while. Again, you can choose whether or not to believe it, but I would put money down that it's happening, and it'll be happening sometime relatively soonish, within the next year or two, probably, if I had to guess. But if you knew where to look, if you knew who to listen to, then you're already fairly aware of this game. So, you know, just saying, just throwing that out there. Moving on, the two most prominent leakers for this new DK game are out of the race. Zippo said it would be a 2D game, that it would be announced at E3, and it would launch later this year, along with some other stuff that did not come to fruition at E3. He was also banned from Reset Era for having misleading and false information and not verifying his sources. So I'm gonna say that, yeah, he isn't to be trusted. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I'm just gonna, you know. Samus Hunter on Twitter posted a bunch of leaks, let's put them in quotes. They got a bunch of things wrong regarding the E3 lineup this year. And for context, they were saying that this new Donkey Kong game would be 3D, and they made a whole thread with excuses for why these things were wrong. I don't think this person is to be trusted. She piggybacks off of other people's information and poses as a leaker and nothing more. There's a whole thread on Reddit that shows, you know, where she gets her information from. Basically, she tends to ride the coattails of other people who are talking about information first, and then posts about it shortly after and pretends it's her own information. It should go without saying, don't go after any of these people. Yeah, it should go without saying, but I just want to make sure that I'm not sending any kind of shit their way. But I would say, as sources, they are out of the running. I don't trust them. Not that I'm very trusting of leakers in the first place. At the very least, they got the discussion around this game going, which, you know, in a way has kind of added to the discourse surrounding this Donkey Kong game, because now a lot of people don't think it's real. A lot of people are attacking people like me for talking about this game, being like, oh, it doesn't exist, it wasn't announced at E3. It's just not ready. It's just not ready yet. That's the only thing. But anyway, that Donkey Kong X Taiko no Tatsujin leak, if you want to call it that, is also likely fake, probably not real. Now, what all of this means, though, is that there's a lot of mystery re-injected into the Donkey Kong speculation once again. You know, if there's one thing that we should take away from E3 this year, it's that, one, nobody should trust leakers, and two, it's that nobody truly knows what kind of game it's going to be. It could be 2D, it could be 3D. We just don't know. But that's kind of exciting in a way. Just don't trust leakers. Just don't. I don't want to report on leaks on Kong Watch anymore. Just cold, hard facts. Unless, you know, there's another big leak / rumor or whatever that kind of comes out that gets everybody talking about it. I'll throw my 2 cents in and, you know, that'll be it. But, yeah, I'm gonna probably try to avoid talking about that kind of stuff from now on here. Just the facts. But if you want my 2 cents right now, I think it's entirely plausible that this new game is going to be a 3D game. This is just speculation coming from me. Again, I don't know anything more about the game other than it exists, and it's probably in development at Nintendo EPD. But I think there's a solid chance that, yeah, it's gonna be a 3D game. For one thing, there was nothing announced from EPD at E3 this year, even though, yeah, now would probably be the time for something. It's been about 4 years since Mario Odyssey. It would make sense for something else to have shown up, but that just wasn't the case. But another thing, you know, we have Tropical Freeze on the Switch. And Tropical Freeze is already a masterclass in 2D platforming. It's amazing. And I just think it would be a little bit redundant to do another 2D game, another 2D Donkey Kong game on the Switch. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's just my take on the situation. Don't take it as gospel. I'm just a guy on the internet talking about video games. I don't know shit. So yeah, I know this isn't the most uplifting video in the world for us Donkey Kong fans. We just gotta be patient. We just gotta wait a little longer. On the bright side, Kong Watch gets to continue. If there's more exciting Donkey Kong things to talk about, I get to do more of that. The unfortunate reality of it is we probably shouldn't be expecting any kind of Donkey Kong stuff before the end of the year. There's a decent possibility that the game will be announced before the end of the year. But I would not hold your breath. I wouldn't hold your breath for that. The best thing that you can probably do for yourself right now is just enjoy the lineup of games that we have coming in the near future. You know, we got Metroid Dread, there's WarioWare, Mario Party, all kinds of things to look forward to. And don't think too hard about Donkey Kong. It's in good hands. I would put money down that this game is going to be worth the wait. Nintendo wants Donkey Kong back in a big way. There are big plans for the ape moving forward. We can see these plans in motion as we speak. Some of the various Donkey Kong content that we've been getting over the past like 2 or 3 years. There's the Universal theme park. Things are happening, okay? Things are happening. If there's one thing that you can take away from this video, it's that things are happening. We just gotta have a little bit of patience. Don't lose faith. The game is happening, okay? This is not me talking out my ass, okay? I trust the people that I'm talking to. I trust that they aren't just feeding me bullshit, okay? I wouldn't be out here making an ass of myself talking about Donkey Kong every couple days if I didn't have faith that this game was real, okay? So yeah, hang tight, guys. I know it was disappointing to not have the big ape at E3, but there were other things to look forward to. If you really want some monkey games, get Monkey Ball. Monkey Ball is amazing. I love me some Monkey Ball. That comes out later this year. Don't pass on that one. It's a good time. Anyway, guys, this might be the last Kong Watch for a while, unless we miraculously get some new Donkey Kong news in the near future. But like I said, I only want to talk about stuff that is tangible. I don't want to talk about rumors anymore. I don't want to spread any more false information. So, you know, if I see you guys asking me about, like, you know, Donkey Kong Hot Wheels crossover or something like that in the comments in a week or something like that, not gonna cover these kinds of rumors. Just the cold, hard facts, okay? Anyway, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Year 8! Give it up for Year 8! It was another year without a Donkey Kong, whose 40th anniversary was sad. Alright, so it hasn't exactly been 8 years just yet, but I did want to get ahead of the curve for this year because, I don't know, I'm scared to say it. Don't hit me. It's actually pretty ridiculous for me to say it because I've been saying it for like the last 5 years in a fucking row, but you know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna rip this band-aid off. Here it goes. This is the year. Ah, okay. I have no way of knowing this for sure. I'm just going based off of a hunch that has been wrong for 5 years in a row. I should probably get that checked because it's not going away. Truth is, I just punched my juice. Truth is, I just wanted to get a chance to talk about Donkey Kong again on this channel. I missed that goofy guy. But also, in the off chance that there's a Nintendo Direct early next month that drops the reveal for the next DK installment, this video would be totally obsolete. And I gotta talk about the agonizing 8-year wait between Tropical Freeze and now. It's just what I do. And while I'm talking about Donkey Kong, I might as well mention about Kong Watch while I'm at it. It started as a fun way for me to talk about DK, a whole lot more on this channel, but really, the trickle of solid, tangible information regarding anything related to DK was slow. and I ended up reporting on rumors more than anything else. I noticed that people were beginning to get frustrated by that. I felt I was setting up expectations in all the wrong ways, and it was a bit irresponsible of me, even if I did mention in those videos that they were nothing more than rumors, and shouldn't be taken too seriously. And really, I mean, you know, even if it was totally harmless speculation, giving any kind of attention to rumors like that is just going to spawn more attention seekers looking for their 5 minutes of fame. So I really reeled it in. Not that there weren't any topics to discuss. I could have talked about the Mario movie news and how it pertains to DK, or more stuff about the theme park, but I don't know, those topics aren't necessarily tied to whatever game project is coming up, you know, so I don't know. I'll keep Kong Watch in mind. Maybe I need to make a decision about what kind of direction I'd like for that little series to move towards, but what I had been doing, I don't think that was it, Chief. Now, with all this said, the rumors, the speculation, all that aside, I'm still standing firm on my little hill that a new DK is coming. I believe I've said this in previous videos, but if you know where to look and who to listen to, the information is already out there. That and, you know, some people who I've had chats with behind closed doors, I trust them. They're not the kind of people who would feed me bullshit. Now, I'm not gonna pretend that I know when it's coming. I thought last year, being DK's 40th anniversary, it was in the bag, but nothing happened. And I mean, realistically, you don't even need to be in the know to recognize that a new DK is probably coming. Nintendo has now released games in each of their staple franchises on the Switch, including a port of Tropical Freeze, which, if you can believe it, is almost 4 years old now. Oh my god. But if there's one little glimmer of hope I can give to my fellow DK fans out there, it's that something is coming. Don't know what, don't know when, but eventually we'll have our new DK on Switch. Now, let's take a step back and speculate a bit. I know, speculating is a dangerous game. Just know that I know nothing about the release time frame for the game, and I'm speaking purely from a personal standpoint, so don't take it too seriously. So the question I will pose here is, what are the chances of Donkey Kong in 2022? I think there's a couple ways we can look at this. I think the biggest determining factor is Nintendo's 2022 game lineup. There are so many games on the docket for this year already. Pokemon Legends Arceus, Kirby, Advance Wars, Splatoon 3, Mario plus Rabbids, Bayonetta 3, Triangle Strategy. That's already pretty stacked. And I didn't even mention the other two major hitters. Now, okay, the chances of Metroid Prime 4 releasing this year are admittedly probably slim, but it has been 3 years since the game restarted development, so if I were to look at this optimistically, maybe it could release as a holiday title, but the pessimist in me says, nah, no way, bro. I think it's possible we'll get a teaser or some sort of glimpse at it this year, though, at the very least. Metroid aside, I think the real determining factor for DK this year lies in the hands of Breath of the Wild 2. If Breath of the Wild 2 is ready to go for the holidays this year, it's no contest. It will eat up every piece of marketing Nintendo has leading into the holidays. That is, if it's ready to go. Lots of people thought it would come out last year, which I kind of thought was too early. You know, this year, I think it's possible. If not this year, next year for sure. But for the sake of discussion, let's say it does come out this holiday. That puts DK kind of in a weird spot. Unless DK were announced early this year and released late summer or sometime into the fall, it could end up clashing a bit with Breath of the Wild. Not only that, but Nintendo likely doesn't have their full game lineup announced yet. There's probably still some other big announcements for this year lined up still. Now, who knows? Maybe DK is one of those games and there wouldn't be any issues with the release schedule conflict or whatever. I'm just saying, Nintendo has a stacked lineup already, so it wouldn't necessarily have to release this year, you know? So on the flip side of this, Nintendo generally announces a new game or two for their beginning of the year directs. DK could fit that bill perfectly. Nintendo seems to announce their games with a pretty cool first trailer. Gives you enough of a taste to get excited. Then later on down the road, they just pop the lid off and drop a shiny new trailer that reveals so much more about the game, and then they release it a few months later. That could work. An earlier announcement, that second shiny new trailer at E3, and then bam, DK in October or November or something. You know, Nintendo's own games aside, I'd put money down on another Pokemon game, or games, for November. Pokemon is basically Nintendo, but they kind of operate on their own wavelength, separate from what Nintendo does, so if Nintendo wants to give Pokemon their own space, a November DK release may not be in the cards, even though DK occupied that space long before Pokemon. Fuck you, Pokemon! Another option to consider is that Nintendo could announce the game this year and hold off till next year. There's been a change in the marketing tides. We've known about so many of their games coming this year since last year. I personally prefer that. It gives you some stuff to look forward to, as opposed to feeling like they have absolutely nothing on the docket. And well, I guess the final thing to consider is that we may just go another year without any mention of the Big Ape. That is a sad, very real possibility, but that is life. And what is life but a series of disappointments? Sorry, that was kind of depressing. Jeez. All right, well, I think that's about it. Guys, I know I've said it time and time again, but we'll eventually get that Donkey Kong game. It's like the last major Nintendo series that has yet to receive a brand new game for Switch. In a way, that's kind of exciting. It's been 8 long years. That's unprecedented for the DK series, and that might mean they're cooking up something great for us. I'm willing to wait for as long as we need to for another great game. DK has a certain pedigree in fantastic games, you know? So, if that game gets announced, you'll hear from me very soon after the fact. And if it doesn't, I'll be here next year. Same time, same place, speculating into the internet video void. But also, don't dwell on it. Try not to go into every direct this year expecting a DK announcement. That's setting yourself up for disappointment. When it happens, it happens. Unfortunately, we don't have any way of knowing when it'll happen, so just let it happen. It'll be all the more rewarding and exciting when you tune into that Nintendo Direct and the Big Ape shows up. That's all. I want to hear from you guys. Let me ask something different for a change. What kind of Donkey Kong game would you like to see? I probably have already asked this before, but it's kind of unrelated to the video topic as a whole. What sort of elements, would you like to see the next game integrate? Me personally, I just want the extended Kong family back, and of course, see the grand return of the Kremlin crew. I'm not too picky. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. In the meantime, I'll catch you guys on the next one. What's this? A brand new Kong watch in 2022? What year is it? It's 2022, I just said that. Yeah, that's right. A very happy little surprise Kong watch for all of you lovely people at this hour. I don't know when this is going to be uploaded. I think I might upload it in the middle of the night because I'm recording this at midnight, but I wanted to get this information out to you guys as quickly as possible. Just a heads up, this video is entirely off the cuff, which, that's how I tend to do things around here anyway with these Kong Watch videos, but if it seems all over the place, that's why. Just prepare yourselves for that. Can you believe that it's been over a year since the last Kong Watch? I said in that very last Kong Watch that I didn't want to continue making these if we didn't have tangible information to go over. But luckily for everybody, all of us Donkey Kong fans today, there is some very tangible information to talk about. Excuse me for a moment while I drink a little bit of water. Yep, just boring old water, no special juice or anything today. I don't know what it is with me and recording these Kong watches and always having a drink on hand. Anyway, let's get past all that. Let's get into the nitty gritty. So, some very, very interesting information has sprung upon us today. I'm going to read directly from my pals over at the Kremlin Campaigner on their Twitter, just because that's probably the most easily digestible way for me to present this information to you right now. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Nintendo has updated the trademark for Donkey Kong. Rather than being a routine extension of an existing trademark, this is a new trademark with updated verbiage pertaining specifically to video games, including downloadable programs for portable and electronic consoles. Wowie zowie. Now, trademark updates happen all the time. A lot of the time, they don't mean anything. What is particularly interesting about the timing of this trademark update is that there's, if you've been paying attention, seems like there's an air of news on the way pertaining to some new hardware Nintendo may be getting ready to unveil. A couple of gaming journalists were being not so subtle about their cheekiness regarding a potential hardware update. You had Jason Schreier in a tweet saying, "Remember when Ubisoft announced Watch Dogs in 2012, but the PS4 and Xbox One versions, or the PS4 and Xbox One hadn't been announced yet, so they couldn't say what platforms it was on or explain how it looked so good? Anyway, here's Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope." And then Imran Khan responded to somebody else saying, "Anyway, game looks nice. Perhaps maybe too nice for just the regular Switch, wink wink. Wait, did I say wink out loud? And even adding on to that, we had Nate the Hate, who leaked the recent partner showcase out here saying, "Felt like a good time to retweet this, not for any specific reason," with an image captioned, "What's next for Nintendo? Switch Pro or next gen Switch?" Seems like there's something going on here. Now, this is getting a little more into speculative territory. However, it's interesting to note that the most recent Nintendo Direct was specifically a third-party focused Direct. There was no first-party stuff. It would make a lot of sense for Nintendo to be holding off on that information for this Switch upgrade, so that way they can push a lot of these games alongside a potentially enhanced version of the Switch. Here, look at these shiny new, better performing versions of these games that you can get for our new hardware. That would make a lot of sense. And just saying, a brand new Donkey Kong being hoisted up as like the flagship title to get for this new piece of hardware, possibly even releasing around the same time. Can you imagine? Oh my god, that would be fantastic. Now that in itself is a little bit of speculation, but it could make sense. Let's dig just a little deeper into the trademark information and see what people are saying. The original poster who shared this information about the trademark update made mention that basically, it's not uncommon for extensions of existing trademarks to be filed, but basically, based on the verbiage here, it seems possible that this was made to ensure that, they would have protection of a new IP for the Switch. Of course, we're all waiting on Donkey Kong. This is Donkey Kong. Might have a new IP on our hands. A brand new Donkey Kong franchise, potentially, kicking off here. Who knows? To add on to all of this, I debated even including this segment, but I'm gonna go ahead and do it anyway. The infamous leaker, I put that in big quotes, huge asterisk, Zippo, has claimed this new Donkey Kong game has gone gold recently. Now, I don't know whether or not to believe this guy, but it's interesting and coincidental that all of this information is coming out all at once here, right after he was the first one to mention anything about Donkey Kong, and I avoided reporting on it, but here I am. Take that with a grain of salt, but, yeah. To me, it seems inevitable. I think something is definitely coming. I mean, I have discussed this many times in the past, and, there have been so many rumors and a lot of smoke and speculation regarding Donkey Kong over the past year and a half. It just seems like, yeah, we're finally getting to that point where we might at the very least get that reveal sometime before the end of the year. Please, God, just give me something. Give me something here. But even if that doesn't happen, which is entirely possible, hopefully within the next year, we will see something finally. If I were to sprinkle a little more speculation in there, listen, Nintendo doesn't have a huge holiday title lined up for themselves yet. There have been some rumors that apparently Metroid Prime might be primed to be their holiday title for this year. A 20-year-old GameCube game, yes, of course. But I think if Nintendo really wanted to wow us and put something out there that we have not seen, for a series that we haven't had in a long time, that November time frame for Donkey Kong would be perfect. I mean, and it wouldn't be unprecedented either. We have had that so many times in the past. November is Donkey Kong month as far as I'm concerned, not April. November. Now, I know nothing about the potential reveal for new hardware, but it is interesting to note as well that the Nintendo Switch OLED was revealed the first week of July last year, and we are into July as of right now. 19 minutes into July, to be exact. I don't want to get anybody's hopes up about, like, you know, any kind of reveals super soon, but let's just say this trademark update, it's looking pretty good. Okay? Yeah, I mean, that's basically all I have to share right now. Guys, I just want to say, if Donkey Kong gets revealed, I'll be over here doing some things. I'm definitely gonna be doing some things, definitely gonna be doing some coverage. I don't know how extensive or in-depth I'll be able to go because I'm working on massive projects for my main channel right now that are like taking up a lot of time, and I need to make money. This channel doesn't make me a whole lot of money. This is mostly just for fun, but gotta go where the money is. That said, what do you guys think? What do you think of this trademark update? Oh my god, I'm so thankful to finally have something to grasp onto other than leaks and rumors. Holy crap, Donkey Kong. Trademark. My brain is happy. It is firing on all cylinders. Anyway, let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Glad to see you guys again. Can't wait to see what you have to say and what you think about this. I'll catch you in the next one. Welcome one and all to Donkey Cope 2023 Year 9 Edition. That's right, we've officially gone 9 years without a brand new Donkey Kong game. Let's see what's in store for this year's edition of Donkey Cope. I got nothing. I mean, goddammit, what do I even say at this point? Year after year, it's the same story. Rumors circulate about DK, but we're met with radio silence. I don't think we're totally out of luck or anything, but it sure doesn't do a lot for the morale of DK fans. I will say, though, that some recent developments have given me a lot of hope that Donkey Kong is still on the way. Here comes the coping! Let's just reiterate what is factually happening right now around the DK brand. Donkey Kong is getting a theme park. That alone is enough for me to have little doubt that something is happening for a game series that Nintendo hasn't had a new entry in nearly 10 years now. Why? Why would there be an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars into a theme park for a seemingly dormant brand? Something just ain't clicking there. Looking beyond the park, DK seems to be prominently featured as a lead character in all the marketing material for the upcoming Mario movie, you know, getting multiple posters and even having a big space on the movie poster as well. And of course, it looks like the Kongs in general are going to be prominently featured in the film. The latest movie poster has some elements that we've seen are going into the Universal Park, so it seems like there will be some brand synergy there. Not a bad way to promote things. And you know, I'm just gonna come out and say it. The rumors have been plentiful, and I don't think they're fake. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Quite a lot of Nintendo projects over the last few years have been rumored and or leaked ahead of time, and one way or another, no matter how long it takes, generally speaking, they eventually tend to bear fruit. Just look at the Metroid Prime rumors. People were sick of hearing about this remaster that just wasn't happening until it did, and they even shadow dropped it. So I don't think that these years of rumors about there being a new DK on the way are building up to nothing. I think they're building up to something. Oh yeah, I said it. But here's where I get to hit my fellow Donkey Copers where it hurts. Guys, I don't think it's happening this year yet. If I had to be real with you, I don't even know that it's happening next year. 10 years, bare minimum, maybe 11 or more. I know, it sucks. But here's why I feel that way. It's about to get speculative in here, so prepare yourselves. Actually, before I continue, this video was recorded in early February, and some new information has come to light since then that may turn the tides, so to speak. I think I may do a follow-up video because I just need to get this one off my plate, but yeah. Okay, on to the rest of the video. I think the Switch is coming to its end. I don't think many will disagree with this. The abundance of remakes and relatively smaller scale titles, aside from the obvious elephant in the room, are leading me to this conclusion. Zelda has traditionally gotten games towards the beginning of a console's lifespan and also caps it off towards the end. And like clockwork, that seems to be happening again. With a $70 price tag, topic for another day. Advanced Wars wasn't even supposed to release this year. That's a holdover from last year. Beyond that, we've got a Kirby remake, and Prime Remastered just dropped, and I'm sorry. I'm excited for Pikmin 4, but they usually don't light the world on fire. They appeal to more of a niche audience. If you look at some of their previous consoles, you'll see that the back end of these systems' lifespans are generally filled with easy remakes, remasters, and smaller scale projects. Heavy rumors from industry people are suggesting that Nintendo is going to have a light second half of the year, and with all this in mind, it just doesn't feel like it's time for DK. I find it hard to believe that Nintendo's most valued first-party studio, the team behind the 3D Mario games, is working on a big, brand new Donkey Kong game to release after 5 years of silence on a console that's ready to keel over. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. What is being suggested by people much more in the know than myself is that Nintendo wants to push Donkey Kong as one of their core brands once again. The park in the movie kind of lends some credence to this, but if we're talking about the game, what sense does it make to leave a huge game like this on Switch? Assuming Nintendo EPD is working on the game like the rumors suggest, of course. That would potentially mean no new DK or 3D Mario in the first 5 years, bare minimum, on new hardware. Wouldn't it make sense if Nintendo genuinely wants to push DK as a big brand moving forward to launch a new system with a big 3D Donkey Kong adventure rather than to dump it on Switch? The Switch is already a huge success. It doesn't need more reasons for people to buy one. And positioning Donkey Kong in this way as the headlining game for new hardware, being able to showcase the new graphical capabilities of the system through Kong? It's risky, yes. Bold, absolutely. But man, would it get people talking. And as long as they're cooking up something tasty, this could prove to be a very good move for them and the health of the DK brand moving forward. Alright, I have spent enough time on this particular long-term scenario, so let me explore another, shorter-term scenario which has been creeping up in my mind the last few days. Here's the thing. Nintendo is currently entirely front-loaded with their two biggest franchises on center stage. The Mario movie drops in April. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom drops in May. It doesn't make a lot of sense for them to announce a big new Donkey Kong game right now with these two projects coming up. That's too many big projects all at once that may cause certain projects to overshadow one another. Once they're out of the way, however, aside from Pikmin in July, the rest of the year is the Wild West. We're coming up on 6 years now without a brand new game from the Odyssey team, and that game released the same year as Breath of the Wild. Now it is totally possible they've got the next 3D Mario coming up on the horizon. A lot of people assume that a new Mario is coming to synergize with the movie, but Mario games do fine no matter what. They don't need the help. Would make a lot of sense to get DK into the minds of audiences around the globe with the movie, to then bet on the success of a new DK game later this year. He'll be fresh in everyone's minds, and if this is a whole new take on DK, it's the perfect way to introduce him to a whole new generation. And like I said, there's that suspicious gap between July and the end of the year. Maybe the rumors are true, and Nintendo is gonna be light for the rest of the year after that. But Nintendo EPD is due for a new game. It's all very speculative, and that's all we can really do right now. I think everything hinges on the next system. It would be bold of Nintendo to put the launch of a new system on DK's shoulders, but it would also demonstrate just how important DK will be for them moving forward. At the same time, dropping DK now on Switch ensures that there's already a huge audience built in to release to, without betting on the success of a new console that may not even be successful. Regardless, whatever they decide, I just really think that to bring this franchise back in a big way, they have to go beyond just another 2D adventure. We've already been through this. Nintendo dropped one of the best 2D platformers of all time in the form of Tropical Freeze, and as much as I love that game and would recommend it to anyone in a heartbeat, I can admit that it didn't light the world on fire. And if they really wanted to follow up that game with another 2D game, I think they've kind of missed that window of opportunity. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. I would hate to see Donkey Kong's 2D adventures permanently take a hike, but you know, the brand isn't in a healthy enough position to rely solely on that right now. It needs that big crowd pleaser, and Nintendo's big 3D games just tend to grab people's attention better than their 2D ones, Mario being the outlier. A part of what needs to happen, and I think could realistically happen with a big budget 3D adventure, is establishing a more unique identity. I think after going so long without a new DK and his appearances exclusively being in Mario spin-off titles, it's made the DK brand feel more like an extension of Mario rather than its own thing like it used to. If Nintendo wants this series to be a pillar for them, they need to be willing to scrape DK off the bottom of Mario's shoe. Stapling DK to Mario has been fine for keeping him in the public consciousness, but I don't think it's doing the Kongs any favors for helping separate them from Mario in people's minds, especially young people. I imagine there's probably a lot of youngsters out there who don't even know that Donkey Kong is supposed to be his own thing, or at least, you know, was at one time. I really hope that this series can begin to thrive again. I miss the Kongs. You know, all the classic charming characters from the DK series are painfully underutilized. I miss Donkey Kong butting heads with the Kremlings and King K. Rool. I miss the music, the animal buddies, and the feeling of excitement for a new Donkey Kong game. It has been a long time. I still remember the Tropical Freeze reveal like it was yesterday, you know, watching trailers for it in English class in high school instead of writing those papers. This is why I'm a YouTuber. I don't know how much I trust modern Nintendo to not fumble the bag, but I don't really have much of a choice but to keep hoping and coping. They're the only ones who can make it happen. I think that's about it for this year's edition of Coping for Kong. I think we're still gonna be waiting a while. Contrary to what I may have said in previous years, I can only work with what's in front of us, and you know, right now it ain't much. Truly, I hope I'm wrong. You know, this wait sucks, but it just sort of feels like, you know, at this point, waiting for the next Switch just makes a whole lot more sense. Whenever that ends up being, you know, the Switch is successful and is only just now starting to slow down a smidge. If they dropped a new console on us soon, that would cannibalize their sales, so it's possible they could ride this thing out for a while. So I'd say to my fellow Kong copers to strap in. We have a bit of a ride left ahead of us, but you know what? Eventually we'll reach the destination. Occupy yourselves with other things in the meantime. There are just so many games coming out at all times. No sense in waiting and worrying for this one specific title constantly. I have a feeling I'll be returning for year 10 in 2024. Let's just put it that way. What do you guys want to see out of a new Donkey Kong title? I've said it before and I'll say it again. I really want a new 3D adventure. Bring the Kremlings and the extended Kong family back. Those two elements alone would go a long way to making a DK game feel like a true DK game. Leave any and all of your thoughts in the comments below. I want to hear from you. It's not every day that I get to cope for Kong, so let's savor it together. In the meantime, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Ladies and germs, welcome! After more than a year, we're back here at it again with another, and possibly the final, installment of Kong Watch. Oh yeah, I said it. Potentially the final installment. Now, I don't like to make these things unless there's some real, tangible stuff to go off of, and oh boy do I have quite the doozy to report on today. Let's not waste any time. Let's get into this thing. I've got my Sunny D here, a little thing of Sunny D. That's right, I'm keeping up the tradition of having something to drink during these videos. Oh, isn't it amazing? Just a little baby Sunny D. Hang on one sec. Oh. Sunny D-rific, 80% vitamin C. So why on earth do I think that this might be the final installment of Kong Watch? Well, there is a prominent leaker on the scene who goes by the name of Puro. That's right, this little red penguin looking dude. What a penguin he is. Now the crazy thing about this guy is that he basically has a flawless track record when it comes to leaks. Like, This guy has legitimate information. Let me take you back here a little bit to June 19th. I believe this was before the last Nintendo Direct, the General Direct, was announced, and this guy essentially leaked Mario Wonder and the Super Mario RPG remake. On top of that, he's also gotten correct Sonic Superstars and Pikmin 1 and 2 coming to the Switch eShop. The guy has info, is basically what I'm saying. I don't know why, and I don't know how. I don't like him for this reason, because I want this information. Give it to me, people. Come on. And since then, he's also predicted and gotten right several other things, but those are like some of the big ones that he has gotten correct. So anyway, moving right along, there's supposedly going to be a Nintendo Direct next week. It hasn't been officially announced yet, but it's being rumored. It's being presented as though it's already official. And let's be honest, it wouldn't take a rocket scientist to guess this. There's always a Direct in September. So we knew one was probably coming, and Puro is, he's on the case. He also believes there's one coming, and he's got the information to go along with it. He starts off today by saying, let's just say fans of a certain MATLAB function will be happy with the upcoming Direct. Now, I don't know what the shit this actually means, but everybody in the comments is saying that it means F-Zero. So yeah, I'll take them at their word for it, because I don't know. And who cares? It's not important anyway. What's really important is what he posted after this. A GIF of Donkey Kong rolling from the movie. Now, to be clear, he made it a point to say that he was going to be tweeting about the Direct today and spoilery things that are going to be in the Direct. He got lots of stuff right from the last Direct. I don't think we have any reason to not believe him. Now, of course, he didn't go into any further detail than this GIF, but I think it's pretty safe to say we know it's coming, okay? We know it's coming. There's a lot of speculation that, well, maybe he's just referring to the NSO. Maybe they're just gonna add Donkey Kong 64 to the NSO. Who knows? Maybe. Maybe it's possible that could be what it is, but multiple people have also looked further into his tweets, and unless he explicitly states as such that he is revealing something for the Nintendo Switch Online, it's generally related to a new game. So we might get a new F-Zero and a new Donkey Kong game at the next Direct. Donkey Kong is the more important one though, you know, forget F-Zero, forget about it. I'm just kidding. I'm happy for F-Zero fans, too. Now, as for the kind of game, yeah, well, I don't know. That's anybody's guess. Could be a new Donkey Kong Country, you know, another 2D side-scrolling Donkey Kong platformer, or could be a new 3D game, or maybe even a whole brand new take on Donkey Kong. Something, it's a hybrid of the two. It could be completely outside of our wildest imaginations. Donkey Kong Junior Math 2, you know? You never know. Now, I'm really hoping this shit doesn't age like milk, because it does seem, and I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say it, I'm gonna say it, it looks like this 10-year hiatus might finally be coming to an end as early as next week sometime. Who knows when next week, but next week. It looks like there are a couple of days being thrown around. I've heard Tuesday, other people are hearing Wednesday or Thursday. Puro had engaged with a tweet of somebody guessing the 13th, I believe, so we might be looking at like Wednesday next week. Hard to say, but man, here we are, dude. This is it. It's now or never. If Donkey Kong isn't here, I'm gonna shit my pants. Now, to add on to the speculation here, there was somebody on some forum somewhere. I know, that's a great way to kick this thing off. You know, just some random guy on some forum suggesting that Donkey Kong could be coming. He says, hope you guys consider Donkey Kong big. This was posted a couple of days before Puro started teasing something today. Now, there is no further information about this guy or, you know, like what he's all about. Who knows? Who knows about that? But there are other people talking about Donkey Kong, so that might be a thing. I don't know. Guys, I can't believe it. I'm not gonna get all sentimental here in this video because it's very well possible this might not be the last time we're here talking about Donkey Kong and speculating about when the next Donkey Kong game is coming. Might be out here coping for a while yet. I don't know. Donkey Cope is real. I'm snorting that copium hard today, okay? This has gotta be it. If they're fucking with me, I ain't gonna be too happy. But with that said, tomorrow's my birthday, if you can believe it. And I'm gonna be getting a new kitty. His name is Mr. Stripe. He gets to be brothers with my other kitty, Scrappy Cat. And a few days from now, we might have a new Donkey Kong game announced. It is a good birthday season, I must say. Guys, what do you think? Do you trust this Puro guy? I don't really see any reason not to. He's got a pretty flawless track record, and this isn't some, like, he's not pulling any bullshit. There's no strings being yanked here to make it look like he's presenting accurate information, but he's actually just like, you know, tweeting a bunch and deleting it or whatever crap. No, ever since he materialized out of thin air, he has had pretty solid, legitimate information, so I don't have any reason to believe that we're not gonna see Donkey Kong next week. In what form that takes, well, you know, that's still up for interpretation. I suspect it's probably finally time for that new game. There's a lot of rumor and speculation that the DK Park is gonna be opening early next year in Universal Japan. And if that's the case, well then, hey, the timing of this could line up pretty well. And after all, it would make sense to try to drop DK on the Switch with such a massive install base, and right after the Mario movie coming off the heels of that, and you know, we got Donkey Kong Legos and stuff now. Donkey Kong's hot. It's fresh in the general consciousness of the world, okay? That's right, everybody loves Donkey Kong in the Mario movie and Donkey Kong Legos. Every single person out there, oh yeah. So, I guess we'll see. I'll be back here again talking it up if Donkey Kong really makes his grand reveal next week. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Don't let me down, Nintendo, you shitters. Don't you make this age like milk. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below. I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna go drink the rest of this Sunny D and cope for a little while longer and hope that next week is really the week. Okay. All right. I think I've drugged this out long enough. I'll see you guys when I see you. Welcome back, ladies and germs, to the Monkey's Paw edition of Kong Watch. Yeah, that's right. For all of you who didn't want Kong Watch to end, well, you're getting your wish with the finger curls. I don't have the best news to share with us on this fine birthday Saturday. That's right, it's my birthday. Thanks for all the birthday wishes on the last video, gang. I appreciate it. Yeah, so, you know, us DK fans, we just can't seem to catch a break. When we finally are in the midst of seemingly good news, it gets yanked out right from underneath us. It's just how it goes. It's just how it is. Not the news I was hoping to have to deliver today on my birthday, but I figured I should probably just go ahead and rip the band-aid off, get it over with. So we got an update from Puro, our lovely little leaker of DK. So we started off with this image here of DK pinning Mario down, you know, from the movie. Somebody commented, does it have the minis? And he said yes. So this essentially confirms the worst of suspicions that this is not going to be the Donkey Kong game that we've all been waiting for, and this is essentially along the lines of what I had heard last night too. I heard from somebody that it's not what we're going to be expecting. Well, basically what we're looking at is probably another Mario versus Donkey Kong game. Real monkey paw shit. Oh, I want a new Donkey Kong game. Here it is, Mario versus Donkey Kong. Ooh! What a load. What a load. It stinks, you know, but it is what it is. I guess that just means you guys are gonna get more Kong Watch. I guess that's what this is. We're just gonna have to keep covering Donkey Kong news well into the future. If I could throw a little speculation into the mix here, my guess is that we are not going to be getting a new Donkey Kong adventure on Switch. Reportedly at Gamescom this past weekend, Nintendo was showing off their new system behind closed doors, and that to me is an indicator that new shit is probably coming up real soon. You know, a reveal probably we could probably expect it within the next 12 months. Is what I'm guessing. And it probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense to drop a whole big new DK adventure on the Switch when it's on the way out. They could save that game for the next system. No, yeah, I'm still in the camp that we're getting a new Donkey Kong game. Maybe this is me coping very hard, snorting that DK copium, you know. I've always got it on me. I'm addicted to it, man. I'm addicted to the Donkey copium. But what can I say? I just don't think that Nintendo is gonna let this guy sit. But man, does it sting to be going on 10 years without a new Donkey Kong game to then get Mario versus Donkey Kong. We are quite literally having our Metroid Prime Federation Force moment right now as Donkey Kong fans. That's what this is. That's what this is. It also just kind of sucks because, you know, as fans of the Donkey Kong franchise, series of games and all that, we want to see Donkey Kong stand on his own 2 feet. You know, we want to see his series flourish, but, you know, more and more often we're seeing Nintendo continue to staple Donkey Kong onto Mario. And I feel like it's now more than ever really starting to blur the lines. And I don't like that. And I know a lot of other Donkey Kong fans don't like that either. But, you know, I'm starting to wonder more and more now if that is just what Nintendo wants. You know, maybe Nintendo just wants to keep Donkey Kong alive through Mario. That is some heavy speculation on my part. I really hope that's not the case. I don't know, man. The way that Nintendo is like handling DK recently over the course of this past year, you know, it's just I don't know. It stinks, but you know, what can you do, man? It is what it is. But you know, I just wanted to get out here and let all of you know as soon as I can, for those of you who might not be on Twitter and might not be paying attention to the ongoings of Donkey Kong news elsewhere. You get your news directly from me. I'm not a good news source. I'm sorry. I'm just not. I like to talk about Donkey Kong, so I take any opportunity that I can. That was a good opportunity to do it, and this is another one. It's another good opportunity to talk about DK, just not with the news that any of us want to hear. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Back to waiting, back to coping. What do you guys think? Are you excited for Mario versus Donkey Kong? Another one that they're probably just shitting out to have something to fill up their lineup before the Switch is over? It's gonna be a cheap little project. It's probably like a remake of one of the earlier Mario vs. Donkey Kong games or something. Yippee! Well, let me know your thoughts in the comments below, and I guess I'll see you guys on the next one. Donkey Kong! Donkey Kong! Yeah! So here we are, an incident in time I had hoped we would never reach. It has been 10 years since the last Donkey Kong game. Wait a minute, I'm receiving intel that there is in fact a new Donkey Kong game dropping in the next few days. When will it end? I don't know. I mentioned in last year's Coping for Kong video that I didn't think there would be a new game in 2023 or 2024. I still stand by that for reasons I will soon get into. But I will say, if there were any year that we would get some solid, tangible information about the whereabouts of DK, I think it could be this year. Gonna keep it kind of low-key for this year's video, you know, talk about where the brand is at, some of the things that have happened to DK over the last year, and where we could be headed. For those of you who might be new here, this has become something of a yearly tradition for me, you know. I'm a big fan of Donkey Kong.
Well, no shit.
And this is all in good fun. I made sure to stock up on my copium supply, so if you hear about any shortages, then stay away from my house. Because I need it more than you. Hang on, gonna need a big rip for this one. Oh yeah! I'm still, perhaps naively, optimistic and confident that a new Donkey Kong game will grace us someday. I don't believe that the recognition this brand has been receiving is for nothing. The swell of rumors and reports of a canceled and restarted project only adds fuel to the fire. I believe them! And Nintendo is known to sit on finished projects for various lengths of time. But with that said, there have been some new concerns creeping up in my mind the last few months that I'm hoping are just nothing more than me being paranoid. Let me go ahead and paint a picture for you. So, for years now, I've been discussing rumors and reports on the DK brand and how Nintendo was seemingly gearing up to start a new building phase for this IP. After years of waiting, we are now in the middle of this building phase. 2023 was a big year for Donkey Kong, all things considered. It marked the release of the Mario movie, in which Donkey Kong had a big role and was a huge success. All because of Donkey Kong, of course. This alone may have been the widest net Nintendo could have cast to get DK in front of as many people as possible. We had the release of new merchandise in the form of Legos, too expensive for my budget, but also a new set of figures. Neat! Diddy and Funky made their grand return to the Mario Kart series, as well as the greatest Mario Kart course, DK Mountain. Hashtag double dash sweep. I don't make the rules, I just write them down and read them out loud. And looking ahead a bit, the first of the Donkey Kong Universal Parks will be opening in Japan in the next few months. So, on paper, all of these things are great. Donkey Kong is more relevant now than he had been in a long time, maybe even ever. But I'm sure some of you have noticed that there's been a common link between all of these various things. Donkey Kong is completely stapled to Mario's back right now, and has been for a while. All of the major Donkey Kong appearances are currently an extension of the Mario brand. This in itself is not inherently a bad thing. Mario and DK have always been closely linked, and after all, this is the building phase. By leveraging the popularity of the Mario series, it is putting Donkey Kong and the rest of the crew in front of as many eyes as possible. And this was the plan all along. I think a lot of us DK fans have taken this to hopefully mean that eventually Mario will kick DK out of the nest and let him spread his wings and fly off on his own. Lots of games and spin-offs for all. I'm becoming a little worried that this may not entirely end up being the case. Perhaps we've become a bit too intoxicated with the copium. After the release of whatever Donkey Kong game is next, I could imagine this newfound momentum hitting a bit of a crossroad. Down path A, we enter a new era of Donkey Kong prosperity, a combination of 2D and 3D games releasing every couple of years, lots of new merchandise, perhaps even the occasional spin-offs, you know. Basically the ideal future for any Donkey Kong fan. But down the other path, something maybe not quite as ideal. I think it's worth discussing that this is Nintendo we're talking about, and it wouldn't be Nintendo if they didn't pull a Nintendo. Sometimes they just make decisions that only make sense to them. It's entirely possible that Donkey Kong could simply continue to exist and be nurtured as an extension of the Mario brand. You know, still receiving the occasional new game, but at the pace of something like a Yoshi game or a Wario game. So, not that often. Don't get me wrong, you know, this is still far from the worst case scenario. That would still put Donkey Kong in a much more favorable position than a lot of other Nintendo properties. It would just be kind of a shame to see all of this build-up not lead into anything substantial down the road. But this is also not a future that's hard to envision. Mostly because that's the current reality of the situation. Now, the flip side to this is that Donkey Kong is getting an exceptional amount of promotion across all of these various Mario things, like much more than your typical Mario side series. So for Nintendo to just put him in their pocket again and forget about him for another decade or so would be a huge waste, but also a very Nintendo move. I think what I find particularly strange about Nintendo's treatment of DK is that the games have always sold fairly well. So it's just kind of weird to me that they feel the need to position Mario and Donkey Kong this closely at all. I'd imagine that through Nintendo's typical means of marketing and promotion, that a new Donkey Kong game would sell well regardless of how much it's been propped up by Mario. Again, who knows why they do what they do? But that's all I'm gonna say on that for now. I'm really not trying to fearmonger or, inject any doubt into the DK community. These are just thoughts that have been on my mind that I thought were at least worth bringing up. For now, let's focus on some exciting possibilities. So, unless Nintendo just so happens to have some surprises left in the chamber, DK will probably be a Switch 2 title. It would kind of be a bummer to see DK skip the Switch entirely. This would be the first time ever on a Nintendo home console that there hasn't been an original DK game, but at this stage of the Switch lifespan, dropping DK on current hardware would really just hold it back. In terms of sales, I'm sure it could do just fine, but the hardware is just so outdated. With the Switch 2 right around the corner, it would just be a wasted opportunity to not have a graphically enhanced DK game ready to go for early in the next system's life. Dropping DK now on Switch would ensure that it will either look or feel dated in a matter of months when we start getting next-gen software. I think we can all agree that a Donkey Kong game on the same level graphically as something like God of War would be fucking incredible. Not that they'll necessarily go that far, but you get my point. There's nothing wrong with wanting fun gameplay combined with a graphically impressive experience. My dream scenario would be for DK to be a big graphical showcase for the Switch 2, echoing how Donkey Kong Country was to the Super Nintendo 30 years ago. Holy shit, I'm old. Don't know if that will happen though, that's why it's a dream. Anyway, moving on, I think even the announcement of a Donkey Kong game is just going to be one hell of an experience to behold for us fans. When that happens, DK is going to be everywhere. Gaming news outlets, content creators, hello. We will all be talking about DK, and what a special time that will be. And I'll also add that if there were a time to begin keeping an eye out for that announcement, I'd say that we're probably at least nearing the end game here. All of the building blocks that we've been talking about for years now are in place. We're only missing the game at this point. However, even if the Switch 2 is revealed and released this year, I suspect we're still gonna be waiting until next year at the earliest for DK to release. I don't think there's any reality where Nintendo has gone 7 years without a new 3D Mario and a new console on the horizon, where Nintendo doesn't release a new 3D Mario as a launch title for said console. It's like when the neighbor's dog squats in the yard. I know he's gonna poop. An announcement for the next DK alongside the console doesn't seem as far-fetched. It could be one of those early reveals to get people excited for games coming some months after the Switch 2 is released. Man, I'm gonna run out of copium if I keep talking like this. Gonna add a little more fuel to the fire and point out that the Donkey Kong website domain no longer directs you to the Tropical Freeze page. You are now directed to the My Nintendo Store page for our golden child. This doesn't guarantee that an announcement will happen soon, but it probably does mean that they're at least laying the groundwork for a new game page. Maybe. It has to be addressed. But let me try to put a positive spin on this. Even if DK is only allowed to live on Mario Life support from now on, it's still neat to see DK being pushed on the scale that it is. Theme parks, movie appearances, merchandise, rumors of a movie of his own. As I said earlier, this is still a better outcome than a lot of other Nintendo properties that people have been waiting on for even longer than us DK fans. I know it's not the dream scenario a lot of us are probably hoping for, but silver linings and all that. Besides, there still is a best case scenario where Donkey Kong is able to thrive as a series again in its own right. A more frequent trickle of games, 2D and 3D, possibly even the potential for spin-offs once again. The series hasn't really been healthy enough to justify spin-offs for a while, but it would be neat to see them again once we get there. And what a time to be alive that will be. Maybe. It's kind of sad that if the current trickle of Donkey Kong games keeps up at its current pace, that I can reasonably guess the amount of Donkey Kong games that I will see for the rest of my life on one hand. Why does my brain work this way? let's stay positive. You know, it's great that DK is being held up for all to see once again. Time will determine if it sticks. It's an exciting time, you know, we are witnessing the rise of a king. But you know how it is. If we don't get that Donkey Kong game this year, well then, you'll know where to find me. Thank you for tuning in to this year's edition of Coping for Cog. I'll catch you guys next time. It's a good day. It's a good Tuesday, wouldn't you say? So we had a Nintendo Direct today, and wouldn't you know it, our monkey man, the Donkey Kong himself, he was there. He was there in all his glory, all his fuzzy, furry, gorilla-ass glory. And you know what's funny? I've had multiple people reaching out to me after this presentation and telling me how sorry they are. I'm sorry, Al. I'm so sorry. You must be so upset. Upset? What? Look, obviously you didn't watch my stream. Spoiler alert. I was just a little excited. Oh my God! Oh! Just a little. And that's the important part, right? I'm actually in a uniquely weird position that I haven't ever experienced before, where people are actually actively trying to gaslight me. They're trying to gaslight my happiness, basically, by saying that, like, you aren't happy. I can tell you're seething over this. I'm like, nah, man, no, this is cool. This is great. This is like the best thing that could have happened. And they're like, no! I've never experienced that before, so it's kind of weird, but, you know, what can you do? I mean, I can only tell you what I can tell you. It's up to you to believe me or don't believe me, you know, whatever. Like, to me, I can understand the perspective to an extent. A port of a 15-year-old Wii game without many changes doesn't sound all that exciting on paper. But the thing is, and look, maybe it's just because my expectations are so low. My expectations are beneath the ground that something like this could get me this excited. But to me, this is a good sign. This was the best possible outcome for Donkey Kong on the Switch at this stage of the Switch's lifespan. Now, there's pros and cons to this. I will say that it is a shame that Donkey Kong's legacy on the Switch is just going to be made up of two ports of Donkey Kong's only games in the last 15 years. That's kind of a little bit of a bummer. It's slightly off-putting and disappointing that there isn't a brand new game that gets to help define the Switch era of Donkey Kong. But at the same time, guys, you gotta understand that, like, we are at the end of the Switch here. And to me, like, the Switch was fine for the first couple of years that it was here, right? You know, but the Switch is really showing its age now. Like, visually, to me, like, I look at Switch games and I'm like, my God, oh, it's like indigestion for my eyeballs. That's not fun to look at. That is gross. Get that shit out of here. Oh. And I think at this point, like, I would just prefer them save Donkey Kong. Save Donkey Kong for the next system, where we can have a more clean and polished looking game. Something that is going to, hopefully, run much better than it would on the current hardware, because games are just not keeping up. The Switch is not keeping up with the games, is what I should say, actually. They run like dookie butt ass. And I'm not here for it. So yeah, nah, man, this was it. This was good. This was a good thing that happened today. But anyway, like, look, I'm totally unscripted today, and I'm riding off the euphoria of this game being revealed. This is what I wanted, okay? Like, this is what I wanted as sort of just a stopgap, just something before the next Donkey Kong game. There's still a game coming, you guys. If you don't believe me, well, then maybe you ought to take some of my copium. Have some copium, my friends. It won't hurt you too bad. If you watched my stream, you know I was encouraging you not to take any. But here's the thing. Addiction is funny. Okay? That's... Let's just get into it. Let's just dig into this just a little bit. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at Returns HD. So from what I can tell, the visuals have been upgraded a little bit. It doesn't look a whole lot better than the Wii game, and it doesn't look as good as Tropical Freeze, but you know, like, look, he's furry. He's got some fur, and Diddy Kong too, they're furry. So it is a slight visual improvement, but I think the biggest win overall in getting Returns HD on Switch is that we don't have to play with motion controls anymore. The only two versions of Returns that you have the options to play are the Wii version, which has the motion controls, and the 3DS version, which it has extra levels, and that's great and all, but it's an inferior version of the game graphically, you know, and it doesn't run as well either. So this needed to happen. We get a version without motion controls, and we get all of the extra 3DS levels. But here's the thing, you know, I think that, oh my god, look at this. What? Whoa. What? We're gonna keep it. We're just gonna keep it right here. I just want you to soak it all in. Soak it all up. Observe. Bonjour. I know it's silly to be excited for something like this, but to me, it does indicate that Nintendo hasn't forgotten about Donkey Kong. They're still giving us something. This is a stopgap. It's nothing more than a stopgap. Whatever they're cooking up for Donkey Kong is being saved. It's being saved for next time. You know, they're saving it for the Switch too. The other downside, though, is that this does come out in January 2025, which I will admit is slightly disappointing because if, and I assume the Switch 2 is launching next year, if that's the case, this is probably the only Donkey Kong thing that we're getting for 2025, which means we probably aren't going to see a brand new game until 2026 at the earliest. Do you know what that means for me? That means for me that I'm going to be starting to enter my 30s by that point. If you told me that I was going to be, like, Tropical Freeze came out while I was still in high school, to put it into perspective. I'm going to be entering my 30s by the time 2026 is rolling in. So, I did not think it was gonna be that long until I get a new Donkey Kong game again. But I still see it as a good sign, you know? The Donkey Kong Park is opening this year, this fall, in Japan, at the Universal. They needed something. They would have been insane, the dumbest company on the planet, to not try to get something out for Donkey Kong before that park launches. And what's arguably more important to me personally is the fact that Donkey Kong Country, the series, turns 30 years old this year. Now, again, I mean, this game isn't launching until the beginning of 2025, so it's not exactly gonna synergize with everything, but, you know, at the same time, like, it's something. It's on the way, it'll be here eventually, and it just gives us, it reassures me at the very least that Nintendo is keeping Donkey Kong on the mind. They are giving us something to whet our appetites for something bigger and better on the next system, okay? Like, hey, look, maybe I'm huffing the copium, maybe I'm huffing it too much. Maybe it's too much copium for my system to handle, and it just like unleashed this dopamine burst into my brain that is just like way too much. Call me crazy if you will. I know it's a little ridiculous, but I'm excited. I am very excited. I think that this was a good direct. Like, not even just because of Donkey Kong. There was some other good stuff in there too. Like, I'm not gonna lie. But Donkey Kong, that's good. Look, all I can really say at the end of this is that I do think it's going to be worth the wait. I think a lot of people have approached me thinking that this is just, you know, this is just what we're getting. I don't see it that way though. I don't think Nintendo's like, here, take a fucking Donkey Kong port and fuck off, you know? No. I think this is just an appetizer, really. It's just a new Donkey Kong thing to get excited for. You know, we don't get this that often, so I would say bask in it, enjoy it right now while you can, because who knows how long it's gonna be until the next thing, and I think it's going to be worth the wait for the next thing. Nintendo is doing a lot with the DK brand right now, so, you know, something like this is just further indication to me that good things are happening. That's just what this is, you know? So no, I am not upset that this is what we're getting. Are you kidding me? Are you crazy? Did you see my stream? Donkey Kong Returns. Again. Again. And I couldn't be happier that there's gonna be a pseudo new Donkey Kong game out on store shelves again for everybody to enjoy. That's pretty cool. Returns is a great game. I'm looking forward to playing the definitive version of it, you know? This is good. This is a good thing. This is going to usher us into a whole new era of Donkey Kong. Mark my words. I don't care if you think it's copium. To me, it's not. I'm just running in circles at this point. I mean, what else can I even really say about a port of a 15-year-old Wii game? It's cool, okay? It's cool. Donkey Kong's here. That's it. I hope that my fellow Donkey Kong copers out there aren't too bummed out about this. I've seen some mixed reception, and I get it. I get it. It's probably gonna be $60. A $60 port of a Wii game. On paper, it's just not appetizing, but at the very least, I'm trying to look at the bright side here. Things are happening with Donkey Kong again, and that's good. So what else is there to say, you know? All right, I'm just running in circles at this point. Thank you for watching. Please hit that like button. Like and subscribe. That would be cool. I'm gonna be getting back to some, hopefully, more regular content in the near future. I've been working on a lot of stuff over the last month and a half that, well, yeah, I've been working on stuff. Not necessarily for this channel, but I'm getting back to it now. Thanks for watching. I love you. Nintendo Switch 2 has Monkey! So the Nintendo Switch 2 is officially revealed. I say officially because, well, yeah. I wasn't originally planning to do a video talking about this, but I got a lot of requests to give some thoughts, so I figured, what the heck, why not? I'll get on here and jabber a little bit for you. I'm just gonna cut straight to the chase. I'm not gonna mince words. To be honest with you, this was like probably one of the least exciting console reveals that I've seen, maybe ever. And it's only partially Nintendo's fault. The thing has been leaked to hell and back for like weeks, maybe even months now. Like we kind of knew exactly what we were getting from this trailer. But even the leaks aside, like, I mean, it's just the Switch, but again, you know, and like, that's fine. Again, that's kind of more of what we expected, but like, that being said, the console itself isn't really going to be the biggest selling point this time around. The software is really going to make or break this console, this system. And who knows, maybe there's more than meets the eye, you know? Like, they're doing a presentation 3 months from now! Why? Why would they do this? Why do they do these things that they do, Nintendo? Why? Here's the console. I bet you want to see more. Wait till April. God damn it. Why? Why are you the way that you are? But we did get a glimpse of the new Mario Kart game, and like, dude, I gotta be honest, I'm not trying to be a hater, okay? I'm not trying to be a hater, but it just looks like Mario Kart 8. But again, at least graphically speaking, like the art style, I really like. I really like what they're doing with the characters and their designs this time. They're very reminiscent of like the 2D art and like even the old like 64 designs, which I think is pretty cool. I'm here for it, okay? But graphically speaking, it's really not any more impressive than Mario Kart 8 was. And I do find that to be just the slightest little bit of a letdown because it's a brand new console, new hardware, it's supposed to be stronger, or at least that's what we're being led to believe, right? So yeah, you know, getting especially a Mario Kart game. Racing games tend to be great graphical showcases of a hardware's power. So I was really hoping for at least Mario Kart that we would get something nice and shiny, but I don't know. I'm gonna not keep my hopes up for super graphically amazing games on the Switch 2 from this point forward, if this is what they're leading with. Obviously, graphics do not make or break a console. It's not that big of a deal. I was hoping for at least something, I don't know, a little more different. And that being said, too, I mean, this is just the first, like, what, 5 seconds of footage from this game. Who knows how the rest of it looks? And ultimately, that's not even what's most important. What's most important is whatever they bring to the gameplay. And initially, whenever I saw this snippet of gameplay from Mario Kart, I was like, I don't know. Kind of just looks like more Mario Kart. That'll be fine. Mario Kart's fun. Mario Kart's a fun game, but like, you know, is there anything that's gonna shake it up? And then people pointed out to me that, well, you could see the Wonder Seed in the trailer, and that's it. That's the hook, that's the gimmick right there, that they're kind of, they teased it just ever so slightly. It's there if you look for it, and that honestly has so much potential, like even outside of Mario Kart, but like within the confines of Mario Kart, a Wonder Seed just completely changing the entire course and making it all wacky, like dude, that sounds awesome, actually. So, and who knows, maybe that's part of the reason that this game doesn't look as graphically as impressive as I would have liked for it to. You know, the Wonder Seed is gonna do so much wacky shit that they can't really do anything too graphically crazy, because then the console might explode, you know? I don't know, just saying. But anyway, okay, I know why you're really here. You know, I know why you're here. I see you. I smell you. Take a shower, man. I need one too, sorry. Look at that, look at Donkey Kong! He looks like the movie Donkey Kong, which was based off of the arcade Donkey Kong. So, we've come full circle. I'll tell you, my knee-jerk reaction was to look at Donkey Kong and go like, ugh! Why? Why would they do that? Why would they do, where, my Rareware design, why would they do this? But I'll tell you, it has very quickly grown on me, I'm not gonna lie. I like how bulky he is. I like Chunky Monkey. And honestly, I don't really think I have much of a choice but to get used to it, because this is probably, my guess is this is going to be the default Donkey Kong design in the games moving forward. We're starting to see it already in various forms of merchandise that they're bringing out for Donkey Kong. They just announced a new line of merchandise the other day. It actually might have been yesterday at the time of recording this. Okay, I found it. Yeah, they're kind of using that design for Donkey Kong. That seems to just sort of be the default now, which, you know, it is what it is. Like, I'm honestly not gonna be that bent out of shape about it. I really like the Rare design, but obviously they're kind of moving in a new direction, and who knows, maybe this is just a continued sign of what's to come in the future for good old DK. They're also doing a calendar, and that's got the updated design on it. I'm not even about to get into the coping for Kong right now. I'm done coping for Kong. That's just not gonna be a thing. I'll just take what I can get. Donkey Kong, the little Donkey Kong crumbs in my Mario spin-off games, sure, I'll take it. and DK, he looks cool. He looks like he's gonna be a lot more expressive in this game. You can kind of see just a very little snippet of it, and I dig it. I'm here for it, I like it. I like the way the carts look, I love the art style, and that's really all there is to say. It was a relatively uneventful reveal trailer, because we already pretty much knew about all of this going into it, so. April is gonna be the real time to get into it and get yapping about this stuff. I'm sure I'll do a live stream for the direct. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. That's just sort of my scattered unscripted thoughts about the Nintendo Switch 2. I don't really have that much to say, you know? I'm sure I'll probably try to grab one at launch, even if there's not like a ton that I ultimately end up being into on the system. I'm not that big of a Nintendo guy anymore. Like, I enjoy keeping up with the news and seeing what Nintendo's up to these days, but I have not bought and played a Nintendo game since Wonder, and before that, I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. But I know there's gonna be games on this thing that I'm gonna want to play, so, you know, whatever, I don't have a problem investing early, knowing that it'll probably be a worthwhile investment. Maybe. Probably. Possibly, I don't know. Let me know what you guys think about the Switch 2, I guess. I can't imagine there's a whole lot to say, but nah, here's a better question. What games would you want to see on the Switch 2? That's kind of a boring question too, because we can probably expect to look forward to the same games that we always get. Here's the new 3D Mario! Here's Mario Kart! Here's Luigi's Mansion! Here's Smash Brothers! I hate to be all, you know, blunt and pessimistic about it, but I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. You know, it's like whatever. I don't know. Dump any and all thoughts into the comments below. I'll read through them. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. That's so crazy. Oh, next is the last trailer.
Okay, guys. We
Oh man,
Everybody
come
smash
on,
some
come
Donkey
on.
Kong barrel.
Here we go, come on.
Here we go.
Is this it?
Dude!
This is
Is this it?
this is it. This is it.
Or is this Mario?
This is Donkey Kong.
No!
Oh, shit. No way. It's Donkey Kong.
No way!
It's fucking Donkey Kong.
Oh my god, no way!
You saw the mine.
Please!
You saw the mine.
Please!
Is this rare?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
It is.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, dude!
Look what he looks like.
Oh my god! No way! Oh my god! Oh my god! No way, dude! Oh my god!
God damn.
Oh my god!
Really, you can bury in the ground.
Dude! Oh my god, it looks so fucking cool!
Dude.
Oh
All over the place.
my fucking god, bro!
At long last, there is a God. Oh my god. There is a God. Uncle Al's
Oh, dude, look at this shit! Oh my god!
Donkey Kong New Horizons, am I right?
Oh my god, bro!
He's so expressive. I love him.
Really cool.
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god!
Are you crying?
Yeah! Oh man, bro!
Damn. It's like some Elden Ring shit.
Yo!
Oh man.
No crumblings yet!
Who was the Candy
But-
Kong girl? She was cool.
Oh my fucking god, bro! July 17th? Bro! Bro! Oh my fucking god!
Come on, chat. We want everybody to throw some W's, brother. J-Dog's
They'll be
freaking out.
using the chat, right?
Oh my god!
Give him so many W's, guys. He's waited 11 years for this.
Hey, it looks so good.
It does! It looks so good!
It's like they spent all their time on this game that they would do
Yeah.
for a Mario game. Oh my god, it looks
Oh my god, dude!
Wait, do they have one more?
No, that's in counting.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god!
So that's gonna be the
You
same.
finally got it, babe.
I
I'm so happy for
can't
you.
believe it, dude!
Alright,
That looks so amazing!
That's it. That's okay.
That looks so amazing!
Wow.
Oh, Mario Kart is getting a bundle.
Ooh, but it's only a digital bundle.
Oh man, but who cares, man? It's a lot.
Oh man!
No, Sonic wasn't in the direct.
I can't believe it, bro!
We finally did
Thank
it.
God it didn't glitch out over that part.
Yeah, you got like
Yeah,
a
for
Warren
real,
Tag
man.
Game, and then you got that.
Oh my god, dude!
I told you
That direct was so amazing!
That was
Oh my god, bro!
Did Rare make that Donkey Kong game? Because it looks like
It looked like it was from the Odyssey team. That's where I think it came from.
Honestly, it did.
So I bet that those rumors had to have been true. That was it. Oh my
I guess,
god.
they didn't talk about the pricing of the Switch though, so I'm not sure when
They didn't.
would be opening. Maybe during the treehouse tomorrow. Maybe they'll do pre-orders tomorrow.
Holy shit, man.
Somebody said the cope is over.
Al, you might be getting hands-on gameplay at the treehouse.
Oh man, dude, I gotta tune in. I gotta see. I'm so disappointed I didn't get to sign up for the hands-on event now. But you know what? The release is right around the corner. So,
Man.
oh, dude,
That was.
Well, I now know what we
oh my god,
I
man,
mean, I'm not like the biggest Nintendo
Oh.
fan, but that was a really good direct.
dude,
Yeah.
That
dude.
was worth it, man. That was freaking
Right, they saved everything right at the end there. It was just banger
they
after
did.
banger. New From Software IP, Kirby Air Ride 2, Donkey Kong! Oh!
Kirby Air Ride game was enough. That Kirby Air Ride game was enough. I've been begging for a Kirby Air Ride for years.
I gotta look at that Donkey Kong trailer again, chat. I gotta look at that
man.
again. I'm rewinding.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, bro.
Right now.
Bro, you just shot up to like 500 viewers.
I
after
know!
that.
Everybody's here! Dude,
That's crazy.
guys, this has been years in the waiting for me. I cannot believe it, man. I can't believe it. Look at this shit.
Yeah. Crazy, dog. That was crazy.
They have a cow cart rider right now?
Ye-
Yeah.
A cow?
Yeah.
And a truck? You eat
Yeah.
burgers?
Dude.
Different outfits.
Dude, this is so good. So they really are starting this system without a 3D Mario. It's Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
That's so
crazy.
nuts.
Insane to me.
That's
That is
so
really insane.
nuts. I can't believe it, bro. Fucking look at this. This shit looks so amazing.
Kinda went
Are you okay, babe?
No.
the world must have just ended and like we're just in heaven now.
Dude,
I can't believe
I'm
it.
so glad I was here for this. I'm so glad I was here for this.
I'm so glad I got to be here for this.
Oh my god, man.
Freaking sane, dude.
Count your chest.
I'm like,
Oh my god.
oh man.
Dude,
My Donkey Kong
this
trick
looks
through.
so
Oh,
fucking amazing. Oh my fucking god.
Oh man.
The only thing it's missing are the Kremlings.
I know. And who knows, maybe they're saving them. Maybe they'll still be here.
Maybe.
K. Rool could still be the main villain of this for all we know. Oh man. I
God,
can't
it just looks
believe
so
This looks so cool.
this is incredible. Oh my god, bro. Donkey Kong Bonanza. Holy shit.
I just love how expressive Donkey Kong
I
is.
know. It looks so good.
I'm like, I knew they were doing a good choice with like what they're doing with the design. Because I knew they were gonna do something like this.
I
in a
love
way.
that he's got little pants now.
Dude,
It's so cute.
and like lots of little eyes on all the different things. That is like so
Yes.
fucking Rareware inspired,
It's so
man.
rare.
Exactly.
Oh my god, bro.
Finally happened, man.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe
Finally
it.
got it, and it's better than you could have ever hoped for.
Oh my god, dude. It looks
just
so
like-
fucking amazing.
All the golden little ditties there.
I'm
I
so
wonder if we can
glad.
find Diddy in that
I'm
place.
so happy.
I hope he. I have a feeling he probably is. Oh my god.
He's so expressive, dude.
Wow.
He's got so many like movement options and shit. It looks so cool.
Yeah, he
I
looks
love his
like
little
the,
rock friend.
It's like a mix of like the classic Donkey Kong with the like Donkey Kong Country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, like,
Really
kinda-
good.
But it also looks like ukulele.
Yeah, something like yeah, like a
Very rare. Very rare.
Yeah, definitely Rare inspired. Look at him beating up these enemies and shit, dude. That is so fucking cool.
Well, I know what you're doing today.
Yeah,
Oh,
this-
man.
I'm gonna be cranking out some videos today. That's for sure.
Yeah, you are.
Oh man, dude.
An overanalyst video where you're gonna have like an hour-long video of Al.
Look at that! Look at that!
Oh my
You're gonna
god.
fill it to the
dude.
brim with just ad after ad after ad after.
Dude,
Oh my god.
If they don't get you to make the video to be the voice for that, like, did you know gaming for this trailer alone, they're missing out.
This looks so crazy, dude. So crazy.
Oh my god, just.
Oh man, bro.
It looks.
After all this time, man, it's finally here.
That
I really don't even know how to start this video. Like, how to... After 11 years of waiting? I don't think there is a perfect way to start off a video like this. I should have been working on this video for like the majority of the day. It's 3:20 p.m. right now, Eastern time. It's been hours, and I've pretty much almost exclusively spent the last few hours just rewatching that trailer over and over, and my reaction. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Wow, man. Wow. It's over. The coping for Kong is finally over. I've spent years now on YouTube talking about Donkey Kong, coping for Donkey Kong, just speculating about every little detail over DK and his potential inevitable return, and it's finally here. It's seriously hard to believe. Like, I feel like I'm in a dream. I feel like I've been living in a dream today. My head is in space. I'm just like, I'm not here. Holy shit. Just holy shit. What else do I even say, man? It's almost exactly everything I could have hoped for and more. A brand new 3D Donkey Kong game. It's been like, what, 25 years or something crazy like that since they last took a stab at a 3D Donkey Kong game, and it's from the Mario Odyssey team. Just like the rumors said, it's completely unfathomable. I can't wrap my head around it, dude. Donkey Kong is back. Donkey Kong is back. And that officially marks the end of Kong Watch. Kong Watch, you had a good run. Probably a longer run than I would have preferred, but you know what? The wait was worth it. Dude, not only is this thing going to be like one of the launch window titles on the Switch 2, but there's not even a 3D Mario game in sight. Nintendo is really pushing Donkey Kong to the forefront, man. Donkey Kong is carrying the launch window of the Switch 2. Okay, there's Mario Kart, but there's the Donkey Kong! And yeah, some unfortunate news came out regarding pricing after this whole thing, and well, I'm gonna make a whole separate video about that probably. But for now, I just wanna bask in the glory. I just wanna go through this trailer. I wanna go through this trailer with you guys and do a little bit of speculating, do a little bit of frame by framing, because there's some exciting stuff in here. And the first thing that I really wanna address right off the bat, because I know a lot of my fellow DK fans out there are scared and disappointed about one particular thing. No sign of the Kremlings, at least at first glance. At first glance. I can't say for sure if they're in here or not, but I want you guys to take a look at this. Listen, I'm gonna hit you guys with some real speculation here. So like, you know, we get a glimpse at some of the new villains that are gonna be making their series debuts in this game, and you know, very clearly these guys are monkeys. These are some monkey guys. They are not Kremlins. There's an about page on Nintendo's website that shows these new guys, and they're supposedly called Void Co. They are going after the golden bananas. That's what they're after. As we've seen in previous Donkey Kong games, the golden bananas seem to have some kind of magical properties to them. So clearly, you know, they got some sort of nefarious schemes going on behind the scenes. We don't really know what they are, or do we? I want to show you guys something. So first of all, does this little fella look familiar to you at all? No? Let me play a little bit more. All right, get a look at this. Does that not look like anything at all that you've ever seen? He punches him, he goes flying. Look, we got another little guy over here, kind of looks somewhat familiar, almost like a certain reptilian race of sorts. Let me take you over here. Now look at this. Isn't this one hell of a lineup of critters? There's something going on here. There's something going on here with these reptilian-looking statues, and I have some theories. First of all, I don't think this is a completely Donkey Kong Jungle Beat situation where they're just completely sidelining all of the beloved established stuff that we've had in the Donkey Kong series since the Rare days. And I'll tell you why. There's a lot of love and homage and reference to that era in this trailer if you just kind of take a look around. First of all, I'm noticing a lot of enemies and little creatures and things with these eyeballs on them. That is exactly what Rare used to do with the Donkey Kong games back in the day. Or just all their games, or at least, I don't know, a handful of them. They put little googly eyes on these things. And we're seeing a little bit of that here. We got this island going on over here that, like, has these espresso looking characters. It's just like a whole island of espressos. That's very clearly Espresso's sort of design taken and, you know, given some tweaks to sort of create an island of them. Very cool. You got the blasting barrel thing here, you know, that's very Donkey Kong inspired. But then, you know, we get to this scene here where we get clearly a snippet of like jungle hijinks, and it's not just any version of Jungle Hijinks, this is straight up Rareware's Jungle Hijinks. We got the mine carts, got characters with the googly eyes, got golden bananas. We got the, oh, banana! They brought it back, can you believe that? Now let me get into why I think that the Kremlings are gonna be here, aside from, you know, the very obvious little things that I pointed out. Okay, so even more crazy information has been made known to me ever since I recorded this. Take a look at this. Yep, that was him. That's it. That's him right there as Cranky Kong. That means the other Kongs have got to be confirmed, right? We're definitely getting the other Kongs. Even if we're not, I'm so glad. I'm so glad to see Cranky Kong here. Oh my gosh. That puts my mind a bit more at ease that we're at least still gonna see other Kongs. And if not, well, we got Cranky, so there's that. On top of that, after taking a closer look at the Nintendo website, you also see this interesting looking structure. Does that seem at all familiar to anybody? I can tell you what that looks like to me. That looks a hell of a lot like the Blast-O-Matic, if I do say so myself. Maybe frozen over, you know? I don't know. But then look directly to the right of it. Does this also not give off the shape and structure of like a Kremling head? Kind of looks a little bit like maybe K. Rool or something with the crown, or you know, somebody else pointed out to me like maybe it's kind of like a mohawk thing going on here, and it might be for Krusha or something. Look, all I'm saying is, I'm pretty darn convinced. If not the Kremlings, then at the very least K. Rool is gonna make an appearance in this game somewhere, somehow. Alright, back to the video. This might sound crazy, and this is definitely speculation more than anything, so don't take it as gospel. The golden bananas! With their golden properties. I forgot about one other crazy little detail here. So take a look. I want you guys to take a look here. When Donkey Kong rolls into these guys, he gets a collectible out of it, and what is that? What is that? That is Naughty. Naughty, the very first enemy from the very first Donkey Kong Country game. So something that we're seeing a lot of is that certain Rareware elements are almost kind of being shown as like fossils, as though it's from like a long time ago, you know? We got these like skeleton, potentially Kremlin looking guys. That's what I'm assuming they are. I'm assuming these are Kremlin guys, and they're like ancient dead, they're relics. Maybe, just maybe, these villains are gathering up the golden bananas to resurrect the Kremlins. Do you know how insane that would be if that's actually what's going on here? I don't know for sure. I don't know if I'm just totally blowing smoke, but you know, we got plenty of references to all to Rare throughout this trailer already. Wouldn't be that huge of a stretch to maybe be that they're looking to bring back the Kremlins, and how insane would that be? That would just be so fucking cool, man. Look, you know, we got Ingot Isle. Crocodile Isle was sunk into the sea at the end of Donkey Kong Country 2. Who knows? Maybe they're trying to bring Crocodile Isle back. You know, maybe they're really trying to go above and beyond, you know? I don't know. Either way, with all these references, with King K. Rool getting into Smash Brothers a couple years ago, I feel like they know Kremlin's King K. Rool, they're important to fans of Donkey Kong, and it would be totally in the spirit of Donkey Kong to save King K. Rool until the very end of the game, where he makes his big grand slam onto the scene, and then that's when you fight him and take him on. But like all these little nods throughout this, like if nothing else, they're at least referencing the Kremlins, man. That's at least gotta be what's going on here. So I just really wanted to like help ease some fellow DK fans' minds at least a little bit. There's no guarantee that they are gonna be in this thing, but at the very least, there's lots of nods and references, so I think it's possible. Other than that, oh my god, man. I'm just gonna let it play. I'm gonna let it play from the start, and I'm gonna just comment on things that I see. All right, here, let me pause on this frame. Let me pause right here, because look at that minecart. I want to show you guys something else. On the Nintendo website, there's a shot of Donkey Kong in the minecart, and he's riding it like a horse galloping. That is so fun. That's so fun. It's so creative. I love it. I'm totally here for it, man. Got lots of bananas and banana iconography all around, just like a donkey do. I'm curious to know if this game is going to be open world. You know, this place here, I mean, look at these bananas flying in the background and stuff like that. I kind of gotta wonder if maybe this is like a later game area or something, like the banana haven that you could get into in Donkey Kong Country with, you know, after collecting a bunch of the stuff. Got a bunch of little miner monkeys here, chipping away, getting coal or something. I don't know, maybe some kind of minerals. Warning, authorized monkeys only. And you know, the crazy thing is there's no Diddy Kong. There's no Diddy Kong, at least yet. I'm really hoping, really hoping they still manage to bring in some of the other Kongs, at the very least as like NPCs somewhere in the game that you can go talk to. Come on, they gotta do at least that. And that's the thing about this trailer too. While we have seen a lot, I feel like we also probably haven't seen a lot of anything for what this game is gonna show. And what I mean by that is, you guys remember the way that they revealed Odyssey? And it looked awesome. It was like, oh my god, this is such a cool new direction for Mario. And then they dropped the second trailer a couple months later, and it was this huge blowout. It was just insane, mind-boggling stuff. And I feel like that's exactly what's going on in this situation as well. So we might still see some other Kong characters. Hard to say for sure. Could be coping pretty hard. The coping actually does continue. But, you know, we see DK with this little rock companion thing too that rides on his shoulder, and they didn't mention anything about what he does. So there's definitely more than meets the eye, I think, with this game. See, and like, you know, here's those guys again with the eyeballs. I feel like there's a lot of passion and love and reverence for the sort of Rareware era style games being presented here, and I love it. I'm so glad to see them at least referencing these things. But you know, it's taking those things and like, yeah, while it's making reference to them, it's also really pushing DK in just like this crazy new direction with like all these different things. I don't know what's going on here. That is not any Kong that we're familiar with, and it looks like he might be a little shop guy, so I don't know. I'm hoping that we get some of the other Kongs, like Cranky Kong in here, and Diddy Kong, and Funky Kong, you know, and Dixie Kong, all those guys. And then this is just crazy. He punches into the ground. He can just punch through shit. And it's not even just the ground, okay? On the website, it also shows him just demolishing a statue, which is, that's just crazy too, man. It looks like a good chunk of this game is gonna be totally demolishable, and that is so perfect for Donkey Kong. Look at that, he takes a huge chunk out of the ground and starts smashing the rest of the ground with it. Explodey bitch, gets a bunch of gold, more eyeball guys, and I just love how awesome the combat looks too. You can roll into guys, do some damage, finish them off with a giant punch right on a rock. Sure, why not? We got the barrels, we got the ingot aisle, and this I just love so much. Just it's even the lighting, like the way the sky is. It's exactly Rareware's Donkey Kong Country. So I am so excited to see what else they're gonna have in here. You know, the one thing that we don't know a whole lot about yet, or well, there's more than one thing, but one thing I want to know more about is who's gonna be composing the music for this game. I think it would be really cool to at least get David Wise in here for a couple of tracks. I don't know if they'll do it, because this is an internal Nintendo project by the looks of it. I'm like 99% sure this is the Mario Odyssey team. It looks like Donkey Kong Odyssey. But man, I would love it. I would love it if they brought David Wise in. And look, who's this big, wrinkly monkey? I don't know. New character, I guess. I'm down for some new Kongs, absolutely. But at least let the old ones be here too. I don't know what this thing is. It's got a green light and a red light. That's kind of fun. Fish thing. Donkey Kong smashes through it. Got an Espresso the ostrich looking guy over here. And just look how expressive Donkey Kong is, dude. He got those bananas in his eyes. He's like, oh, I want banana. So much fun. And again, I gotta let you hear it. Ooh, banana. So at the very least, if nothing else, they aren't going totally balls off the walls, like not referencing anything from the Rare era, like they did with Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. There's lots of nods and things in here, so I'm hoping, if nothing else, if there's like not a single other reference that they have other than what they've showed in this trailer, I at least want to see some returning characters, some familiar faces. I want to see them get updated for a new era of Kong, and I want to see them here. I really hope it happens. And this is such a cool shot too, I'm telling you, like the way that some of these little Kremlin rock guys look, I'm getting like hard K. Rool vibes here, man. And look at this thing. Does this not potentially look like a little crown on top of this statue? Does this not look like crazy K. Rool eyes going on all over this statue? Am I crazy? Am I coping? Got a little banana pirate ship. Notice with K. Rool's cape pattern on the ship. Am I going insane? Actually, okay. maybe I am just a little bit. Maybe it's more like the girders from Arcade Donkey Kong. That makes a lot more sense. But he did have it on his cape, so cut me a little slack. We got this Gooner bait character going on over here. Whatever. Okay, throw it out there. That's fine. K. Rool is my Gooner bait, so give that to me. And a nice little shot of Donkey Kong here at the end, breaking on in with the title, Donkey Kong Bonanza.
Oh, these are pretty cool bananas.
And of course, it comes out in July. In July, it'll be here. That's right around the corner. It's not that far off. Wow, just wow. I just can't believe it, man. 11 years. 11 years it's been, and even longer than that, since the last 3D Donkey Kong game, and it looks incredible. We've only gotten just a small taste of what's in store, too. A lot of this is just, you know, the same stuff. Couple of different worlds. Nothing too expansive yet. I'm telling you, the next trailer that they show for this thing, who knows, maybe even at the Treehouse. The Treehouse live streams are going to be happening the next couple of days. Maybe we'll see even more yet. I don't know. Either way, it's here. It's finally here. I want to thank each and every one of you who have been here from the beginning of this copeful journey. What did I tell you guys? Have a little faith. I'll be honest, I started to lose a little bit of it myself. I didn't even do a coping for Kong video this year. I just decided like, it's gonna happen when it happens. And of course, the year that I choose not to do one of those videos, it happened. Here it is, right in front of my very eyes. Still can't believe it. I'm gonna go to sleep tonight. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow, and first thing I'm gonna check is to make sure I didn't just dream this whole thing. Dude, I didn't even talk about his design yet. I didn't even get to that. I love it. I fucking love it, dude. I love the like little overalls they put on him too. That's so fun. He's like the perfect blend of Rare and arcade era DK. Like even more so than what they did for the Mario movie, in my opinion. It's so good. And by the looks of it, he doesn't always have those overalls on, so maybe he's gonna have some different outfits, just like Mario did in Mario Odyssey. I wouldn't be shocked to find that out at this point. It'd be pretty cool. Look at all those eyeballs. But yeah, man, so many of you guys stuck with me through it all. You've been here watching my videos for years now. You've been keeping up with the coping. keeping up with all the little snippets of information that have come out about this thing, and now it's here. I'm just repeating myself a whole bunch at this point, but I don't know what else to say. Sorry, this video is totally unscripted. If you guys are excited for the new Donkey Kong game, let me know in the comments below. Let me know what you still want to see from this game. I know I had a couple of things, just please K. Rool. Please K. Rool, please K. Rool, that's all I want. That's like the final thing. If we're not even gonna get any of the other Kongs, at least give me K. Rool. Please like this video if you haven't already. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you want to see more DK coverage. I'm sure I'll be doing plenty more videos about this in the months leading up to this game's release. And then, I don't know, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do for a video after it releases. Do I just review the game? I feel like I gotta do a little more than like review it, right? Maybe I do a 100% run of that game. Maybe I do both. Review and 100% run. I don't know. I want to cover the shit out of this game, so if you're excited, stay tuned. There'll be plenty more on the way. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys so much for listening and all your years of support. I love ya. I'll catch you guys in the next one.